Chapter 351, The Triumvirate's Assessment. The Insectoids. Xia Fei asked. I don't really know much about them. There's a big gap in the intelligence between members of this race. They're not like humans, though there are geniuses and idiots within the human race. A vast majority will have an intelligence quotient score of about 120, while more than 90% of the insectoid race is stuck at the most primitive and low-level biological stage. This also causes them to have absolute loyalty toward their leaders. Their warriors will sacrifice everything and attack wherever they are directed. This is in contrast with the Pan-Human Alliance, where everything needs to go through complex deliberations between the upper and lower chambers, and where law and ethics must comply with the rules before anything can be implemented. Meanwhile, due to the biological differences between the two races, a lone human will hardly be able to match against a lone insectoid. Compared to them, the only advantage we possess is our average intelligence. Every single human being is independent and holds their own worldview and values. In terms of a prosperous economy, the insectoids are no match to us humans. After all, most insectoids will only know how to eat or kill, but if we are to consider the aspect of warmongering only, we're definitely the one at a disadvantage. Xia Fei gave a very simple overview of his thoughts. He was still puzzled on why Williams would suddenly ask him about insectoids. Then, what are the chances of the Alliance coming out victorious with our current strength if we go to war with the insectoids? Williams asked jokingly. Xia Fei was slightly taken aback. He sensed that there was something peculiar with how this question was posed. Is the Pan-Human Alliance looking to have another war with the insectoid tribal coalition? Xia Fei carefully probed. Tai shook his head as he explained lightly, we, as soldiers, must be prepared to engage in war at all times, so this question is a common daily topic for us. There's no particular meaning behind it. Tell me your opinion, we're very interested in learning what the public opinion on this subject is like. Xia Fei mulled over the question before replying, if it's possible, we ought to avoid warring with the insectoids as best as we can. Trade between the two races has been closed for a long time, and it's really hard to determine just how much progress they've made, development-wise. The greatest taboo for the military is not understanding the enemy. Besides, insectoids are natural soldiers without needing training, while humans need to undergo extensive training before they can be combat effective. Perhaps we may hold the upper hand in the initial stage of the war thanks to the Alliance's consistent policy of grooming elite soldiers, but as time drags on, we will slowly find ourselves sinking into quicksand, unable to get ourselves out. The common human has the tendency to hold an anti-war sentiment, so the longer the war goes, the greater their aversion to it will be. In contrast, the warriors of the insectoid race are akin to machines, emotionless and bloodthirsty machines. Unless a problem arises in their internal hierarchy, the insectoids are more than capable of fighting a protracted war forever. Going by my line of thinking, if a war which can't be avoided does break out, we must do our utmost to avoid engaging with the enemies fully but, instead, send an elite squad deep behind enemy lines and into their territory, directly taking out their elite leadership regardless of losses. As long as we can take out the most intelligent insectoid in one move, we'll most definitely be victorious. Tai's eyes suddenly shone. To risk it all and directly strike the back line, that's a very interesting line of thought. Tell me your reason for it. Williams and Leighton, who were next to them, listened with great interest. Xia Fei smiled. I'm no soldier, so I don't really know much about warfare, but I do know of a very simple logic. On my home planet, there's this saying, soldiers fight fiercely because the leadership's bunkered up fiercely. Though it sounds quite crude, the logic is sound. The Pan-Human Alliance has plenty of professionals that received high-level training and education, so if for example, the Alliance headquarters, the cabinet and the politicians from both the upper and lower chambers were to disappear overnight, how long do you reckon the Alliance would take to make up for this loss? Williams did a rough calculation. If something as unfortunate as that happens, then we will have to transfer officials from the various departments to fill the vacancies. I do believe that it'd take about 2 days for those people to take over the reins and a week for everything to return to normal. Now, what if the same were to happen to the insectoids? The insectoids? If their elder council and their warchief were to all be eliminated, it would take at least 3 months for things to get back to normal. After all, they don't have a complete leadership system in place and are fully dependent on personal strength and ability to assert authority. Xia Fei chuckled. That's exactly what I mean. If the Pan-Human Alliance loses its president, we can just change to another, but if the warchief of the insectoids disappears, the various tribes will be caught in a long dispute over succession. Humans aren't as good at warmongering as the insectoids, but we have a very comprehensive hierarchical system. Even if the Alliance elites are wiped out 1,000 times, there will still be people who can take over and lead it forward. The same can't be said for the insectoids. They carry out the orders from their elite leaders in command. There are only so many insectoids with high intelligence, and once they are decimated, the common soldiers that remain will hardly remain to be a threat. Tai nodded slightly, seemingly liking Xia Fei's opinion. Even the ever-honest and frank Admiral Leighton exclaimed, "Xia Fei, you should have joined military school, not the Adjudicator Union." Xia Fei laughed. "There's value in having elite warrior organizations. Like the plan that I've just come up with, if you truly wish to put together the most suitable candidates to enact the plan, you'll need a large force of elite warriors to ensure its success, for the common soldiers will definitely be incapable of accomplishing such a tall task." Williams took a sip of his tea and then laughed. "Xia Fei, while this plan of yours is insane, it will hit the insectoids hard if it does succeed, but it isn't easy to take out their entire high IQ echelon. We may have to pay a heavy price by making such a move." Xia Fei said, "Everything has its price. If we only rely on the soldiers to confront the insectoids head-on, there will be even more deaths, and we may not even end up victorious after 1,000 years of war." Tai lightly drummed his fingers on the chair, wondering aloud, "Get behind enemy lines and strike right at their heart in one go. This isn't easily accomplished. We'll first have to do plenty of preparatory work and develop our own informational network. Since humans and insectoids don't have the same origin, it may be quite difficult to infiltrate their territory." Xia Fei replied, "There's definitely some trouble there, but from what I understand of insectoids, they're hardly all the same, either. I once visited the Wild Star region where humans and insectoids coexist in relative peace. Plenty of the insectoids there are willing to work for humans in exchange for their individual benefits. It's from this that I discovered the truth: the dumber an insectoid is, the more foolish they will be. It'll be extremely hard to sway them, but the moment an insectoid develops greater intelligence, they'll also be influenced by avarice, enslaving the lesser species, having greater interest in wealth and beauty, and implementing a strict hierarchy. If the Alliance really does wish to infiltrate the insectoids' midst, it'll be a good choice to target the down-and-out nobles who have failed to climb up the ranks due to intrigue or struggle." The triumvirate nodded. Williams took this opportunity to lead the topic into the warship production of the Alliance, and Xia Fei's intuition told him that these three were probing him, though he had no idea just what exactly was the triumvirate's reason for doing so. Xia Fei was well versed when it came to warships. After all, he had spent years personally learning from the machine god Porter's words and deeds, as well as accumulated plenty of battle experiences. He had a fairly unique view on the matter, believing strongly in extreme elitism, where warships should strive greatly to be all-rounders yet should still develop their unique characteristic. Having a fleet that had plenty of different ways to engage in combat, just like those dedicated to drawing away fire or specializing in electronic interference and warfare, as well as rapid response forces, which would target enemy reinforcements. Without realizing it, their discussion went on for several hours, covering from warships and strategy to tactics, from martial arts technique to special abilities, from economy to human behavior. They covered plenty of topics, and the triumvirate got to understand Xia Fei deeper as a person. After having lunch together, Xia Fei excused himself, stating that he was off to participate in the auction. After he left, Leighton said with a furrowed brow, "Xia Fei's really too much. Just as we were talking about laser weapons versus cold weapons, getting an addict like me hooked on the topic, he decided to leave." Williams laughed. "Xia Fei's a smart man. The reason he spent such a long time chatting with us is no doubt his status as the military's A-list supplier. At the end of the day, he is a new inclusion among the companies that the military collaborates with, so he'll work to demonstrate that he is qualified to be counted among this clique whenever he has the chance to, just so he can win our trust. Now that he has achieved his goal after a long discussion, what remains is to hold a measure of mysteriousness about himself. He's the kind of person who enjoys keeping things to himself, so I dare to say that he'd have definitely acted dumb or not spoken at length about such things if we were anyone else." Leighton seemed to understand what Williams meant. So young, yet he's already acting like those sly old foxes, keeping everything to himself. Wonder who he learned this from. I would also do the same in his shoes. You have to think, he's but some small character from Earth, only managing to leap into the highest circle in the Alliance all thanks to luck and coincidence. Everyone around him are strangers, and it is unknown whether they are friends or foes. All it takes is a moment's slip up and people will seize upon the opportunity and eat him up whole. Tai concurred. I agree with Williams. Xia Fei has a different upbringing compared to us. If he chooses not to keep certain things to himself, it'll be difficult for him to eat in this dog-eat-dog universe. Williams pulled out a silver case of maple candy from his pocket and tossed 2 into his mouth. So what are your thoughts, Tai? Tai rubbed his temples. Xia Fei isn't bad. I can't deny that he is both insightful and possesses a decent cultivation. Williams continued speaking. Plus, he is not the kind of person who is all talk. He's able to back his words with reasonable logic whenever he speaks up, and his ability to get things done when actions need to be taken isn't far off from his eloquence. Also, his identity is very suitable for the role. Tai then said, that's true. His position as the military's new A-list supplier makes him too suitable. Then, what are you hesitating for? Leighton asked. Tai very calmly looked at Leighton and Williams. Experience, qualifications, and trust. Williams shrugged helplessly. There's no perfect candidate that can fulfill all your criteria perfectly, so sometimes we just have to take a gamble. Seems like you two are in agreement with Xia Fei as the choice. Tai asked. I agree. I agree as well. Tai nodded. All right, then. Xia Fei shall be the second candidate in the list. As for the person in charge, who is the next person we have to consider? Williams smiled. Nicole Sawyer, the current chairwoman of Gaia Industries. Chapter 352, The Arrival of Insectoids. Not many joined the afternoon's open auction. Xia Fei knew that most would participate in the auction, and the carnival would hold 3 sessions of auctions each other, with the afternoon and night session having the better grade items for auction, thereby attracting even more people. Xia Fei took a look around and did not find anything he desperately needed, so he made his way back to Sparrow Island. He had nothing to do that night, and it was early the next morning when Mosquito knocked at Xia Fei's front door. Brother Xia Fei, this is the catalogue for today's auction. I can only give you a simple annotation, due to the limited time, I wasn't able to classify them all in time. Every day, the latest auction catalogue had to be collected from the 13 Pearls Island, and from the sweat beating down Mosquito's forehead, it was obvious that he had delivered this straight to Xia Fei the moment he had gotten it from the auction, while the cramped annotation he made must have been written while he was making his trip back, his handwriting lacking the usual refinement. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows together. Brother Mosquito, there's no need for you to make a trip out to 13 Pearl Island specially just to retrieve a catalogue for me. I can just get one for myself when I get there. Mosquito chuckled as he took out dozens of other catalogues from his spatial ring. Since I have to pick some up for Bean, Monkey, and the others, I don't mind grabbing an extra copy for you. Xia Fei nodded, thinking to himself, sending Mosquito out before breakfast to retrieve the auction catalogue, those princelings sure put on quite the airs. Without even waiting for Xia Fei to thank him, Mosquito hurried off. Shrugging, Xia Fei closed his door and sat by the window and casually perused today's offerings. The auction list would change every day, and Mosquito had very carefully circled out the day's new edition in red, making it convenient for Xia Fei to read. He was quite disappointed because, be it precious medicinal ingredients or a spatial ring with plenty of storage space, none of the items Xia Fei currently lacked the most appeared on the list. Looks like I'll have to wait till the last day. Xia Fei tossed the catalogue aside. Phantom said, that's probably how it's supposed to be. Any auction will leave the best items for the finale, and we've yet to even get our hands on the list for the final day. Who's to say that you won't get the fright of your life when it comes out? The Brotherhood had intentionally kept things under wraps and not revealed the auction list for the final day, only making it publicly known on the second last day of the carnival. Xia Fei was not the only one, everybody's looking forward to that day. Even if they were unable to afford anything, it was still quite thrilling just to catch a glimpse of what was on offer, too. Presently, the only auction item that Xia Fei knew of was his extra-large purple heart of spirit. Aside from it, Xia Fei had absolutely no idea with regard to what would be sold on the last day or what the program would entail, and that went to show just how successful the Brotherhood was in keeping things secret on this end. Over the next few days, Xia Fei continued to look around the 13 Pearls Island. Even if there was nothing he needed, there was nothing wrong with expanding his horizons. Mosquito would deliver a copy of the day's newly updated catalogue daily, and Xia Fei could not help but feel quite sorry for the lad. He was barely 12 or 13 years of age, yet he was always getting bullied to run errands for the others every day. It was really a tough life to lead. However, Mosquito did not seem to mind this one bit, more than happy to help everyone. None of the princelings had a better background than the other, and even a finger from any one of them would be thicker than the thighs of any commoner. There was no reason for them to be afraid of one another, so it was ultimately all because of Mosquito's introverted personality that he was being exploited thusly. There would most likely have been hell to pay had Xia Fei been in his shoes. The Lady Nicole seemed to still be mad at Xia Fei. Many times he had tried to get close to her, in hopes of discussing the matter of buying warships, only to be rebuffed by her each and every time. Xia Fei was unwilling to purchase them at the market price, since they were all fellow A-list suppliers of the military. What was so hard about giving him a discount? The warships that each of the 4 major warship manufacturers all had their own characteristics. The MR Company usually retrofitted their ships with thicker armor plating and powerful laser weapons, having devoted considerable research toward greater defensive capabilities as well as positional warfare. They were widely known as the #1 thick-hulled warship manufacturers in all of the alliance. When a group of Amarian warships neatly positioned themselves in formation and slowly advanced toward their enemy, the force of deterrence and ensuing devastation they could create was unparalleled, for a barrage of laser beams would rain down like a meteor shower to decimate the enemy warships. As the best warships in the alliance for positioning assault, the weakness of Amarian warships was their lack of mobility, for their cumbersome hull plating greatly reduced their turning and forward propulsion. They were like a pack of fearless knights, taking enemy fire as they advanced, never stopping unless they were separately taken apart one by one. Caldari Company was famous for its unique missile weapons, manufacturing warships that were ideal for long-range engagements, able to provide safe sustained fire in a frontal battle. Missiles needed to account for flight time. Imagine 100 Caldarian Raven-class battleships hiding in a dark corner, firing their missiles in unison at their enemy. By the time the latter realized what was happening, they would already have been surrounded by a wave of missiles, and it would be futile to make any attempt at escape from this ambush of high-speed tracking missiles that they fired, so unless they could make an immediate warp away from their position, all they could do was wait until this wave of missiles came crashing right into them. Caldarian warships were more reliant on their energy shields when it came to defense, and their weak resistance was their greatest weakness. Mittal Company was the most junior out of the 4 companies. Its warships focused on speed, producing warships that were much quicker than all the other companies. This also meant that its ships were even more agile than the others, making them the experts at guerrilla warfare. The Mittal Company focused its research on rapid-fire turrets. While it was weaker in terms of firepower, the company had the reputation of producing nightmare-inducing small warships. Those who relied on speed and agility to avoid enemy fire would hate to go up against a warship made by this company. In terms of defense, Mittal warships were basically no match for the Caldari Company's battleships. Most of the time, they relied on speed and agility in active defensive maneuvers. As for Chairwoman Nicole Sawyer's Gaia Industries, her company's ships were widely known for being close combat killers. Thick hull plating and the Alliance's top firepower rapid neutron blasters, such warships were given the wide berth of others. As long as a Gaian warship got in close range, the outcome would most likely end in tragedy for the enemies. In terms of defense, Gaian warships were weaker than Amarian warships but stronger than Caldari or Mittal. Their weakness was in short range, making them more suited to small-scale squad battles or head-to-head battles. Boasting decent defense and the greatest firepower in the entire Pan-Human Alliance, this was why Xia Fei wished to purchase several Gaian battleships. After all, Xia Fei, who was planning to raise a small fleet, was concerned with both their maneuverability and firepower. Besides, Xia Fei was a huge fan of the rapid neutron blasters, and the ideal small fleet in his eyes must have this key capability of pouncing on the enemy and dealing a devastating amount of damage at the drop of a hat. Xia Fei could not help but feel quite vexed now that Nicole was refusing to cooperate with him. He decided that he was not going to look for this lady with a weird temperament and talk about getting a discount anymore, planning to approach the other 3 companies after the carnival was over and making his decision afterward. On the second last day of the trade fair, Xia Fei made his trip out of 13 Pearls Island as per usual, but aside from his usual look around, he had another goal in mind, for the Chief of Staff Williams had suddenly rung him up, asking him out to discuss something. The sand on the beach was pristine and white. The soft glow from the sun and slight humidity in the air was pleasant. Naturally, Williams was seated on a beach chair enjoying the candy and drinks that the staff was serving him. "General Williams, why don't I see General Tai or Admiral Layton?" Xia Fei smiled as he approached the man. The two of them are uninterested in the auction and such things, and only thoughts pertaining to military affairs and war populate their mind, which is why they immediately returned to the office once their official business here was concluded. "I'm still waiting to participate in that final auction hosted on the last day," which is why I stayed behind. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. I've already suspected that General Williams knows how to enjoy life, and it turns out I was right, but did you just say that General Tai and Admiral Layton came here on official business? Williams nodded. That's right. Talking to you that day was part of their work here. Xia Fei was slightly surprised, casually taking out a cigarette and placing it between his lips. He already found it a little strange that the military triumvirate had sought him for a discussion that day, seemingly intentionally getting him to share his views on many things. Was that actually the official business? This must not be anything of a simple matter if the triumvirate had to be dispatched together. Do you still remember when we chatted about insectoids the other day? Williams smiled. Of course. Imagine you are the leader of the insectoids, and you've been unsatisfied with the Pan-Human Alliance this entire time. When would you choose to let loose the hounds of war? Xia Fei mulled over this and answered, in 6 months' time. Oh? Why is that? The Death Tri-region insurgency is about to begin, and a lot of the Alliance's elite fleets have already been sent over, meaning that it may be a year or two before they can be back. Given that the Alliance hasn't been in any war this whole time, and our conventional forces have been reduced time and again, I don't have any knowledge of the present count of the Alliance fleets, but I dare imagine that they shouldn't be a lot. After all, maintaining a standing army is very expensive in peacetime, and the politicians of the Pan-Human Alliance will most definitely not agree to it. Already with a lack of fleets, since the war in the Death Tri-region has ended up drawing away a good portion of them, too, I'm afraid that the defense of the Alliance borders will be at its weakest at present. Plus, the Alliance will be devoting plenty of its funds in rebuilding the Death Tri-region from here on out. A war breaking out with the insectoids will cause the Pan-Human Alliance to face double the monetary pressure. Williams nodded his head. That's a good analysis of the situation, but why did you set it to 6 months from now? Xia Fei chuckled. That's easy. The fighting in the Death Tri-region will be at its peak in 6 months' time. That makes it the most suitable time frame if the plan is to invade us while we're unprepared to repel them. Williams sighed, staring at the rolling waves in the distant horizon without saying a word. His gaze was profound and his expression was melancholic. You may have gotten it, but not everyone has managed to do what you've done. Xia Fei was stunned. He could already feel an unusual sense of foreboding creeping up on him from the words Williams just said. What? Are the insectoids really going to war with us? Williams did not give him an answer. At present, all I can say is that there's a very high probability. Xia Fei did not continue asking about the matter. He was not someone from the military, so the fact that Williams could even reveal this to him was already unexpected. The insectoids are very crafty. That time frame you gave, invading 6 months after, is already quite a vicious blow, but their plan is far more devious than what you've just supposed, Williams said gravely. Crunch. Williams bit down hard on a piece of maple candy. Chapter 353, The Condition to be Ruler. Xia Fei felt a bit faint. The war with the Death Tri-region had not begun, while any trace of Eden had not appeared, yet the old neighbor of humans was looking to make their move already? Could this be the coming of a turbulent interstellar age? It was said that the ancients had a vision that the world would descend into an age of chaos, and perhaps it was an inevitable end after thousands of years of peace, for every sign around indicated that this age of chaos was about to arrive. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei took a deep drag. General Williams, since you've called me here today, you must have something important to tell me. I'm not someone with loose lips. It's all quiet here now, so please speak freely. Our latest chapters at Friognovlo only. Indeed. Williams' 2 eyes shone. Originally, you'd only learn about this sometime later, but I consider your circumstances to be rather unique. You're not too deeply entrenched in the Alliance, so I made the decision to inform you ahead of time so that you'll be better prepared for it. A brief silence passed before Williams said, right now, the insectoid's emissary has already met with the President and the cabinet members. Xia Fei was shocked to learn this. When did this happen? What's the purpose of their visit? Williams smiled. They claimed that it is to establish trade between the two races. Ever since the 1000-Year War, humans and insectoids have been in a state of tense standoff with each other. Aside from the few smuggling cases in the Wild Star region, there's hardly been any commercial activity between the two. Now that the insectoids are suddenly suggesting that we re-establish trade, designating the Wild Star region as a free trade zone, what do you think is the most likely possibility? Xia Fei contemplated this information before responding. Once bilateral trade begins, they will be able to dispatch plenty of spies into the Alliance territory and gather intelligence on us, even directly carrying out military operations on the spot. If I'm guessing it right, this may very well be the prelude to war. Williams looked at Xia Fei with satisfaction. General Tai and I agree with your assessment as well. Do you think that the alliance government will agree to it? Xia Fei replied, that'll depend on the conditions offered. The alliance values trade, and being able to do it with the insectoids is a great choice in the eyes of many businessmen. As long as the conditions set aren't too ridiculous, the alliance will surely agree to enact a bilateral trade agreement, though that'll depend on the military's attitude toward this. If the military strongly refuses this, the upper echelon of the alliance will have to consider the relevant stakes involved. Will the military strongly refuse? Williams asked again. Xia Fei chuckled. Of course not. General Tai is a smart man. If the war with the insectoids is unavoidable, then this trade deal will hardly affect the conclusion, so why not use this trade relations opportunity and strike at the insectoids? Of course, the insectoids aren't about to refrain from capitalizing on the alliance while it's in turmoil. In that sense, everyone will start from the same point, and whoever is more ruthless will be the one who holds the upper hand. Williams could not help but applaud. Xia Fei, you're practically like a parasite in General Tai's stomach, able to guess everything he's planning. Xia Fei shrugged as he said nonchalantly, I merely tried imagining what I'd do if I were in his shoes. Yes, it's exactly as you said. Not only did the military not intervene with this proposal from the emissary, we actually actively endorsed it. Since the enemies have already bared their fangs, all that remains is for us to install our spies right into the belly of the beast, Williams said emotionlessly. Xia Fei hummed. General, what you've just said ought to be the most top-secret military intelligence, so why did you tell me still? I'm merely a civilian. Williams shook his head. Wrong. You are very much embroiled in this matter. What do you mean? Xia Fei was puzzled. Williams answered, the details of the negotiation are as follows. First, the Wild Star region will be completely opened up, allowing all businessmen to enter freely. Second, a select portion of our top businessmen will be allowed into their territory and vice versa, going deep into the heart of their region to expand trade. Xia Fei responded, in other words, the Wild Star region will be designated as a free trade zone, and some businessmen will be given access permits letting them begin developing trade in their territory. As such, the Wild Star region may soon turn into a war zone, where both parties will secretly fight over, making the delegation of businessmen that are first allowed into the insectoid territory the vanguards to the upcoming war. You and General Tai held a fairly long discussion with me yesterday. Could it be because you wish for me to join this first batch of trade delegates entering the insectoid territory? Williams nodded. Exactly. Xia Fei was helpless. I'm afraid things won't be that simple. If this is a matter of spying, the military can just send professionals to do it, so why drag people dealing in business along? Williams answered, the highly intelligent insectoids aren't fools. They requested that the delegates entering their territory should be bosses of their companies, and that stumps us. Xia Fei was silent for quite some time. What a calculated and diabolical move. It'll be impossible for us to do anything risky easily if the big boss of a top-class company is in their territory, and there are surely a lot of the richest businessmen who will be unwilling to step into insectoid territory, much less get them to develop a spy network or such things secretly, not to mention launching a counterattack on the spot. Williams chuckled. Indeed, we can get our soldiers to act as their entourage when entering the heart of the insectoid territory, but we must first find such top-class businessmen who will be willing to undertake such risks for the military and the alliance. Xia Fei remarked, can't you have men secretly infiltrate the delegation without letting the businessmen know? Williams shot the idea down. It's not that easy. These delegates will be responsible for trading, so if the insectoids only stay in a place for 3 days and finish with their work earlier, this work, which still needs 2 more days to finish, will have to be stopped by our intelligence officer no matter what in order to follow the insectoid delegates who are leaving, and whatever work that's done, even if it's close to completion, will have to be abandoned. That is why the human delegates will have to be completely aligned with the military, meaning that they must be willing to give up their interests in service of the military. Xia Fei said, such a request may be too harsh. Since the military has plans to go tit for tat against the insectoids, whoever is being sent deep into insectoid territory will be as good as dead, unless... Unless what? Unless the benefits are substantial, enough for these tycoons to be willing to risk their lives in helping pave way for the military, otherwise, there won't be anyone who would be willing to take this risk. Of course, Even the powerful military may be unable to match the conditions set by such top-class businessmen per se, Xia Fei said in a measured tone. Actually, Xia Fei knew very well why the military triumvirate had set their eyes on him. There was no doubt that Quantum Holdings could be considered as a top business in the alliance, given that his company was now an A-list supplier for the military, but the fact remained that they lacked strength. It had not been A-listed for long, which was why the triumvirate all believed that Xia Fei was among the businessmen who would be willing to help with their undertaking. Furthermore, he was in quite a special position. Aside from being a businessman, he was also a decent warrior, skilled in martial arts, met the criteria, and had strong insights. All these conditions lumped together were enough for the triumvirate to view him as a key person they would need in the delegation for this secret operation. I knew you're going to say that. From what I've gathered, you're a firm believer of what you give is what you get. As long as the risk and return are proportional, you'll be willing to do the work. Tell me, what are you expecting as remuneration? Williams asked. I wouldn't dare. I was just casually raising the question. Still, the insectoid emissaries sure are shrewd. They understand humans' weaknesses very well, and that the higher the position someone holds, the more they'll be afraid of dying. Meanwhile, the insectoids are the opposite. As practitioners of primitive feudal rule, they are more than willing to do whatever it takes, forcing their businessmen to spy for them. Xia Fei changed the subject. He was, of course, not going to discuss openly his conditions with the triumvirate, and all he could hope was for them to propose a starting price. Aside from the risk and return belief that Xia Fei subscribed to, there was another criterion, and that was the sincerity of the other party. If they lacked any sincerity, Xia Fei would not agree no matter how much they offered. After all, the starting price was one thing, while fulfilling it was another. Williams asked, don't try and change the subject. I heard that you're keen on obtaining a territory in the Death Tri region. Xia Fei was mildly surprised. You know about it, too, General Williams. Humph. What do you think we in the military do? You may be able to fool others with your small schemes, but you can't fool us. Still, while we are on this subject, you've got quite the keen judgment when it comes to timing. The cabinet shares your line of thinking, only wanting to return the Death Tri region back under the alliance but unwilling to spend many resources and funds to develop that barren backwater region. As long as the military gives the approval, your wish can be easily fulfilled. Alternatively, you can forget about it. Xia Fei had no choice. Looks like you're not giving me a choice, hey. Who said that? I've already given you the choice. Do you want Terminus? We'll give you the entire Star region once this is done. The entire Star region. Xia Fei could not believe his ears. He originally only wanted a segment of Terminus, yet Williams had the power to give him the entire Star region just by opening his mouth. That's right, but the Alliance won't give you any monetary aid. How the Star region will be developed is entirely dependent on your strength. Of course, that also means whatever profit that Star region makes will be yours for the taking. You're free to govern it as you wish, but if the people become unhappy with your rule and rebel, the Alliance will quickly take back Terminus from you. Xia Fei asked grimly, what do you need me to do? There was no way Xia Fei would not be tempted by such a remuneration. He would begin the right to rule a Star region when the time came, and no one would be in a position to disrupt him over what he did there in Terminus. Tai originally wanted you to just lead men and probe for information, but thanks to our discussion several days ago, Tai changed his plan. You're not only expected to cooperate with the entire military operation, you will also be in charge of implementing the destruction plan. Destruction plan? That's right. Once war breaks out, you will have to coordinate with the military, collapse their golden tent, and take out the leadership in one fell swoop from within. Xia Fei was speechless. This was really as good as shooting himself in the foot, for he was the one who had suggested the plan in the first place. I agree. Xia Fei nodded. Williams patted him on the shoulder. I knew that you wouldn't reject it. Right now, you still have a month to prepare. There's no need for me to remind you what you have to do, right? Chapter 354, The Final Day of the Auction. Williams walked away, but Xia Fei remained, sitting by the beach as he leisurely admired the view. I'm afraid the insectoid territory will be easy to get in but hard to get out. Phantom sighed. This plan is too risky, you really ought to think this through. Xia Fei smiled. The risk is there, but it is also a rare opportunity. Obtaining the right to rule an entire star region, this is the first time I'm faced with such a huge temptation in my life. Don't forget, this is also the most dangerous thing you're about to attempt, Phantom said. You'll have to construct a fleet and, later, enter the insectoid territory with soldiers, conducting trade in name but actually acting as a spy behind closed doors. I'm not worried about you, since I know very well what you're capable of, but what if someone from the military makes a mistake and you end up taking the blame? Who can guarantee that the soldiers with you are experts as well? That is why I've been given the authority to manage an entire fleet, to help prevent fools from exposing my role if they disregard orders. Phantom remarked, though Williams awarded you with the highest authority, there will still be someone overseeing the military, who has the same level of authority as you do. What if neither of you could come to an agreement? What would you do if the military men disobeyed your orders? Xia Fei chuckled. I know you're worried, since the standards will be askew once the numbers increase. You're afraid that I'll end up getting dragged down by the others, but since I already accepted the conditions that the military had set, I of course have my own countermeasures. Phantom was puzzled. What countermeasures? You can't just kill the person the military assigned to you, can you? Xia Fei was curious. How do you know that? Phantom was flabbergasted. Xia Fei was truly too domineering, even planning to kill someone from the military. Tai would not have let Xia Fei off for even saying something like that. Xia Fei paused before continuing. For this operation, only what I say goes. I have no intention of losing my life due to other people's mistakes, so I must hold the ultimate control. Phantom snorted. A fleet will have a crew that numbers in the tens of thousands, and most of them will be from the military. If you don't see eye to eye with that commander from the military, I'm afraid you'll be the one who ends up dead. Xia Fei pulled out the nether bell from his spatial ring and dangled it. This was a device that could establish a direct connection with the assassin sect. Phantom was curious, but he had no idea what Xia Fei meant. I'll borrow a squad of death guards from the assassin sect to follow me into the insectoid territory. The moment the military men and I become conflicted in terms of our action plan, I'll get them to help me clear all obstacles, Xia Fei said nonchalantly. Phantom was slightly surprised. Is that a joke? You're just going to kill them if they don't listen to you. Xia Fei arched his eyebrows. Joke? Why would I joke about such things? I'm not afraid of a godly foe but a pig-like teammate. Instead, if the men going to be sent by the military are such fools, then I'll just send them on a one-way ticket to hell. In any case, though I already agreed to the operation, I want full control of my life. Phantom countered. Even if the quality of men the military is going to send is decent, and they won't cause you any undue trouble, the fact remains that you'll be venturing deep into the insectoid territory. The moment war breaks out, you'll be expected to lead the paltry handful of men you have and attempt to take them out from the inside. Have you not considered just how hard it will be for you to eliminate the insectoid Warkif and tribal council in one fell swoop? Xia Fei responded. Of course, I did. It isn't easy, but it isn't completely impossible. If we are able to stalk the insectoids on the sly, no one will be able to guess that we're doing such a surprising and direct way of removing the insectoid leadership. Our only chance lies in attacking while they are unprepared. Phantom asked, so what are you going to do after you drop the leadership in one move? Don't forget that you'll still have to escape from deep within the insectoid territory, a completely foreign space. There's no telling just what will happen there. Xia Fei understood Phantom's worries very well. First, they must not make any mistakes within the group. Second, the plan to take out the insectoid leadership had to be kept secret. Third, there was the immense difficulty in escaping with their lives intact. Most would have a migraine just thinking about these three big problems, and Xia Fei was no different, but he had already decided to give this a try, taking on such a huge risk to obtain an entire star region for himself. Actually, Xia Fei could also stay in the alliance and be a rich man who no longer had to worry about food or drink, kicking back and enjoying the rest of his life, but Xia Fei was not that kind of person. If he were, he would not have gotten to where he was today. Phantom had also calmed down a little, knowing that his complaints were not about to make Xia Fei change his mind. Best to seize what time we have now to make preparations. This trip to the insectoid territory is far from ordinary, and there are plenty of things we will need. Xia Fei got up and stored a bank card into his spatial ring. The military had given Xia Fei a sum of money in advance, for the same reason that Williams had informed Xia Fei before the news was made known to the public. It was also Xia Fei could make preparations in advance. After all, Quantum Holdings did not have a deeply rooted foundation in terms of warships, personnel, and goods. Each and everything that he would need to acquire required money. That was why Williams had very carefully gifted Xia Fei an astronomical amount of money and ample time to get everything in order. What pieces of equipment are the Death Guards using? What grade are we looking at? Xia Fei asked. Phantom scoffed. The assassin sect isn't some small organization. There's no need for you to worry about their equipment. If you do want to make preparations for them, just get some drugs and medicinal ingredients for emergency use. Xia Fei nodded. He happened to be at a top-tier auction in the Alliance, so this made it convenient for him to make such purchases. Xia Fei spent a whole day shopping, getting his hands on all the medicinal ingredients he would need for the long journey. He did not spend a lot on these, barely reaching 100 million star coins in total. The information booth had a long line in front of it, for in a few minutes' time, the carnival's auction catalog on this final day would be officially announced, and since it was the most important event of this trade fair, everyone was enthusiastically looking forward to its release. Soon, staff took the fresh catalogs out and the crowd swarmed to get one. Xia Fei got one, too, and moved to read it as he made his way back to his hotel. It was a rare sight to see Bean, Monkey, and all the others equally quiet, conscientiously reading the catalog they had in hand. Xia Fei could not help but gasp as he casually flipped through some of the pages. The final day of the Brotherhood's triennial carnival was essentially an opportune congregation for everything, where all sorts of precious items and goods were put on display. On the second page, Xia Fei saw that there was a set of ancient civilization relic tools, and his eyes sparkled subconsciously. Phantom looked at the notes on the catalog and curiously wondered out loud. Ever change? Is that tool really amazing? Xia Fei nodded. It's not just amazing, it's the highest grade of tool that the ancient civilization ever invented. Phantom was confused. Highest grade? No matter how I look at it, it just looks like a brick. Better to just bash someone's head in. Xia Fei elaborated. The amazing thing about the tool isn't how it looks but the myriad of forms it can change into. It can change forms? Phantom asked, astonished. That's right. Everchange was made of a magical molding metal. No matter what tool is needed, even something that the user hasn't seen before, Everchange is able to replicate it. Phantom mused. That means that, as long as you have this item on you, it'll be as good as a complete set of tools? That's not bad. If you end up coming across something that needs a specialized tool, Everchange will be able to replicate it at once. The starting bid for this tool was at 100 million star coins, and it was listed as one of the more lowly priced items in the auction. The cheapest valued item on the last day of the auction was priced at 100 million star coins, which was why Everchange was one of the first few items listed on the second page of the catalog. The further down the list, the higher the starting bid. With the starting bid set at 100 million star coins, it'll most likely be sold for 200 or 300 million star coins. Is spending so much money on a set of tools worth it? Phantom asked. Xia Fei laughed. You still haven't grasped the true value of the tool. Its greatest use will be against the machinery that the ancient civilization left behind, so while ordinary tools are able to activate them, any difficult contraption or anything that is very hard to repair will prove to be a big obstacle. With this Everchange, any machinery or device from the ancient civilization era will no longer be a problem. Phantom finally understood. So that's how it is. This ancient civilization tool is practically priceless, so it is well worth 200 or 300 million star coins. Xia Fei circled the Everchange and continued looking. The starting bid of 100 million star coins rapidly increased, and soon, they were at items that started at 1 billion star coins. It must be mentioned that such items would most likely end up being sold for several billion star coins, maybe even reaching over 10 billion star coins. On the 27th page of the catalog, Xia Fei finally spotted a second item that he needed. The 10,000-year-old spirit Cloud Mother. This Cloud Mother looked like a mushroom, entirely snowy white in color, sans a single spot or blemish. Its leaves had very obvious, overlapping cloud imprints, which looked extremely pretty. Cloud Mother. Phantom gasped. It's 10,000 years old to boot, ingesting this will be very helpful to the promotion of your speed ability. Can it raise me by an entire rank? Xia Fei asked. From intermediate Star River to advanced Star River rank for sure. If you're lucky, you may even cross right into legendary rank. Xia Fei was stunned. Before reaching legendary, be it Star River or Star Domain rank, all had the accompanying word star, but from legendary rank onward, it forewent this entirely, and the reason was simple: a warrior with a legendary rank cultivation would already be recognized as a truly elite warrior who could even be called a battle god. It was supremely important to a warrior to make the crossing from Star River rank to legendary rank. It was like a threshold, where a whole wide world would open up upon getting past it. Everything that people looked forward to, prestige, status, and fortune, would quickly follow. To Xia Fei, what he was most drawn toward this promotion was the circle he would have access to. The moment he became a warrior of legendary rank, he would qualify to be part of the elite warriors circle, allowing him to know even more top-rank combat experts, which would be a great help in expanding Xia Fei's learning or his future. The starting bid for this 10,000-year-old Cloud Mother was as high as 12 billion star coins, which most likely meant that Xia Fei would need tens of billion star coins for the final going price, maybe even cracking into the 100 billion. Xia Fei clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "This is really very expensive, but in order to cross into legendary rank, I must have this 10,000-year-old Cloud Mother." Chapter 355, Flame Carillion. Xia Fei had set his eyes on the two auction items of Everchange and the Cloud Mother after browsing the catalogue. Furthermore, there would still be some special items that the auction planned to announce at the last minute. These things were shrouded in secrecy before the reveal, and there was no way of knowing just what they might be. Early in the morning, in the largest auction hall on the 13 Pearls Island, the level of excitement among the people present was the highest it had been since the opening of the trade carnival. Many famous and important people in the alliance had also arrived. Just before he went through the doors, Xia Fei easily spotted Thurum looking around in the crowd, seemingly waiting for someone. "Uncle Thurum, I thought that you wouldn't be coming." Xia Fei chuckled. "Let's go, I've been waiting for you forever," Thurum grumbled. "I've been busy with work, being able to find time to come and join this final auction is already not bad." Xia Fei whispered, "Is this because of the insectoids?" Thurum chuckled. "Your information sources are pretty good, hey, you rascal." "That's right. The insectoid emissaries are currently in the capital. They suggested organizing a series of martial arts exchanges with us. I really don't understand what's going on. Could the insectoids have had a change of heart? Are they planning to coexist in peace with the Pan-Human Alliance now?" Xia Fei did not comment on this. The military and the Adjudicator Union were two different organizations, and there was no reason for him to share with Thurum the military's decision, or at least, not here out in public. Xia Fei had already spent 2 weeks on Thousand Island, and this was the first time he had set foot into the actual auction itself. This hall was at least able to accommodate several hundred thousands of people in one sitting, with August decorations all around. "What have you got your eyes on this time?" Thurum asked. Xia Fei answered, "A tool and the Cloud Mother." "What about you?" Thurum rumbled in a deep laugh. "Nothing yet, but there's a piece of purple heart of spirit that's decent, so I'm considering trying my hand at bidding for it if the price is within reasonable margins." Xia Fei was momentarily silent. The one who had consigned that piece of purple heart of spirit was none other than himself, yet Uncle Thurum was actually planning to buy it. "Uncle, I've seen that piece of purple heart of spirit you're talking about, too, and the starting bid alone will be around 15 billion, Xia Fei intentionally probed. "Who cares? It's not like I'm spending it out of my own pockets. It is the president of the Adjudicator Union who asked me to purchase it, so I'll be spending the union's money," Thurum replied. Xia Fei was secretly delighted upon hearing that. Since it would not be Thurum's money he would be earning, he was more than happy to see more people bid on it. Xia Fei and Thurum were both holders of the top-class Black Pass, so they were admitted to the VIP lounge on the second floor of the auction hall. Looking around, Xia Fei commented, "I thought that the place would be packed with people, but it looks like I was mistaken. There's barely but a handful of people here." "Are you kidding? 100 billion star coins entry deposit isn't something anyone can just pull out. Say, did you manage to earn so much money from the Alliance military? How are you talking like 100 billion star coins is hardly worth anything?" Xia Fei scratched his head awkwardly. "That's not it at all. While it's true that the military paid plenty in advance, it isn't that much. How could I compete with you old folks who may have up to hundreds and thousands duns to your name?" Thurum was smug. "There's no need to be so anxious. An A-list supplier of the military will easily be able to earn several duns of annual profit. Just give it another year or two when you've got enough assets, then even the Jian family will not dare to despise you." Xia Fei nodded. He could not help but feel a bout of worry when Avril was mentioned. This sojourn to the insectoid territory might very well be the greatest risk he would undertake in his life. In terms of worry, it was his beloved lady whom he worried the most about. After some time passed, General Williams arrived at the hall and took a seat a short distance from Xia Fei. The latter gave a friendly smile to the former as a greeting, while the Lady Nicole soon arrived and sat somewhere further from Xia Fei. More and more people filed in, most of which Xia Fei did not recognize. The noise levels in the hall gradually increased, though everyone was speaking in hushed voices, creating quite a tense atmosphere even before the auction began. A middle-aged man dressed in a pressed black suit walked up to the podium and announced the start of the auction. The first item up for bid was an Under Armour from Ely Star region, made of thin and flexible material which could be worn underneath clothes to safeguard from sneak attacks. The Under Armour started with a bid of 100 million star coins and was ultimately won for 230 million star coins. The successful bidder was a young man from the monastic order, who had an obvious crescent scar right across his face. The monastics abhorred wealth, proud that they were above superficiality. Few would be tempted by wealth and money, though this one was clearly different. While he was dressed very simply, each and every article of clothing and accessory was exquisite. Xia Fei reckoned that these seemingly normal items were fairly valuable, and it was only the rules of the order that made them all appear fairly plain. The auction proceeded fairly quickly, and Xia Fei noticed a fairly miraculous phenomenon. These organizations that he thought did not see eye to eye and ought to be competing intensely with one another were actually being very courteous with one another. The several rounds of items that had 100 million star coins as their starting bid successfully passed without anyone starting a bidding war. Xia Fei expressed his suspicions to Thurum, only for the old man to chuckle, "This is but the warm-up. This won't happen once the really valuable items go up for bid." Xia Fei thought about it and saw the logic in this statement. Everyone was still fairly uptight, and it would take some time before all those present became familiar with the circumstances and unleashed their freneticism. Xia Fei successfully secured Everchange for 210 million star coins, cheaper than what he had expected. Only 2 or 3 other bidders joined in the bid, but once the price went over 200 million star coins, all of them immediately gave up on bidding. As the auction continued, the atmosphere became even more intense. By the time Xia Fei's second item, the 10,000-year-old Cloud Mother appeared, it took him over 5 minutes of nervous bidding before he obtained it at a price of 96.5 billion star coins, almost 8 times its original starting bid. What Xia Fei found even more incredulous was the fact that his Purple Heart of Spirit, which weighed more than 2 kilograms, ended up going for more than 100 billion star coins, reaching the astronomical price of 115 billion star coins. What a pity! The president instructed me to bid as long as the price was under 100 billion star coins, but who knew that there would be so many people competing with me over it? Thurum lamented, somewhat irate. Xia Fei did not say a word. Thurum had no idea that Xia Fei was the one who had consigned that piece of Purple Heart of Spirit through the auction. He was of course elated, for he still had hundreds of tons of these stones in safekeeping, and each and every one of them was worth plenty. The auction continued with great ardor. Xia Fei wanted to bid quite a few times, but he ultimately controlled himself. It was as the saying went, steel is best used on the blade. Though he had just come into possession of many valuable hearts of spirit, he could not turn these ores into cold hard cash all at one go. It was better if he put the funds he had on hand to better use. The 3 energy stones that sold for a total of 120 billion star coins happened to cover the cost of Cloud Mother and Everchange, which he had purchased. Quantum Holdings needed an operation fund of about 160 billion star coins, so the military's advanced payment of a dun as well as the credit line the banks had loaned him, which amounted to 2 duns, were the total funds Xia Fei had at present. In order to set off on this mission that would take him deep into the insectoid territory, Xia Fei would at least need to spend at least 0.5 dun on warships, equipment and the like, and if he were to include the operation fees needed by Quantum Holdings, the funds Xia Fei could use was 2 duns at most. 2 duns might be an astronomical sum to most people, but in the endless expanse of space, it was hardly worth anything. Just take the development plan Xia Fei intended to enact on the Terminus Star region, he required several dozen duns in funds, maybe going up to the hundreds or even thousands. What will now follow are the secret auction items that everyone has been looking forward to. If I'm not mistaken, these few items will likely create a new record in the highest auctioned price ever made in the history of the carnival, for their existence is not only a miracle but also practically unparalleled, the auctioneer excitedly declared. The atmosphere in the hall got even more tense, as their eyes were all trained upon the stage. Everyone had their guesses, wondering just what spectacle would the Brotherhood's triennial trade carnival provide. Let us all now take a look at the first out of the 3 items that will be sold in the secret auction. A lady wearing a traditional long dress slowly got up on stage while holding a golden tray. There was something on top of this tray, and due to the distance everyone was from the platform, as well as the golden cloth covering the item, no one could make out just what was underneath. The auctioneer took the cloth off and pointed to the tray. Everyone, please listen carefully, I'm sure few of you have seen one with your 2 eyes. This is the apex weapon for fire ability type users, the Flame Carillon. Just as the auctioneer said his line, the intense stage lights turned on along with a captivating burst of music, illuminating everything in brilliant lights. Xia Fei could see a maroon-colored object on the tray, its body long and narrow like a piece of deadwood. What is that? Xia Fei asked. Thuram replied, that's the legendary weapon said to increase the prowess of a fire-type ability user by 20%, the Flame Carillon. 20%. Xia Fei was astonished. The pair of Zephyr combat boots he had was already top-grade equipment for increasing his speed ability by 10%, yet the small maroon weapon was actually able to raise a special ability by 20%. It was simply hard to believe that such a thing existed. Actually, there were plenty of weapons that could boost the various abilities, but few would see such a substantial bonus. After all, for bonuses higher than 3%, the price for every percentage increase did not just double but also went several dozen times. Too bad this isn't some equipment that will boost the speed ability, otherwise, I'd surely fight for it, Xia Fei thought to himself. All the fire-type ability users present were going crazy for this priceless Flame Carillon, the atmosphere in the hall escalating greatly. Everyone had their eyes on this treasure, be they people who were fire-type ability users themselves or people who wanted to acquire it for the purpose of making the item their family heirloom. The starting bid shall be at 100 billion star coins. Is there anyone who would like to possess this unparalleled weapon, the Flame Carillon, for 100 billion star coins? 100 billion. 120. 150. 150 billion star coins. This gentleman here has made a bid of 150 billion star coins. Is there anyone going higher? 200 billion star coins. Xia Fei was rubbing his chin just as someone among the frenzied crowd made that bid, wondering to himself, this is a rare opportunity to purchase a Flame Carillon. Should I bid for it or not? Chapter 356. The Greatest Pirates in History. When the price broke the threshold of 1 dun, Xia Fei finally felt relief. Spending more than 1 dun on a weapon that he really did not need was not worth it. Even though this Flame Carillon had the ability to boost the fire element by 20%, it was still something meant for fire ability users. As a speed ability user, Xia Fei would not benefit in any way. Next is the final auction item for the Brotherhood's Trade Carnival. The middle-aged auctioneer deliberately paused, sweeping his eyes across the tens of thousands of people in the audience as if to send them some special information. The crowd became unimaginably quiet, so quiet that it became possible to hear one's own heartbeat. In past auctions, this would be the moment to shine the spotlight on the auctioneer and magnify his voice. This was common sense for a stage director. The light and sound would all be ready to maximize the desires of the audience within the shortest amount of time so that they would excitedly raise their placards and bid as high as they could, increasing the price immensely. This was true for all the auctions of the Alliance, not just those of the Brotherhood. After all, the auction house received 10% of the final price as a commission. The higher the value of the final bid, the greater the auction house's commission. Xia Fei roughly estimated that the commission from the auction alone would be enough to pay for the entirety of this 15-day event, perhaps even provide a little extra. To bring together all the various fighter organizations in the Alliance, generate sufficient prestige, and even make a massive profit, the minds running the Brotherhood were truly intelligent. When the last auction item was about to emerge, the place became abnormally silent. The numerous spotlights on the ceiling seemed to fall asleep, and the massive speakers ceased to clamor. It was as if this item did not require technological methods to raise the crowd's enthusiasm, for it already possessed an inestimable rallying power. Xia Fei frowned. This unusual atmosphere left him feeling both weirded out and expectant. After an entire 3 minutes, the middle-aged auctioneer used his magnetic voice to declare, "Please bring up our final auction item." 2 beautiful women wearing classic gowns pushed out a small hover cart. While all the other auction ladies wore festive attires, either dazzling red or flashing gold, these 2 women wore simple white gowns without any adornments, and their expressions were extremely grave and dignified. The auctioneer's actions left feeling Xia Fei baffled. He very solemnly tidied up his clothes. His excitement from presiding over the previous auctions had caused him to sweat, so he had earlier unbuttoned the topmost button of his shirt to get some air. At this moment, however, he very gravely buttoned it back, even using a handkerchief to wipe his shoes. Xia Fei did not get it. What sort of item deserved such solemnity? Rather than presiding over an auction, it seemed more like he was about to hold a ceremony for some hallowed existence. Xia Fei glanced at Thurum, hoping to glean some information from him. Alas, Thurum was just as confused. As the entire audience was in a state of confusion, the auctioneer slowly lifted the black cloth, revealing a dark black machine. This machine was about 1 meter tall and square. The outside was covered in a matte black shell, and nothing was exposed except some golden connectors, so it was impossible to see its internal structure. "This is a cloaking device," said the auctioneer as he turned to the audience. Xia Fei was startled. "A cloaking device? Hold on. This can't be an ordinary cloaking device, or else it wouldn't be treated with such solemnity and be made the final item of the Brotherhood's Trade Carnival auction. That alone is enough to know that there's something special about it." There was little reaction from the crowd. Cloaking devices, while rare, were not that difficult to obtain for the upper echelon of the alliance, so this item failed to cause much of a reaction. Moreover, it is the product from the ancient civilization, the auctioneer added. This time, several people gasped in surprise. Everyone knew that the technology level of ancient civilizations was far higher than it was now, so their cloaking devices would be much better than the products on the market. This cloaking device seemed to be new. Such a well-preserved ancient cloaking device was a truly rare and valuable item. It is the product of the ancients called guristas. Shock. Extreme shock. When the auctioneer divulged the origin of the cloaking device, the audience grew even quieter. It became possible to hear heavy breathing and the heavy thumping of hearts in chests. Xia Fei was also dumbfounded, for this was a guristas cloaking device. What did the name guristas mean, which could make everyone so excited? Anyone who had heard of them knew that the guristas were actually a pirate group, an infamous band of pirates who had lived in that ancient era. However, it was precisely this group of pirates, whom human governments wanted nothing more than to root out, that dared to stand up when the robot army rebelled, using their lives to preserve a tiny ember of humanity. It was something that had happened a very long time ago. The robot army had stirred up a massive wave, sweeping across the universe in just a few days and exterminating all life in their wake. The surviving humans advanced into the strange sea of stars in consternation and unease, hoping that they would be able to find new homes far away from the slaughter of the robots. However, to everyone's surprise, when all the government armies had been wiped out, the guristas pirates living in the far regions of space gathered up their ships into one final fleet and set up humanity's final defensive line on the frontier, helping those humans who were fleeing from the chaos. Even well-equipped government armies had failed to do anything to the robots, so how could a group of pirates match up? An enormous robot fleet pursuing the fleeing ships arrived at the frontier, separated from the defending guristas pirates by a single asteroid belt. Behind the guristas was a fleet of fleeing civilian ships, a motley bunch of ships powerless to resist. Meanwhile, the government fleet, which had protected them, had long ago been wiped out by the robot army. The only possibility of escape was entering a chaotic wormhole. This wormhole did not have a fixed destination, and no one knew where it would send them. Perhaps it would be 1 light-year away, or perhaps it would be 1 million light-years away, it could even send them right into a black hole. With their deaths imminent, humans had no other choice. There was only one path, and attempting to escape through any ordinary method would be a futile gesture that would never be able to throw off the pursuit of the robot army. So that the surviving humans could continue their flight, the guristas pirates needed to delay the robot army for at least 2 hours, allowing as many humans to get through the wormhole as possible. Otherwise, humanity would vanish from the universe for the rest of time. Life was a big joke, and the survival of humanity rested on whether or not these contemptible pirates could delay the robot army. Suddenly, the guristas pirates made a decision that no one expected. They sent all their ships charging into the robot army and then detonated their reactors, bringing the enemies down with them. This insane act bought humanity precious time to escape through the chaotic wormhole. Many years later, humans discovered that the robot army had vanished without a trace, allowing them to return to their homes and build the Pan-Human Alliance upon the ruins. In the venal capital ring was a giant statue which depicted a female general furiously staring ahead as she led her fleet into battle. Her name was Estamel, and she was the leader of the guristas. She was a rare talent, excelling in both science and command, known to be the greatest pirate in history. This was the only time in history that a statue of a pirate was erected in the capital. As expected, a cloaking system of the Guristas pirates appeared in this trade carnival. Thuram excitedly said. Xia Fei nodded. The Guristas were pirates who brought research, production, and pillaging all under the same roof. Even the best research corporations of ancient humanity could not match them. It's such a pity that so many top-class scientists chose to be pirates. Thuram chuckled. Indeed. I don't know what's going on with the ancient humans, but all 4 leaders of the Guristas pirates were top-class scientists, particularly Estamel. This young female scientist apparently had an unprecedented IQ of 1,600, more than 10 times that of an ordinary human. As for why scientists became pirates, that's probably a mystery that will never be solved. Xia Fei asked, what price do you think the Guristas cloaking system will go for? Thuram silently raised a single finger. 1 dun. Around there. I recall that there are only 3 cloaking devices produced by the Guristas across the entire alliance. The last time one was auctioned, it sold for 700 billion. Even if this one doesn't hit a dun, it shouldn't be much less. What? You want it? Xia Fei nodded. The territory of the insectoids was incredibly dangerous. If he had this cloaking device, he would be able to boost his chances of survival. Moreover, the Guristas had developed one of the best stealth systems in the history of mankind. Just when Xia Fei was considering this, the auctioneer spoke once more. Everyone perchance thinks that this is a Guristas cloaking device, but it is not. While the Guristas cloaking devices possess top-notch abilities, they still don't meet the grade to be the ultimate auction item for the Brotherhood's trade carnival. Everyone was astonished and began to speculate on how this cloaking device was different. To be more precise, this cloaking device is called an Estamel-type cloaking device. It was personally developed by Estamel, the leader of the Guristas, and it carries her name. Innumerable cloaking devices were built throughout human history, but this is undoubtedly the best. No other cloaking device can compare, not in the past and perhaps not even in the future. Chapter 357, Cloaking Device. Xia Fei finally understood why this cloaking device was saved for last. It was Estamel's personal cloaking device. Estamel was the greatest scientist of the ancient civilization and had designed many peerless and ingenious products. Any module with Estamel's name on it would command an impressive price in ancient times, let alone now, after the long passage of time. Normally, when a ship activated its cloaking device, its speed would plunge. At present, using a cloaking device required reducing a ship's speed by 90 to 95%. In other words, though the ship did cloak and vanish into the sea of stars, it also turned into a snail that could only crawl forward slowly. When a cloaking device of the Guristas was activated, it only reduced speed by 75%, far better than ordinary cloaking devices. As for the best cloaking device in history, the Estamel model cloaking device, the ship could maintain 70% of its original speed. If a ship had a cruising speed of 100 km per second, then when an ordinary cloaking device was activated, it would turtle along with a speed of 5 km per second. When activating a Guristas cloaking device, the situation would be somewhat better, but the speed would still be only 25 km per second. However, when activating an Estamel model cloaking device, a ship could maintain a speed of 70 km per second, only a slight decrease in speed before the cloaking device activation. In a chaotic battle, the ability to move away at a high speed was very important. With an unknown number of enemies and an unknown number of salvos going out, the longer one stayed stationary on the battlefield, the lower one's chances of survival became. If one had Estamel's cloaking device, they could escape at the first moment. This was an incredible boost to a ship's survivability. Moreover, this device had one other almost absurd advantage. It allowed a ship to perform a warp jump while cloaked. Any warship outfitted with a cloaking device had to exit stealth before entering a wormhole. Only then could they establish the jump tunnel. This made it very easy to be discovered by the enemies and attacked from all sides. Estamel's cloaking device did not require this. Using special energy channels and harmonizers, it could permit jumping while cloaked. When the enemy was still blindly searching for their target, one could have already moved tens of thousands of light years away. This ability was unique to the Estamel model cloaking device. No other cloaking device in the universe could do it. Xia Fei did not know how Miss Estamel had managed to develop this sort of cloaking device, but he did know that this cloaking device far surpassed the understanding of current human science. The crowd was excited. They were stunned. The only Estamel cloaking device in the universe. This was a rare opportunity that no one wanted to relinquish. Xia Fei clenched his fists. It was clear that this device would have an inestimable impact on his trip to the insectoids. If he had the chance, he would go at any lengths to acquire this module. The only problem was that he lacked the capital. The people present were all well-known personages in the alliance. While Xia Fei could not be said to lack his powerful backing, it could not compare to these first-class tycoons. Uncle Thuram, Xia Fei sternly said. You need something? Thuram curiously asked. I want this, Xia Fei firmly said. Thuram glanced at Xia Fei a few times, the solemn expression on his face making Thuram laugh. I understand. Go in peace, I'll put up any money that you are lacking. Xia Fei nodded. Thank you, sir. This item is very important to me. The middle-aged auctioneer was intentionally unmoved, allowing the audience to grow restless. I presume that there's no need for me to introduce this STML cloaking device. I'm sure that everyone understands its value. Let us now begin the auction for this unique and peerless STML cloaking device, the auctioneer excitedly declared. The starting price for this item is 500 billion star coins. Any takers at 500 billion star coins for this top-class cloaking system? Anyone? Each person had an automatic bidding system in front of them. All they needed was to insert their admission pass to compete in the bidding. There was also a large screen, which indicated how large the current bid was. Xia Fei gripped the bidding device in his hand, but he did not immediately take action. After all, this was only the beginning. The majority of the bidders had to be eliminated first. The final bidding war was what mattered the most. The numbers rapidly soared, and the bids soon exceeded 1 dun. Once the bids reached the dun stage, many people were eliminated. 1.2 dun, a dark-skinned man excitedly shouted. The veins on his neck were bulging, and he was panting for breath, but his bid was quickly crushed in just a few rounds, the bid pushing at the astronomical sum of 2 duns. 2 duns were 2 trillion star coins, enough to buy the best supercarrier the Alliance could produce. It was clear that many people had already thrown aside everything else in pursuit of this STML cloaking device. Xia Fei was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He only had a total capital of 2.5 duns, and the price was about to break past his range, but the bidding was showing no signs of slowing. There were still some people crazily driving up the price. Finally, the scene Xia Fei was most unwilling to see took place. Someone called out a bid of 3 duns. 3.1 duns. Xia Fei's heart sank. To reach this price, he would have to borrow a sixth of a dun from Thuram. Was it really worth it for a unique cloaking system? 3.5 duns. Xia Fei clenched his teeth and shouted, raising the bid to a crazy level. An entire year of profits from Quantum Holdings was thrown away just like that. Thuram patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. Something like this can't be compared to anything. Putting a value on it is actually a sort of disgrace. If you want it, bid as high as you want. I'll take responsibility for it all. Xia Fei firmly nodded. No longer hesitating, he made up his mind to get his hands on this cloaking system. 3.6 duns. A middle-aged woman wearing a pair of glasses raised her hand and casually said. She inadvertently glanced at Xia Fei, as if grumbling over how he had raised the price so much in one go. At this time, Nicole and Williams looked at Xia Fei. It did not take much thought for Xia Fei to understand why Williams was looking over, but Nicole's look left him baffled. 4 duns. Williams sternly said. This price is high enough. Does someone truly wish to challenge the military over this? The crowd was struck dumb. No one had expected that Williams, who had been a quiet bystander this entire time, would suddenly make a bid and even bring out the military's name. The military wants this cloaking system. Forget it. One of the military triumvirate, Williams, has already spoken. There's no point in quarreling with the military over something like this. True. Plus, 4 duns is no small sum. Spending so much money and offending the military at the same time? We're certainly not doing that. There was no need to explain the status of the Alliance military. While some people were willing to contend with the Adjudicator Union or monastic order in the shadows, few would dare to do so to the military. This was someone in charge of the entirety of the Alliance military. Even the president had to see what the military triumvirate had to say before taking action. The auction house suddenly fell silent. No one dared to outbid the military. The middle-aged auctioneer felt very sullen and helpless. The military had started swinging around its name, and no one here was a masochist. However, at this moment, Xia Fei raised his right hand and unhurriedly said, 4.1 duns. Is he crazy? How bold is this guy to try outbidding a member of the military triumvirate? He's Xia Fei, someone who's recently become a military supplier. That means he's basically half owned by the military. It seems that we've got a good show coming up. I wonder how he's going to explain himself to the military triumvirate. The crowd quickly went from shock to amusement, unkind eyes turning to Xia Fei, but Xia Fei was unmoved, appearing not to notice a thing. Nicole paled, and she gave Xia Fei a slight shake of the head, trying to warn him to not make an enemy of the military. 4.2 duns. Williams angrily glared at Xia Fei. 4.3 duns. Xia Fei brusquely replied, maintaining his composure. 4.4 duns. 4.5 duns. Xia Fei was slowly growing nervous. The look Williams had given him said that he would support Xia Fei and help him get the STML cloaking system, but no one was bidding now, so why was Williams still driving up the price? It had to be understood that each time he raised his placard, another 100 billion star coins was going up in smoke. Finally, Williams stopped bidding. He looked at Xia Fei for what seemed like ages, and then a few cold words left his mouth. Good, Xia Fei. Very good. In Williams' room, Xia Fei took a cup of tea and sat smilingly on the sofa. As for Williams, he was drinking sweet grape juice. Are you perhaps very sullen today, grumbling over why I bid the price so high? Williams asked. Xia Fei hastily replied, not at all. If not for your help, I would have never been able to get the cloaking system for just 4.5 duns. Though Xia Fei was smiling, he was extremely bitter deep down. Not only had he put down all his capital on this one purchase, he had also ended up having to borrow 2 duns from Thurum. Considering that he already owed the banks 2 duns, Quantum Holdings was now in debt by 4 duns. Fortunately, if the company were to scrimp and save for a year, it should just barely be enough to repay the debts. The remaining 1 dun of capital available to him was prepayment from the military. Half of it was to be used for his trip 1 month later to the insectoids, and the other was to maintain the operation of the company. After going back and forth with the calculations, Xia Fei suddenly realized that he had nothing on his hands but debts. An ordinary person would have long ago filed for bankruptcy, but with those several hundred tons of purple hearts of spirit as support, Xia Fei was not worried about bankruptcy. His only concern was finding a merchant that had sufficient buying power and was tight-lipped enough for him to cash out. It was not a good thing for other people to find out that he had so many valuable ores, and Xia Fei had no other choice except to take this seriously. Williams smiled. I don't care what you think, for you'll understand once you hear what I have to say. In truth, the insectoids have spies in the alliance, Williams sternly said. Xia Fei was stunned. Are you certain? Pine Williams replied, 100%. There are special kinds of insectoids that have appearances almost identical to humans, impossible to identify unless carefully examined. From what we understand, the insectoids had widely infiltrated the Pan-Human Alliance, far more than we initially predicted. Xia Fei said, you bringing this up makes me remember something. Several years ago, I blundered into the Wild Star region and discovered that an elite division of the insectoids, the Blood Raiders, was secretly smuggling corpses out of the Alliance. These corpses were all those of criminals who had committed serious crimes. Some of them had cultivated abilities to extremely high levels. When smuggling them out, the Blood Raiders seemed to be very concerned about these corpses, even regarding them as more important than their lives, though I still don't know why. Pine Williams deeply frowned. I've heard some rumors about this. Alas, the investigation produced nothing concrete. If the insectoids have already grasped the technology of borrowing human corpses that allows them to fraternize the Alliance, that's just too frightening. In truth, my open show of hostility with you today in front of so many people was actually for show. For show. Correct. I am sure that news of your quarrel with the military will soon be sent back to the insectoids. Once you enter the insectoid territory, this might be of some help to you. They might even pay a high price to hire you. Xia Fei helplessly shook his head. As expected, William's motives were not so simple. Everything was for the sake of the military, but thinking about it now, that was normal. As a member of the military triumvirate, Williams had no reason to help him out of the goodness of his heart. I've already talked it over with Tai. The military's data archives will be completely open to you, Williams said. Xia Fei was taken aback. The data archives? Open to me? Why? Williams replied, you are currently researching the Black Bat radar system. This will be of great benefit to the Alliance military, and we hope that you can swiftly complete this generation-defining project. The military's data archives are extraordinary and contain a great deal of valuable information reaching back to ancient times. All of the military's secrets and technologies are contained within. Xia Fei replied, I need to discuss this matter with my research team. Pine Williams patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. Drop the act. We already know that both the energy shield boosters and the Black Bat radar are your handiworks alone. No one else is involved. Xia Fei could not help but bitterly smile. As expected, the military's strength was not all talk. It was simply impossible to hide this fact from them. Did they even know about the wanted fugitive Harris? The profound smile on William's face made Xia Fei break out in a cold sweat. The details on trade relations with the insectoids will be announced in 2 days. Are you still lacking in anything? Williams asked. Money, people, warships, Xia Fei directly said. Pine Williams replied, you don't need to worry about these things. You will be going as a trader but serving the military in secret during this foray into insectoid territory. Once the trade regulations come out, everything you need will be ready and waiting. When the time comes, I'll secretly send everything over. This matter must be kept secret. You can't tell this to anyone. Xia Fei nodded. This is the price, an insane price. Pine Williams smiled and comfortingly said, don't forget, once this is done, you will also receive an insane reward. The Brotherhood's 15-day trade carnival smoothly wrapped up. Xia Fei was in no rush to leave. He used the excuse of making adjustments to his ship to remain on Thousand Islands. Monkey, Bean, and that pack of brothers very reluctantly said their goodbyes, arranging to meet again in the capital ring. To Xia Fei, it was not a bad thing to become acquainted with these scions of the upper echelons of the Adjudicator Union. While these kids did not have much strength right now, in the future, they would undoubtedly form a faction that could not be underestimated. After all, their parents were prestigious and influential characters. No matter how incompetent they were, they would be able to squeeze their way into the upper echelons of the Union and work in some illustrious post. Sun Jian also left with Bean's group, preparing to head to the capital ring and join the Adjudicator Union. After several days, Sun Jian had grown very friendly with Monkey and the others. Xia Fei told them to take care of this young brother of theirs, and Bean immediately agreed, thumping his chest and swearing that no one would bully Sun Jian around. Sun Jian was not useful to Xia Fei at the moment, but one had to look toward the future, not the present. Xia Fei was very interested in the mysterious Nanming Association, and as Sun Jian was the son of the Nanming Association's president, there was bound to be a point when Sun Jian would be needed. Among these youths, Mosquito was the strangest at departure, his mouth pursing as if he were unhappy to leave. Xia Fei casually said that he would go to the capital ring to seek him out in a few days, which made him overjoyed, his face turning red. After sending off Bean's group, Xia Fei welcomed Thuram and Nicole. You really shouldn't have fought with General Williams over the Estamel cloaking device. If he says the military wants something, a normal person will give him some face. Getting on bad terms with them over a cloaking device isn't worth it. Nicole sighed. Thuram added. That's true. Nicole is right. Williams rarely opens his mouth. You were too brash this time. They did not know about Xia Fei's private deal with the military, so they believed that Xia Fei was being rather unreasonable. However, Xia Fei simply smiled and said no more. His trip to the insectoid territory would be extremely dangerous. This cloaking device would increase his chances of survival, so even without Williams backing him, he would have still tried to get that cloaking device at any price. Right, you wanted me to give a discount. After some thought, I've decided that I can sell you some warships at cost, Nicole said. For some reason, this young lady had suddenly changed her mind and agreed to Xia Fei's request. Xia Fei repeatedly expressed his agreement. Someone who did not take this deal was a fool. Regardless of her reason, it still benefited him. The participants of the Brotherhood's trade carnival gradually departed, and Thousand Islands regained its usual peace and quiet. Xia Fei took the impaler to the point he had arranged in advance, secretly picking up the robot pod and the large batch of purple hearts of spirit. The capital ring, Xia Fei's new home. Avril, having already learned that Xia Fei would be coming home, was waiting at the door. When she saw him, she ran over and used her slender fingers to cover his eyes. Don't look. I have a surprise for you. Avril mischievously said. With his eyes covered, Xia Fei walked into the room. As Avril withdrew her hands, he was greeted with the sight of a neat and fully furnished living room. The walls had been painted in Xia Fei's favorite ocean blue, and the carpet was as soft as silk. The sofas and curtains were exquisitely selected, and a large crystal chandelier illuminated the room with snow-white light. "You did this all yourself?" asked Xia Fei with joyful excitement. "How is it? Do you like it?" Avril teased. "I do. I love it. If it were me, I would never be able to furnish this home this well." "You don't need to disparage yourself. Men are meant to do big things, so how can they waste their time with minor matters like this? You just need to do what you're good at." Actually, there was a second part that Avril had left unsaid. "You have me for domestic affairs." Xia Fei felt blessed. This was home a sensation that he had never felt before. As he looked around at this comfortable home and this peerlessly beautiful woman by his side, Xia Fei felt like the luckiest man alive, and to his surprise, Avril had learned to make fried soybean paste noodles. Although it was not as tasty as the kind that could be bought in old Beijing, it contained Avril's good intentions. The most difficult thing in the world was to accept a woman's kindness. Knowing that he was about to go on a distant journey, Xia Fei became extremely unhappy. After dinner, Avril did not go home. Holding Xia Fei's arm, they sat on the sofa together and watched videos. "This is a recording of my cousin Witherspoon's wedding. Look how happy they are." Avril tilted her head and looked up at Xia Fei, her eyes somewhat unfocused. Xia Fei suddenly felt an intense unease. There was clearly something strange about Avril today. Could it be? "This is a recording of the wedding of a good friend of mine's, Miss Su Yun. I was even her bridesmaid. They had their wedding in the romantic city of Yunhai. The bride's name is Su Yun and the groom's name is Bo Yuhei. The setting matched their names perfectly." "Right. Miss Su Yun got married just when she was about as old as I am right now." Avril smiled and looked at Xia Fei. "Look at how happy they are." Xia Fei suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He got it now, he really did. His heart constricted and he suddenly felt like he was suffocating. For the rest of the night, Avril kept hold of Xia Fei as they watched the wedding videos of her friends with him, frequently commenting about how happy they were. Xia Fei frowned and sternly said, "Avril, I suddenly recalled some things I have to take care of. Could you go home for now?" Avril was taken aback, and then she became extremely disappointed. "All right, I'll come and see you tomorrow. I need to go to the military to discuss some matters tomorrow. I don't know when I'll be back." "Oh, then I'll stay at home and wait for you to call," Avril pursed her lips and said. Watching Avril leave, Phantom sighed. "Why are you doing this? Avril has already shown the most restraint a woman can. How can you just ignore her words?" Xia Fei lit a cigarette and took in a deep breath of the night air. "Trust me. I know that I'm not a good person, but in everything I do, I won't let down myself, and I certainly won't let down those at my side." With his head hung low, Xia Fei walked back into the house, ignoring Phantom. The next day, Avril did not receive Xia Fei's phone call and was very disappointed. On the third day, Xia Fei simply said that he was busy and did not have time to be with her. On the fourth day, there was no call. On the ninth day, Avril received a call from Xia Fei. He had already left the capital ring. Avril asked when he would be back, and Xia Fei said that it would probably be a very long time. Avril did not dare to believe it. Xia Fei was leaving just like that? Not even letting her see him one last time? For the first time in her life, she understood what it meant to feel indescribable bitterness. On the 13th day, Avril suddenly received a call from a stranger. "Miss Avril, I am a lawyer representing Xia Fei, Fang Zhengdong. I have some things that I need you to look over. According to Mr. Xia's will, he's made you his #1 beneficiary to all his assets, but there are still some things regarding your identity that I need you to verify." "What? Xia Fei made me his #1 beneficiary?" Avril asked in shock. "Yes. Mr. Xia said that he's about to go to a very dangerous place, so he wrote a will in case anything happens. Didn't you know about this?" At that moment, Avril understood everything. Xia Fei's feelings for her had never changed. He was still that man who was always doing things for her, quietly cherishing her in his own way. Chapter 358, Avril's Decision. Xia Fei was an independent person who did not like walking the paths that others had walked, did not like living the same way others did. Right after entering the Heaven Execution training camp, Xia Fei surprisingly decided to be a lowly librarian. Just when he had obtained the recognition of the Union and was about to rise in the ranks of the upper echelons slowly, Xia Fei refused this opportunity that so many could only dream about, instead choosing to set up his faction in the mostly uninhabited Terminus Star region. Most people thought Xia Fei to be a fool who did not understand how to go with the flow, but in reality, most people were unable to progress as quickly as Xia Fei did. Many people were very confused over this. Xia Fei had clearly chosen the more idiotic choices, but he had nevertheless managed to kill out a path of his own in the wilderness. No matter where this path went, there was no denying that no one had ever walked it before and that it belonged to Xia Fei alone. Those who did not understand never would, and it was fine to let them remain confused and sullen. In any case, Xia Fei only cared about himself and those he cherished. The others? They could go rot in hell for all he cared. It was precisely this independent personality that made Avril believe Xia Fei had abandoned her. In truth, there was no need for her to worry. Xia Fei had not been avoiding Avril because he did not like her. On the contrary, Xia Fei loved her far more than everyone else. Xia Fei was just speaking in his own way the most sincere and selfless method. Making Avril first in the line of succession for Quantum Holdings should have been a secret that she should not have known about, but that talkative lawyer had blabbed to Avril only a few days after Xia Fei left. Avril's jewel-like eyes were suddenly filled with tears. She understood now that Xia Fei had intentionally been avoiding her because he was about to go on a perilous journey where survival was not guaranteed. Xia Fei did not want her to worry, so he intentionally acted cold and distant, hoping that Avril would not be overly concerned about her. If there was a mistake here, it was Xia Fei drafting a will which made Avril his sole heir. In doing so, he had made all his previous efforts for naught. On the contrary, he only deepened Avril's resolve to be together with him. No romance was smooth sailing. After so many storms, Avril was no longer her past self. Xia Fei had saved her life, had accompanied her when she was alone, and had even thought of her first when his life was in danger. Avril clenched her teeth, wiped away her tears with a handkerchief, and stood up straight, putting a faint smile back on her face. She decided that if Xia Fei was doing so much for her, she needed to do something for him, too. "Butler Pang, come with me to see father," Avril softly said. Pang Xing was taken aback, but he opened the door for Avril and followed her down the corridor to the living room. No one noticed that the eyes of the grim Pang Xing were moist. After a long period of bitterly cursing at Xia Fei, Pang Xing had, together with Avril, suddenly felt Xia Fei's simplest and most selfless affection. This was not a will. It was clearly a declaration of love. In the living room, Avril's father Newman and her grandfather Ernst were softly whispering about something. Ernst had recently ended his seclusion in the mountains and returned to the capital, but Newman was still running the business, with Ernst simply providing support. At their side was Pang Xing's father, Pang Hai, the older generation butler of Half Moon Hill Villa. "Father, grandfather, Grandpa Pang," Avril politely said. Ernst smiled upon seeing his granddaughter. Come, sit next to your grandfather." Avril quietly sat next to her father and grandfather, the Pang father and son taking up positions behind them. "It's so late. Why haven't you gone to bed yet?" Newman asked out of concern. Avril replied, "I wanted to speak with father and grandfather about something before going to bed." "About what?" Avril smiled as she stroked her golden hair. "I plan to marry Xia Fei." Ernst and Newman almost instantly leaped up from the sofa. Avril was someone they doted on immensely, and her marriage was linked to the rise or fall of their clan. Ernst and Newman had always taken this matter seriously, and they had never imagined that the ever-obedient Avril would say something like this. The Pang father and son and the surrounding servants and maids had all heard it, and their eyes showed confusion. However, the presence of the master and his father prevented them from immediately beginning to chat about it. Ernst forced himself to calm down. Waving a hand, he commanded all the servants to withdraw, though the Pang butlers were allowed to remain. After all, in the eyes of Ernst, they were second only to his relatives. Newman's mind was in turmoil. He would never be willing to let Avril marry Xia Fei. Putting aside the difference in status, Xia Fei had killed his younger brother. How could he accept this marriage? It was one thing for Avril to spurn Li Mo, it was another that rumors of Xia Fei going to the insectoid territory as a trade representative for the alliance was circulating around. Newman had been planning to use this chance when Xia Fei was gone to persuade Avril to find someone else. In fact, this was exactly what he had been talking about with his father. They both found this to be a chance granted by the heavens. Going back and forth between Alliance and the insectoid territory would take at least half a year, or even 3 to 5 years. Even if they did not strike now, Xia Fei's company really might become the #1 corporation in the Alliance once he returned, and they would have no good reason to stop Avril by then. However, Newman would have never imagined that Avril would bring up this matter with him, and she seemed very determined. "Did Xia Fei put you up to this?" Newman asked. Avril shook her head. "Xia Fei doesn't know." They were all taken aback. Ernst hurriedly asked, "So this is your own decision?" "Yes, I want to be together with him." Avril's answer was very simple and sincere. Newman began to panic. "Do you know what Xia Fei is doing this time? He's a trade representative for the Alliance, heading deep into the insectoid territory to establish trade relations. These are insectoids we're talking about. Those bugs eat people without blinking an eye. It's not even known if he can make it back alive." As he spoke, Newman realized that he was a little too panicky, so he began to speak in a slower tone. "Avril, listen to your father, let's wait a little and then talk about it. What if something happens to Xia Fei?" Avril's face turned pale. She paused a moment before saying, "Father, grandfather, I came today only to inform you, not ask for your opinion." Everyone was blown away. No one knew when Avril had become so stubborn and decisive. It was difficult to imagine these words coming from a 17-year-old daughter of a wealthy family. Was this still the same pampered Avril? Newman was so shocked that he could not speak. Pang Xing, who understood the situation most, was so excited that his hands were shaking, and he mentally remarked, "Young miss, you've really grown up." In the end, it was the older Ernst who was the more shrewd and ruthless character. Rather than growing angry, he happily said, "Avril, your grandfather is very happy that you have such resolve. Your father and I have been informed, and as long as you are willing, we won't object, but Xia Fei is not in the capital. Once he's back, why don't you let this grandfather of yours personally discuss this matter with him?" In the end, Avril was too inexperienced in the ways of the world, and these words instantly made the color return to her face. She then secretly became rather embarrassed. She was still a young woman, and the matter of her marriage was still hazy and far off in the future. Pang Xing accompanied Avril back to her room, leaving Newman, Ernst, and old butler Pang Hai in the living room. Several minutes later, once Pang Xing saw Avril enter her room with his own eyes, he went back and reported what had happened today to Ernst. Ernst felt enlightened after hearing this, commenting, "A good move by Xia Fei, retreating in order to attack." Newman anxiously said, "Father, I don't think Avril is messing around. What should we do? We can't let Xia Fei have his way, can we?" Ernst took a deep breath. "No one is to try and persuade Avril. Let's try and take care of this matter on the Loki, let her calm down a little first. And Xia Fei? Xia Fei?" After a few moments of silence, Ernst said, "We can only hope he doesn't come back from the insectoid territory." Xia Fei truly did have ideas, and he truly did have his own opinions, but on the matter of Avril, he had been unjustly accused. Ernst had mistaken this as some scheme of his to make Avril utterly devoted to him. The old aristocrat had no idea that Xia Fei had done everything with utter sincerity. It was purely a fluke that he had selected such a talkative lawyer. On the screen, General Williams was smiling as he always was. "Xia Fei, you're probably the boldest hands-off shopkeeper I've ever seen. You actually left the logistics arrangements entirely to the military. There's probably no one else in the entire alliance who'd dare make the military run errands for them." Xia Fei chuckled. "General Williams, it's not like you don't know of my capabilities. I don't have many capable people under me, and without your help, my departure probably will have been delayed. Besides, to be frank, this journey is essentially an errand for the military, so by helping me, you're really helping yourself." Williams replied, "All right, put away that glib tongue of yours. I've already gotten your fleet ready. The ships used have no connection to the military. Every crew member has been selected by the military, but their records have all been wiped. No one will be able to tell that they're connected to the military. The military commander coming with you this time is called Song Jian, an extremely capable top scholar from the Alliance's #1 military academy. I already sent you his file. If you need anything else, contact him directly." Xia Fei nodded and said no more. This Song Jian was a commander of equal rank to him on this expedition, and his every action was linked to the survival of the entire fleet. The people had all been assigned by the military, and Xia Fei had no right to object. He could only hope that this man would be cooperative and not make trouble, but if his life was truly put at stake, Xia Fei would listen to no one's orders, even if those orders came from the military. Right, you've gotten your hand on all of the scientific data from the military, so when will the Black Bat radar be done? Williams asked. Xia Fei smiled. Very soon. Chapter 359, Setting Off Soon. How soon is very soon? Don't think I don't know about your cunning mind. Taking the data and running, are you worried that the military will steal your research? Williams smiled. Xia Fei hastily waved his hands. Certainly not. It's just because I have to return to the company to hand over a few things, so I'm getting an early start. Once the designs are done, I will immediately put them into production so that the 3 fleets entering the insectoid territory will have a Black Bat radar before they set out. Williams nodded. I believe in that. I've prepared your fleet already. If you need anything else, please speak. Xia Fei replied, General Williams, please prepare trade goods for me. Williams froze for a moment, and then he smiled. While it's true that you've been ordered by the military to engage in trade with the insectoids. But couldn't you prepare the goods necessary yourself? Xia Fei said, Quantum Holdings' primary product is the Energy Shield Booster, and this product definitely can't be sold to the insectoids. Even if I wanted to, you would never agree. Williams replied, Of course. If you dare to try and sell it, I will have you arrested for treason. Xia Fei followed up. In other words, my small company doesn't have any goods that can be brought to the insectoid territory for this trip. I need the general's help in purchasing a batch of goods from the prosperous capital ring to serve as this mission's bait. William slapped his forehead. He realized that Xia Fei was giving him the run around, and after running a circle, the topic had returned to the same question. Forget it. Since this is a mission from the military, let the military prepare the goods. What items do you plan to ship? Xia Fei replied, luxury goods, food, household goods, and interesting little toys or devices. Williams was taken aback. None of these items you mention have any value. If you take them to the insectoid territory, you probably won't be able to trade them for anything. Xia Fei chuckled. They don't need any value, they just need to be targeted. The luxury goods are for the insectoid nobles. When the time comes, I'm bound to give a few gifts. In the Wild Star region, I learned that the insectoid nobles are even more decadent than humans, and they love luxury goods and flashy items. After all, humans far surpass them in this aspect. Moreover, the long seclusions they do means that many insectoids have no place to spend their money. By doing this, I'm adapting to their tastes. Then, who is the food for? Williams asked. Xia Fei answered, the food I'm talking about aren't agricultural products like wheat or rice, but refined food that has been highly processed. The insectoids have many kinds of snacks, and they also enjoy human foods. I've already planned everything out. On this trip to the insectoid territory, we must do our utmost to get those still hesitant highly intelligent insectoids to be in favor of humans. Thus, I need little gadgets and toys to fit their fancies. Within the insectoids' territory, the truly intelligent members of their species become their tribal leaders. The warriors below them are like machines, without any thoughts of their own. The lower-class insectoids shouldn't be the targets of our efforts. We just need to gain the favor of a tribal leader. Since weapons are on the export ban list and can't be traded, I plan to use luxury goods and little gadgets that they've never seen before as baits. William slowly nodded. Not bad. This isn't a simple trade mission. Adapting to their tastes is extremely important. Don't worry. I will prepare everything you asked for. Xia Fei nodded. I'll leave it to you. Also, wasn't it said that there will be 3 trading fleets this time? 3 fleets are going out, but who are the other 2 besides me? Williams replied, Planet Conglomerates Li Guan and his son, and then Du Fuwei of the renowned electronics company Megatree Technologies. Xia Fei was startled by this revelation, frowning as he asked, from what I know, Planet Conglomerate is the #1 leader of the financial world, isn't it? Why are they taking part in this mission? Williams replied, while the Li family is primarily in the financial field, they also have businesses in other domains. They can be considered a comprehensive conglomerate. The military originally had no plans of bringing the Li family in, but the insectoids made a specific request. They want to set up their own financial system, so they need an experienced financial corporation to help them set up their own stock and futures exchanges. Xia Fei was speechless. He found it impossible to imagine a bunch of bugs sitting in front of computers and staring at constantly shifting numbers on screens as they bought and sold stocks. Setting up their own financial system? It could only be said that the insectoids truly had a big appetite. Xia Fei did not consider it a good thing that he would be traveling with Li Mo. If things went poorly, Li Mo might try to trip him up or frame him, but he could not do anything about it. The military decisions were not something he could do anything about. The best he could do was be on his guard. Since the alliance is sending out its top 10 corporations, the insectoids should be sending some of their influential figures in exchange, right? Williams nodded. The great chief of the insectoids, the current master of the Golden Tent, UTI, will have his daughter, Princess Rosai, personally lead a trade mission formed entirely of nobles to the capital ring and discuss a joint development of the mining industry. The Princess of the Golden Tent. Xia Fei said to himself. It seems the insectoids have placed a big wager. If hostilities break out, this princess and the nobles following her will become hostages of the alliance. Williams replied, it's the same for us. While this is called a trade mission, it's actually a bargaining chip. The most lamentable thing is that we have the heavy responsibility of putting down the Golden Tent. Xia Fei mocked himself. Williams sinisterly chuckled. That's not the most lamentable thing at all. What's most lamentable is that you're the one who proposed the idea of collapsing the Golden Tent. Several minutes after the screen had been turned off, the list of ships and crew members that Williams had organized was sent to Xia Fei's mailbox. There were 10 ships in the fleet being sent to insectoid territory for this trip. Besides the capital ship, no ship type larger than the cruiser was allowed. In other words, in this fleet, only the capital ship was allowed to be a battleship. The remaining ships could be cruisers at most. Of course, the defenseless transport ships were not included in this. The primary reason for this was to prevent the fleet from attacking the other party from the rear. After all, both the insectoids and the alliance knew that this so-called trade exchange was really just an exchange of spies. Xia Fei's capital ship was naturally the Impaler rather than getting a large battleship for himself. One reason was that the Impaler already possessed impressive fighting strength and was not at all inferior to a regular battleship. Another reason was that intentionally lowering his strength would make the insectoids disregard his existence and focus on the other 2 fleets. 3 Gaia Industries Vexor-class cruisers, 3 MR Mauler-class cruisers, and my Impaler make for 7 cruiser ships. This configuration seems a little weak. We could have a maximum of 10 ships, but you only have 7, Phantom said. Xia Fei replied, it's 8. Don't forget that I also have the vampire. Why not use the maximum 10? I've already explained the reasoning to you. Since 3 fleets are going out, I certainly don't want to be the one that stands out the most. Flaunting one's strength in enemy territory is not a wise decision. Just think about it. What would be the difference between a fleet of 10 ships and 8 ships running into an insectoid army? Phantom replied with comprehension, there would be no difference. Both would be completely wiped out. Xia Fei continued. Don't think that I'm someone who makes decisions based on emotion. I've seriously considered every step. We're heading into enemy territory. Even a complete fleet won't be able to survive an enemy encirclement. Thus, no matter how well equipped we are, a direct clash with the enemy will only mean death. Do you know why I requested 3 Vexors and 3 Malors? Why? Because these 2 ships can release large numbers of unmanned drones to disrupt the enemies. In addition, they have thick armor and can take a huge beating. If the situation turns dicey, I'll have these 6 ships stay in front and disrupt the enemies. And you? I'll activate my cloaking device and get out of there, of course, Xia Fei said without the slightest shame. Phantom was speechless. He knew that Xia Fei was a meticulous planner, but he had never imagined that Xia Fei would have already considered the worst-case scenario, but his methods were a little too selfish. Still, after some thought, Phantom understood. Xia Fei only cared about his own people and had never cared about those who had no relation to him. This was his personality, and in this dangerous universe, a fearless mindset was just a legend. Survival was the absolute principle. In his room, Xia Fei worked with Harris all the way back on Earth through a 24-hour video call. Even without the military's prompting, Xia Fei would still attempt to complete the final designs of the Black Bat radar as quickly as possible. After all, he was the one heading into the insectoid territory. In the middle of the unknown sea of stars, losing communication was one of the most frightening things. This is the design for a signal polarity reversal system. I'm sending it to you. Make some initial modifications to the Black Bat radar's polarity reversal designs, and then have me look everything over, Xia Fei ordered. Upon receiving the designs, Harris was flabbergasted. These designs were far more advanced than he had imagined. They did not seem to be used by any commonly available models. If I can ask a question, this design doesn't seem like one used by any publicly available device. Where did you get it? Harris curiously asked. The military, Xia Fei said without raising his head. Harris firmly nodded. Such exquisite designs were probably only possessed by those top-secret departments. He felt that Xia Fei was much stronger now than when he had first gotten to know him. He even had the military's top-secret designs. In his mind, he raised his opinion of his master. Right. Don't forget to make a copy for future reference, Xia Fei added. Harris pursed lips and said no more. Having all of the military's data was not everything. Xia Fei still needed to comprehend and digest them all and choose the right designs to modify and then apply to the Black Bat radar. Fortunately, Harris had a good engineering foundation, which helped Xia Fei save a lot of time. The two of them divided the work between themselves. Harris handled the initial designs while Xia Fei only needed to correct the deficiencies. Uncle Porter soon joined in. He created a data model in the computer which tested how much disruption the radar system could handle, a simple pressure test for the radar. 4 days and 4 nights later. What are the results of the model simulations? Xia Fei sternly asked. Success. The signal wasn't affected by the shockwave from a nuclear explosion, Uncle Porter replied, rubbing his red eyes. And the result of the black hole theoretical test? A 99.37% chance of escaping. Harris excitedly said. Xia Fei, we've finally succeeded. The signal from a Black Bat radar can even escape the pull of a black hole. This can definitely be considered one of the greatest inventions in the history of the Pan-Human Alliance. Chapter 360, 3 Stars of Ruin. After Xia Fei was done redesigning the Black Bat radar, he handed it off to Uncle Porter on Earth to start production. This settled one of the worries on Xia Fei's mind. The designs of a Titan-class radar system were delicate and well-knit. Converting them into a product that could be produced by the Alliance had taken Xia Fei a great deal of effort. The Impaler continued to its next destination. Before entering insectoid space, Xia Fei had far too many things to prepare, and it felt like he was racing against time. Xia Fei needed to resolve all problems that required addressing before his departure. In the Hemming Star region was a scenic and privately owned planet. An influential person lived on this planet, someone who could buy all of the ancient products and purple hearts of spirit that Xia Fei had obtained from the ruins without exposing Xia Fei's identity. After anchoring the Impaler in the harbor, Xia Fei disembarked and was welcomed by a young female secretary wearing glasses. Mr. Xia Fei. Xia Fei nodded. I am. The secretary shook hands with Xia Fei. My name is Wan Qing, Mr. Fulop's secretary. Welcome to Planet Fulop. Xia Fei asked, this planet shares the same name with Mr. Fulop? I presume the man named it after himself. Wan Qing smiled. This planet was originally called Fulop. After my sir bought this planet, he didn't want to reveal his identity, so he took to calling himself Mr. Fulop. Xia Fei did not discuss this anymore. Since this mysterious character even wanted to hide his actual name, it was clear that he had no desire to reveal his identity. If Xia Fei went around asking questions, he would just make himself seem very dull and uninteresting. Mr. Fulop has a great liking to items from ancient civilizations, particularly robots. I am sure that you won't be disappointed, said Wan Qing as she drove him down a seaside road. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and lightly said, I am sure that Mr. Fulop doesn't merely like products from the ancient era. To be more precise, he's an absolute fanatic for them. How could Mr. Xia tell? Wan Qing curiously asked. Xia Fei squinted. On the pier by the shore, in the center of the tarmac, there's a magnetic fastening device that can automatically moor ships. Other than the alloy floor, the vast majority of the equipment was taken from ancient ruins transported from there and installed on this planet. He pointed to the forest on his left side. At first, I thought that there are animals in this forest, but after taking a closer look, I discovered that there are only some semi-intelligent machine creatures running in the woods. If my guess is correct, those should be robot pets of ancient humans, created for children to play with. Even this hovercar you're driving is different from the standard. The sound of the engine is rapid and light. It's probably made up of parts from ancient relics. Presumably, if I continue looking around, I will find even more pleasant surprises, but that's not my concern. Mr. Philip likes ancient products and has money to buy them. This is enough for me. Wanqing seemed to admire Xia Fei's observation skills. He had one arm resting against the window, propping his head, but his eyes and ears were constantly observing. In just a few minutes, he had gained some understanding of this island and Mr. Philip. You are correct. A screen suddenly appeared within the car, and a bald man with a short brown beard appeared in front of Xia Fei. There was no need to say that this man was undoubtedly the mysterious Mr. Philip. Mr. Philip, good day, Xia Fei politely said. Philip gave a slight nod. Please forgive me for listening in on your conversation with Wanqing from my home. You're Qin Meng's most praised disciple, so I am rather interested in you. Xia Fei frowned. Why did everyone who knew Qin Meng take him as the old man's disciple? He truly did not get it. However, Xia Fei closed his mouth and did not argue. Being Qin Meng's disciple was not a bad thing, so he would rather let them continue misunderstanding. In any case, Xia Fei did not really care about what they thought. Some minutes later, the hovercar stopped by the entrance of an old mansion. Xia Fei and Wanqing got out of the car and walked over. Xia Fei discovered that Philip's residence did not have any servants around, not even a single bodyguard could be found. From the moment he arrived on this planet, he had not seen a single human being besides Wanqing and himself. Glancing around, Xia Fei noticed a bashful little fellow peeking out their head from behind a wall and then immediately running away. Based on the analysis of the afterimage, it seemed to be a small robot. Philip was seated on a deck chair looking out at the distant sea and sky. The ocean breeze was somewhat chilly, so he had a blanket spread over his legs and held a cup of tea in his hand. Wanqing arranged a seat next to Philip for Xia Fei and then left. A small robot servant brought over a cup of tea. This robot was semi-intelligent and was somewhat lower in quality compared to the ancient robots Xia Fei had found on Thousand Island planet. I heard from Qin Meng that you like tea. Is that right? Philip asked. Xia Fei nodded. It's a home tradition, and a habit picked up is hard to drop. After exchanging a brief casual conversation, Xia Fei asked, Old sir, there are many ancient products of significant value in this place, but no security. Aren't you worried about any robbers? Philip stroked his beard. Not just anyone can come to this place of mine. He clapped his hands twice, upon which over a dozen steel figures emerged from the ocean. Their laser guns were aimed at Xia Fei, the black barrels making one shiver in fear. Philip clapped his hands twice again, and these war machines quickly sank back down into the water. If one did not look carefully, one would take them for reefs on the shore, pitch black and covered in kelp. Ancient war robots, semi-intelligent ones. With them around, no ordinary person will ever have a chance to get here. Looks like my worries were unfounded. Philip nodded. I only hate that I wasn't born in that ancient era and couldn't witness that legendary robot rebellion for myself. No matter how much evidence in the Alliance points to the robots as the cause of ancient humanity's destruction, I still couldn't believe that the robots would ever betray humans. It must be said that they are far more loyal and outstanding than humans. Compared to filthy humans, the robots are more worthy of living in this universe. Xia Fei was speechless. It was clear that this old man was an extremist. He fanatically loved the ancient civilization and had a crazed admiration for robot technology that he believed them to be superior than humans. There was no point in reasoning with crazy people. Xia Fei was well aware of this principle, so he had no plans of continuing his chat with the old man and turned the conversation to business. Xia Fei turned on his microcomputer and opened up a video, which recorded the items he wanted to sell to Philip. 30 cleaning robots, 10 semi-intelligent service androids, 107 multifunctional integrated communication hubs, 1 omni-flavor ice cream machine, 1 food processor unit, 9 semi-intelligent office integration hubs, and 3,100 miscellaneous household goods from the ancient era. These were a portion of the ancient relics he had found on Thousand Island planet. He did not sell any of the most important mining and mineral survey robots. What he had offered were just items that he did not have much use for. The mining robots would be a huge boon to Xia Fei's development of the Terminus Star region, while Xia Fei had little use for these office systems and cleaning robots. Philip's eyes gleamed, but his mouth spoke in an unhurried tone. Their level isn't bad, even a bit higher than what I currently have. Their condition is also rather good, seemingly having just excavated. Where did you get such good items from? Xia Fei shook his head. Old sir, that is against the rules, right? Philip lightly knocked on his forehead and smiled. Ah, I'm getting old. How could I ask you about such a thing? State your price. This Philip may not have anything else, but he does have money. Name your price and I'll pay it. Xia Fei smiled. Old Sir is truly easy to work with, and Xia Fei truly admires this, but you may want to wait until you see something else. Xia Fei began playing another video, which showed a crate of purple hearts of spirit, flashing with crystalline luster. Purple hearts of spirit. Philip gasped. So many. Xia Fei said, Old Sir has gathered many ancient products, and ancient humanity primarily used purple hearts of spirit as energy cores. Old Sir must require many purple hearts of spirit to keep all this ancient machinery running. I happen to have an excellent batch of high-quality purple hearts of spirit, so I came to you. Philip was elated, his eyes transfixed on the screen. You're right. I truly have a dire need for high-level purple hearts of spirit, so I want it all. 15 duns. Xia Fei was somewhat startled. 15 dun was 15 trillion star coins, and Philip offered this astronomical sum without hesitation. From this, one could see that this man was unfathomably wealthy. Xia Fei had kept all the useful ancient relics for himself, and he had also specifically chosen smaller purple hearts of spirit with somewhat dimmer lusters for this crate. These were not truly the top-class products. Xia Fei would have been satisfied with 10 duns, so Philip's price was far beyond his expectations. Xia Fei smiled and shook his head, causing Philip's brow to crease. Young man, greed is one of humanity's inferior qualities. No one has ever refused my first offer, for I've never cared about money, not now or in the future. You are the first to believe that my offer is low. Old Sir, I admit that your offer is very high, much higher than I expected, but there are times when money can't solve everything. Philip laughed. I understand. You want to trade with me? Speak frankly. What do you have your mind on? Xia Fei calmly showed 3 fingers. I heard that you have 3 stars of ruin. Philip jumped from his deck chair, casting the blanket on his lap into the sea in fury, his voice trembling as he asked, Qin Mang told you. Xia Fei nodded, saying nothing as he waited for Philip's decision. You want to trade for my 3 stars of ruin? Do you know of their power? Xia Fei continued to nod and say nothing. Philip walked back and forth on the beach. Stars of ruin or purple hearts of spirit? He found it very hard to make a decision. He needed a very long time to calm himself down. I can give you the stars of ruin, but I must warn you that you must bear any of the consequences alone. Philip stopped pacing and coldly told this Xia Fei. Chapter 361, A Tense Arrangement. An exquisitely designed metal box held 3 star-shaped objects within, and they were the stars of ruin. These objects were not large, roughly about the size of an adult's palm. They were completely golden in color, and their exterior casing filled with minuscule words. Stars of ruin. Many say that just one is a super antimatter bomb powerful enough to destroy an entire planet completely. To think it would be so small in size, Phantom said excitedly. Xia Fei said, the power of an object can hardly be measured in its size, a deadbeat may be large, but it's still a fool, while cordyceps are small yet able to cure plenty of ailments. With these stars of ruin in hand, we at least have a bargaining chip in our voyage to the insectoid territory. It's unfortunate that we merely have just the 3. Phantom pouted. Just 3? If you manage to acquire 10,000 pieces, are you going to wipe out the entire insectoid race? Antimatter bombs are able to unleash antimatter rays instantly, capable of turning entire planets into nothing, but frequent use can cause space-time collapse and form an actual black hole. You'd better keep these safely. Don't even think of using them unless it's your last resort. Beside them, Furball seemed to be completely ignorant of the devastating power of these stars of ruin. It inquisitively attempted to climb up the box, the corners of its mouth drooling. Snap! Xia Fei hurriedly recalled Furball's penchant to eat things it found randomly, perhaps it might actually have the guts to devour a star of ruin. Xia Fei batted Furball several meters away as he quickly stored that box into his spatial ring. Squatting, Xia Fei used a single finger to tap on Furball's forehead. I'm warning you, don't you ever try and randomly eat things that you find, or else I'll pluck out every single hair on your body and leave you bald. Furball merely acted funnily, seemingly not at all afraid of Xia Fei's threats. It tried to ingratiate itself to Xia Fei by acting all cute again, licking and rubbing itself against him, feigning a pitiful look. All right, you sycophant. Take this and go, Xia Fei casually tossed a small purple heart of spirit to Furball, which went diving right for it. In the blink of an eye, it had managed to deplete all the energy stored within that heart of spirit. Furball seemed to be unsatisfied with just that, however. It slid its way up to Xia Fei and continued to act pitiful. Xia Fei jokingly chided the ball of fur before storing it into his bosom pocket. When it realized that Xia Fei was not going to feed it, Furball resumed its deep slumber. Even the heavens collapsing couldn't have woken it up. Furball's appetite has been increasing lately. This means that he's already past the most dangerous stage of infancy and is now in its developmental stage, Phantom said happily. Xia Fei sighed. This pet has been eating so many of my purple hearts of spirit, yet its body remains the same as before. I really have no idea how much it has to eat before it will start growing. It's such a deadbeat, I'll sooner become bankrupt if it keeps eating like this. Phantom said, don't be so dramatic. Furball eating more just goes to show how unlimited its potential power will be once it grows up. You ought to be happy that it is eating so much. Besides, you've got tons of hearts of spirit. What's using some to feed Furball? Xia Fei knew that Phantom was biased toward Furball, so he did not bother continuing arguing over this. He was, of course, well aware of just how much potential Furball had, but he could not help being somewhat worried over the fact that Furball had yet to show signs of growth. That was when the small robot pod came zooming over, carrying a glass of soybean milk. Because it moved through magnetic levitation, it was always floating above ground, making its movement both fast and nimble. Master, I've already washed your clothes and changed out your bed sheets. I've also made your favorite long cereal grain mix. Is there anything you still need Pod to do? Xia Fei lightly patted Pod's head. I told you many times, it's called fried paste noodles, not long cereal grain mix. It sounds so weird when you say it like that. Roger. Pod understands. Is there anything else you need me to do? It's been so many years since I had no master to service, so I want to make up for all the work I owed the whole time, Pod very anxiously said. Ever since he got the AI robot Pod, Xia Fei's originally messy bachelor lifestyle had undergone a complete overhaul. Not a trace of dust could be found inside the impaler anymore, and Xia Fei's clothes were being washed and cleaned daily. The sofa set and bed sheets were also changed every 12 hours, and there was always hot food ready in the kitchen. No matter when Xia Fei wanted to have his meals or whatever he desired, none of it was a problem. Furthermore, all Xia Fei had to do was set his empty bowl and cutleries down, and Pod would come rushing over with a vengeance, cleaning the entire kitchen immediately. Such a life was very pleasant, but Xia Fei was very unused to it yet. After all, it was a complete change from before. Pod was like the strictest housekeeper, not at all allowing even any dirt to survive. Every cup, every cushion must be neatly placed. No matter how much Xia Fei ended up tossing things aside, they would always end up in their original positions without even a millimeter of mistake. Xia Fei frowned. Are you done with cleaning, vampire? Pod nodded. It was done 3 hours and 19 minutes ago. Tidy up the food stores. They've been tidied. What about the utility room? Guest room? Command deck? Xia Fei was left speechless. No human could compare with the level of diligence Pod displayed. No matter how much Xia Fei tried to come up with something for Pod to do, it had already accomplished everything. Meanwhile, Pod was still very eagerly asking Xia Fei to set him a task, seemingly not thinking a robot should have even a moment of idleness. Every second had to be spent working. Is there anything you want me to do, Master? Anything you need Pod for at all? Xia Fei was getting a headache from its questioning, and he frustratedly called, squat on the ground and draw circles. Understood. Pod's eyes glowed as it earnestly lowered itself and conscientiously began drawing circles on the ground with its finger. Phantom was roaring with laughter as he watched from the side, while Xia Fei sighed, muttering to himself, is this really an AI robot? If it's really as smart as humans, it ought to know how to skive off. Just as he said that, Pod suddenly raised its head to ask, Master, how many circles do you want drawn? Xia Fei's life aboard his warship became quite a lot more exciting now that it had Pod and Furball around. It was just that Xia Fei would occasionally feel very depressed. He had a ball, a robot, and a spirit to keep him company, yet none of them was a normal human being. The impaler landed on Earth. He had not informed anyone of his arrival prior, so no one knew that he was coming, aside from a handful of people from the company. Is everyone here? Xia Fei asked. Andre nodded. I had them arranged in the backyard, discreetly positioned. Let them first familiarize with life on Earth, but they seem to be. Xia Fei smiled. Don't mind about that. They're just like that. Remember, no matter who asks, they are all employees of Quantum Holdings, Earthlings. Even Charlie mustn't know about this. Andre replied, I understand. There must be major stakes involved for this trip to the insectoid territory. Actually, my old bones can still move, so why don't you let me join in your voyage? Xia Fei shook his head as he said with gratitude, don't worry, I'll be able to take anything thrown my way, so just stay here on Earth and help me take care of the company. I'm not going to bring anyone from Quantum Holdings. But. No buts. This isn't a holiday. You did good listening to me, especially not letting Wolong or Sarah know about this. The two of them are worrywarts. They may even end up feeling troubled over it. The backyard was a field, where Andre would usually ride his horse about. Today, it was under heavy security, for there was a group of death guards from the assassin sect staying there. There was a warehouse that had been temporarily converted into a training room, where 36 death guards were found engaged in their training. Xia Fei knocked before entering, and he was greeted with the sight of them all lined up neatly in a row. Each and every one of them was well built and formidable looking. What made it even more impressive was that every one of them had cultivated breath control to a reasonable degree that they were like some natural oak trees, very easily disregarded. Xia Fei took out his token and held it in hand. I'm the envoy of the assassin sect, Xia Fei. A short-haired and stout man stepped out of the lineup and made his way to Xia Fei's side. He took the token in hand and examined it quickly before handing it back to him. I'm the squadron leader, 6328. This is a letter from the sect master, Crane Shadow, stated the stout man simply as he handed a slip of paper. The death guards in the assassin sect only go by their serial numbers and have no name, Phantom explained to Xia Fei. Xia Fei nodded, and the gist of the message on that paper was as follows. Crane Shadow mentioned a few important points with regard to how Xia Fei should interact with the death guards, such as only giving them orders and never asking them about their feelings or anything else. The key was not to treat these death guards as humans but killing implements. There was no need to suspect them and could be given the absolute level of trust. There was no need to treat them if they got injured, for the training they had gotten absolutely disallowed letting anyone help them. Even if they lost an arm, they were expected to sew the wound themselves. In even more severe situations, they would search for somewhere no one could find and commit suicide. Xia Fei could not help but break out in a cold sweat just reading such a heartless and draconic rule, but what Xia Fei needed now was precisely this sort of killer warriors who would show no compassion, mercy, or even tears. Long story short, from today onward, your Earthlings, and the personal information that I gave you before must be committed to memory. You must be able to describe and reply in accordance to your information without a margin of error. Xia Fei swept his gaze across the 36 death guards, his tone icy cold. Soon, you'll be boarding a ship with a bunch of strangers. You must be able to identify each and every one, especially one by the name of Song Qian. He will be your captain. If there's anything, I'll communicate with you all through the nether bell. When I give the order for you all to kill, you need to clear out the entire ship immediately, not even letting a fly be left alive. Plus, you must be quick and astute so that not even a single one of them will be able to send out a distress signal. By the way, I'll also inform you all. Aside from me and you guys, every single crew on the ship will be from the Alliance military. None of you should have any issues with killing Alliance soldiers, right? Xia Fei immediately laughed at himself the moment he said that line. In the eyes of these death guards, the only difference between humans was if they were alive or dead. Not one of them would have any thoughts on the military, so Xia Fei had merely just asked this question for nothing. The 36 death guards were like corpses. Not one of them showed any expression or made a single move. None of them made a single sound. Xia Fei turned around to leave after giving them a simple briefing. That strange atmosphere being around the death guards left him feeling uneasy. Taking a few steps outside, Xia Fei soon got a call from Uncle Porter. Where are you? Porter asked in a deep voice. I've just arrived on Earth some 15 minutes ago. Perfect. Come straight to the factory. The Black Bat radar has encountered a little problem, Porter said without hesitating. Turning off the video call, Xia Fei mumbled to himself, I really barely have any time to even catch a breath. The Black Bat radar had better not have any other problems at this time. Going to the insectoid territory completely blind is definitely not a good thing. Chapter 362, Half the Alliance Fleets. 3 weeks later, in the Enduro Star region, approximately 1 warp away from the borders. Xia Fei listened to Charlie's comprehensive report, then responded. The headquarters relocation plan has been a huge success. The next step will be to bring the R&D and the administrative offices into the capital ring, but you must remember that Harris should never be anywhere near the capital, or any of the bustling metropolises around it, for that matter. I can't tell you the reason for this, but just do as I've instructed, and everything will be fine. Charlie nodded. Don't worry. Harris will continue to stay in the research center here on Earth and will only keep contact with the research branch in the capital ring through the interplanetary internet. Oh, right. What's the use of those 2 large crates that you left behind before you left Earth? Xia Fei chuckled. That's the final guarantee I'm leaving the company right before my departure. They're completely filled with very valuable ores called Purple Hearts of Spirit. If the company runs into any crisis while I'm away during this time, and there's an urgent need for funds, you may sell whatever's inside. As for how to complete the transaction, I suggest getting old man Qin Mang or Uncle Thuram to help you with it. Charlie replied, Don't worry, with us keeping an eye on things here in the company, nothing will go wrong. As for the military's request for us to set up a branch near Deckline Star region, have you given the plan any thought? Earth was situated in the far reaches of the Pan-Human Alliance, making transportation hardly convenient. After all, the Pan-Human Alliance covered a large expanse of space, and even the fastest warship would take more than 2 months to travel to and fro, not to mention a cumbersome cargo ship. The military is hoping that Quantum Holdings will establish a branch closer to the capital ring in order to cut down on time and logistic costs when transporting the products. Xia Fei gave the matter some thought. Actually, establishing a branch in a star region near the capital ring is part of my plan. The military has merely requested us to do this a year earlier than I expected. We can't forever stay on Earth and never move outward, since the military is willing to provide us with the land. Let's seize this opportunity to mark out the land and slowly develop it after. Charlie nodded. I know what you mean. You want us to complete the infrastructure on Earth first before thinking of moving to other planets. I'll get the construction department to get the lay of the land and have the foundations all ready before we bring in the proper machinery and workers, so we can immediately start production. Xia Fei chuckled. That's indeed my intention. I haven't explicitly instructed you this whole time because I wouldn't be remaining in the Alliance for long, so you'll have to make your decisions from here onward. Charlie was momentarily stunned before he recovered. Don't worry. We'll continue to give it our 200% so that Quantum Holdings can continue developing and growing at astounding rates, like before. Xia Fei nodded. I trust that you will. My ship's about to enter a wormhole, and the next jump will have me appearing out in the Wild Star region. There's no interplanetary internet there, so we'll use the Black Bat radar to continue communications. Xia Fei turned off the screen and stood before the command deck, broadcasting across the entire fleet. A crew of over 10,000 lifted their heads to look at the projected screen. This was the first time Xia Fei was wearing that navy blue captain's uniform, with his head held high, like a battle-tested general. His hair was peppery grey, which made him look a bit older than he was, and his eyes withheld a piercing gaze which looked capable of seeing through the hearts of men. Clearing his throat, Xia Fei addressed everyone in a deep and slightly hoarse voice. A good day, everyone. This is a broadcast across all channels. I am from Quantum Holdings, Xia Fei, the first fleet commander of this voyage. After a brief pause, Xia Fei continued. Several minutes after, we'll be leaving the Pan-Human Alliance territory and entering the Wild Star region, and in a week's time from then, we'll be venturing into the unknown space that makes up the insectoid territory. Unfortunately, I don't have any guarantee on what we will come across or meet when we enter their territory or even what may happen. That's because no human has ever set foot in that foreign part of the universe before. We, and 2 other fleets from the Alliance, are the vanguards, the first humans in our history to ever do this. This is, of course, a great honor, but it's also a heavy responsibility. As the fleet commander of this historic endeavor, what I want to tell everyone right now is take this time to call your family, loved ones, and friends while you still have the chance. Give them a call or an email, for there's no telling when the next time you can contact them on the interplanetary internet is, or if you'll ever have the opportunity to do so in the future. This is the end of this broadcast across all channels. I wish everyone good luck. Though Xia Fei had hardly given a speech using magnificent words, nor did it invoke any strong fervor in anyone who listened, it nevertheless caused this crew, who had been gathered for the fleet at the last minute from far away, to give him a rousing applause. Giving their loved ones a call was a very simple yet kind order. It was just that the words carried a sort of unspoken melancholia in them, which could not help but make people sigh in woe. With a light tap of his fingers, Xia Fei composed a short email but hesitated if he should send it. It was only at the last second right before the impaler entered the wormhole did Xia Fei finally tap and send it out into the ether. Avril, I'm leaving. Don't miss me. 58 hours later. Xia Fei, we're already very close to that Thanatos class carrier, only 3 jumps away from reaching it. Phantom peered out a window. Xia Fei nodded. I know, but now isn't the best time. Even if I can obtain the warship after beating that Black Star Phantom bat, I can't possibly take it along with me. The insectoids may not allow me to pilot a capital ship into their territory, best to wait till when we are on our way back. Phantom was disappointed. So be it. Going up against the Black Star Phantom bat by yourself now will still be quite an ordeal. Your chances of success may increase when we are making our way back. That was when the radar system indicated that he was receiving an encrypted message, a hail from the military. William's expression was severe, a hint of disquiet behind his eyes. Xia Fei could feel his heart tighten, as a bad feeling creeped up on him once again. Several minutes ago, I received information that a powerful and battle-ready insectoid fleet had suddenly appeared by the borders of the Wild Star region and insectoid territory. He informed even as he massaged his temples. It had been a long time since he had any sleep at all thanks to this mission and the fact that there were simply too many reports and analyses that he needed to deal with. Xia Fei mulled over this new information before asking, what are their numbers? Approximately 300 combined fleets. Xia Fei was stunned. A single combined fleet meant that there was at least 1 capital ship, so was it not a bit too ridiculous to mobilize 300 capital ships as well as over tens of thousands of battleships just to welcome the guests from the Pan-Human Alliance? Could there be some scheme at work here? Williams could spot the hesitation in Xia Fei and laughed. I guess it is still impossible for there to be trust between us and the insectoids. Sending such a massive force to guard the border regions is no more than to shock the other party, so you don't have to worry about this. Know how many fleets the Alliance has gathered in the nearby Enduro Star region? Xia Fei shook his head. Williams said in a mysteriously low voice, half of the military's standing combat strength is gathered in the Enduro Star region right now, with the Chief of Navy Leighton personally taking command. Half of the military. That essentially meant half of the entire military presence the Alliance had was all garrisoned by the borders. The total number of fleets the Alliance had was a secret that Xia Fei had no idea about. All he knew was something Thuram once mentioned, that the number of combined fleets in the Alliance was never below 1,000. It basically meant that there were over 500 combined fleets holding down the line behind Xia Fei. 500 combined fleets was astounding. The total number of people manning these fleets could be counted in the billions and could easily match the population found in the entire star region. Xia Fei laughed uproariously. So the military has already come prepared, in that case, I'm at ease. They don't trust us, but the same can be said about us to them. This is fair. Williams nodded. It's good that you know that. I was afraid that you might be scared stiff seeing such an overwhelming force the other party has at the ready, which is why I'm informing you now in advance. Can you imagine what would happen if your 3 small trade delegation fleets were to face a super fleet which has tens of thousands of battleships? Xia Fei tried to picture the scene in his head, but unfortunately, he had never ever seen such a massive fleet thus far, so he simply could not imagine what it would look like. Would it be like an ant going up against an elephant? No. Perhaps it would be as absurd as an ant facing up against the entire Earth. Xia Fei smiled. What do I have to worry about? The trade delegation from the insectoids will receive an even warmer welcome in the Enduro Star region than what I'm getting from the insectoids. They ought to be the ones feeling frightened, not us. Williams laughed. Since the insectoids are using their massive fleets to scare you all, I'll use an even larger fleet to scare them back. You must remember that half of the Alliance military is rallying behind you. Xia Fei shrugged. It's not that shocking. I've already mentally prepared myself for this voyage into the insectoid territory. Williams asked, are you satisfied with Song Qian? Xia Fei nodded. The man is rather measured, not too fond of chatting. As for the matter of cooperation, I'm afraid only time will tell if we can get along. After all, we've barely had much time to get to know each other. Williams remarked, out of the 3 fleets, you're the one whom I feel the most at ease with, for you're crafty enough, while Song Qian is calm and composed. I'm sure that you'll get along swimmingly. Another 70 hours passed. The 3 trade delegation fleets from the Alliance traveled through their wormholes and officially made their way into the insectoid territory. It was just as Williams described, hundreds of insectoid fleets appeared in front of Xia Fei. Insectoid warships had a strange appearance, looking very much like black insects that were flying in space. The cannons that extended from its hull were like antennas, while their portholes appeared to be like countless eyes. Though he had already been mentally prepared for such a scene, Xia Fei was still startled by the size of the massive fleets. Hundreds of these ships were all grouped together, dotting the starry backdrop in such numbers that they even made space seem somewhat cramped. No matter which direction he faced, all he could see were warships clustered in varying numbers, endless and practically uncountable numbers as far as the eye could see. "Look, that's an insectoid capital ship," Phantom said in a low voice. Xia Fei turned to where Phantom was looking, and he noted how each of the fleets had 2 very large and majestic warships, with hundreds of smaller warships that were tightly circling the capital ships, like a swarm of bees close to their hives. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows and shook his head, muttering to himself, "Every fleet's configured with 2 capital ships, one a carrier and the other a dreadnought. This seems to be a common fleet configuration only used in times of war, no." Chapter 363, Crisis. Fleets had a wartime and a peacetime configuration. In peacetime, capital ships acted as more of a deterrence, and combined fleets would usually just have a single carrier capital ship as support, while a dreadnought would hardly be in use. A carrier was considered as a multi-purpose warship, possessing powerful combat capabilities while also serving as the best logistical support to a fleet, providing repairs, supplies, and other auxiliary tasks. Meanwhile, the purpose of a dreadnought directly contrasted that of a carrier. It boasted both a devastating firepower and a thickly reinforced hull. It would not provide any logistical support to any other ships but only serve itself. Its very existence was to attack, and attack again. Soldiers gave the carrier the intimate nickname Nanny because if a fleet had a carrier, then there would be no need for them to dock for repairs back in a spaceport. If a warship got damaged, it merely had to go into the belly of the carrier and it could be restocked, repaired, and maintained. These tasks it accomplished made it similar to the role of a mother, taking care of every crew's need in a fleet. In contrast, the soldiers called the dreadnought the god of death. Violent and irascible, its firepower triumphed those of hundreds of battleships, serving no other purpose beyond charging into battle. A dreadnought would no longer be able to move the moment its cannons began firing, and it would either just lay waste to the enemy or be destroyed itself. Having both the dreadnought and the carrier in the fleet was the standard wartime configuration, so why would the insectoids send the dreadnoughts out? Could they be planning to launch an attack on someone? Scan all the enemy warships. I want to know if all the fleets are in wartime configuration. Xia Fei gave the order. Soon, the scan results appeared on the holographic screen and Xia Fei could not help but suck in a cold breath. 350 insectoid fleets, and all of them in wartime configuration. This isn't normal. Phantom was skeptical. Xia Fei immediately established a super long-range communication through the Black Bat radar to the Alliance military. "General Williams, we've already arrived in the insectoid territory. Fleet Commander Du Fuwei has already informed us of that. Do you have anything special to report?" The 3 fleets on this mission had Li Mo, Xia Fei, and Du Fuwei in command. Du Fuwei was the overall commander of these 3 fleets, so he would be the first to report if anything were to crop up. Xia Fei solemnly said, "Did Du Fuwei tell you anything strange about the insectoid fleet's configuration?" "What's strange about it?" Williams asked. "Every single fleet is in wartime configuration, having both a carrier and a dreadnought in position." "Say that again." "They are all in wartime configuration, a dual capital ship setup." Williams rubbed his chin for a full 2 minutes. "Continue observation. Report first to Du Fuwei if anything crops up. After all, he's the one in charge of this mission, and our military commander Ashley is aboard his ship. If there's a need to adapt to changing circumstances, they'll be the ones making the decisions." Xia Fei nodded, not saying a word. Williams hung up and immediately contacted the silver-haired General Tai. Xia Fei just sent a message that, though the insectoids' total fleets are fewer than ours, all of them are in the standard wartime configuration, dual capital ship setup, Williams said gravely. 3 hours later, the thousands of insectoid warships were still staring at the 3 measly fleets from afar. Each second passed, Xia Fei tried to contact the insectoids, but they rejected his communication request, neither speaking nor letting Xia Fei and the others pass. The atmosphere was strangely tense. It was a huge mental pressure for all to be in this standoff. After all, they were in enemy territory, facing up against many foes that were tens and thousands of times stronger than theirs. No one knew why the insectoids were acting so strangely. Xia Fei's fleet was akin to a dried leaf which had fallen off the tree. A light breeze was all it would take to send him scattering into the winds. The holographic screen suddenly appeared, and a vexed Williams was on it. The always calm and composed man was under such great pressure that he seemed a little flustered. Any movement from the insectoids yet? None whatsoever. It's the same over at the Enduro Star region. The 3 insectoid fleets are completely surrounded by our ships, and from our scans, we can clearly see every insectoid's silhouettes, but they have rejected all our attempts at establishing communication, merely staying there stationary in space. Xia Fei was deep in thought. No doubt that their current situation was very curious. The insectoids were the ones who had come forward with great enthusiasm to discuss trade with the Pan-Human Alliance. Could they have had a change of heart at this point? General, what should we do? Xia Fei asked. Williams let out a long sigh as he gave the order. Continue waiting. More fleets are heading to Enduro Star region. We must let the insectoid know that the Alliance isn't afraid of a challenge. If they dare to try anything funny, we'll be sure to let them pay the ultimate price. Xia Fei felt as if he had been duped. What was initially agreed upon as establishing trade between the 2 races had become a stalemate between the humans and insectoids. The Wild Star region was like an exclusionary zone. Now, this divide had been pulled down. For thousands of years, these 2 races had been peering at each other through the safety of this exclusionary zone, and this was actually the first time the fleets from both races would actually be so close since the 2 sapient races had their 100 years of war with each other before. In the Enduro Star region, the 3 small insectoid fleets were surrounded by the nearly 600 combined fleets of the Pan-Human Alliance. The insectoids were like several cockroaches surrounded by a crowd of humans, the former quietly waiting in the human territory, neither daring to leave, advance, or even establish any connection with the humans. Though humans detested cockroaches and wished that they could just kill them with a stomp of their feet, their hands were also tied. This was a diplomatic mission, and firing even a single shot would mean pulling the humans and insectoids into an all-out war. Humans would not be afraid of 1 or 2 cockroaches, but anyone would feel abject fear if they came crawling out in the hundreds of thousands. On another end, in the Wild Star region, Xia Fei and the other humans were being surrounded by this large host of cockroaches. They were not letting Xia Fei pass, nor were they letting them leave or attempt any communication. Xia Fei suddenly thought of a terrible problem. Since the very beginning of the proposed trade agreement, the final awkward compromise and now this absurd stalemate here in the Wild Star region, it had always been the insectoids that held the initiative, while the humans were the ones being led around by their noses. In the end, they did not even give any explanation to speak of and forced billions of Alliance soldiers to be on standby near the borders. Xia Fei felt a very strong uneasiness in his heart. Any humans would hate being surrounded by such a large group of bugs like this, but there was nothing he could do in this situation. When the 2 powerful races in this universe were caught in a contest of brinkmanship, an individual's strength was incomparably minuscule, incapable of changing anything. This situation carried on in such a manner, and before he knew it, a whole month had passed. Xia Fei was already slowly getting used to this life, where he would be watched by the insectoids in front the moment he woke up as he kept cultivating and learning according to his schedule daily, even managing to finish concocting the medication to raise the rank of his special ability, though he failed to find any opportunity to consume it. Xia Fei would have to suffer immense pain every time he ranked up in this manner, causing him to lose the freedom of his movement for a time, unable to react to whatever was happening around him. Faced against these hundreds of thousands of cannons all pointed at him, Xia Fei had no intention of losing even a second of consciousness. That was why Xia Fei had decided to first wait until things became slightly more peaceful before he searched for a more appropriate time to consume the medication. The military would send a simple report to Xia Fei through the Black Bat radar, the contents of which covering the negotiations, as well as assuaging the 3 fleets not to panic and to wait for the results patiently. In the beginning, Xia Fei would give these reports a good look, but in the end, he got lazy from even glancing at the briefing. The message was always the same, stating how the military lacked the ability to relieve them of the situation, with hardly anything new to report. The military presence of the insectoids increased every day, and after a whole month of this standstill, there were over 500 fleets, increasing from the 350 combined fleets that had first surrounded Xia Fei a month ago. The Alliance had also increased their numbers accordingly, stuffing 700 combined fleets in a show of force right by the borders, maintaining their numerical superiority over the number of insectoid warships they could see. Wrangling the fleets from the various bases scattered all across Alliance territory, with new fleets joining in every day. At this rate, it would only be a matter of time before the entire Alliance military's naval fleet would be gathered here right by the borders, so who would be protecting the other potential entrances? Furthermore, gathering so many fleets as they did would require an astronomical sum of money. People needed to eat every day, and the cost to keep them all fed daily was insane. Even if there was no invasion, the Alliance might very well be killed just from the military expenditure alone. The Alliance continued to spend as this grim situation persisted, and the huge pressure made it difficult for every single one of them to breathe. While Xia Fei was trapped by one border of the insectoid territory, unable to advance or retreat deep in space, there were other fleets secretly being gathered. More than 600 fleets had been gathered here against the backdrop of the dark red space over the last few months, and this gathering was even stronger than the fleets guarding the borders. It could be said that these fleets were the true gathering of the strongest insectoid fleets. At this moment, the colossal and ferocious fleets were all already ready to go, and they were merely waiting for General Tananai to give the order. Woody was the smartest chieftain of the Golden Tent, someone with an intellect that the entire insectoid race admired and envied. Similarly, the fact that he was of the mite species meant his short and skinny stature was constantly criticized by his fellows. As the biological brother of Woody, Tananai's situation was no better than his older brother. Even though he was half a head taller than Woody, he was still only 0.65 meters tall. "Carry me up," General Tananai raised his head and said in a high voice. His height and voice were not at all congruent, so he sounded high-pitched when he spoke, tinkling like a bell. A big and tall warrior of the mantis species immediately squatted and lifted General Tananai high above his head. He extended his long arms to lift him up to the podium. Tidying his uniform, General Tananai proceeded to face the video camera and declared loudly, "Soldiers, the day that you've long been waiting for is upon us. As long as we cross this invisible wormhole, we'll be directly transported into human territory, some 4.9 million light-years away from the venal galaxy. At the moment, the human army has already been forced to congregate by the borders, and those stupid humans will never have thought of the real enemy appearing in a handful of hours right near their capital, descending upon them from out of nowhere." General Tananai was getting more and more excited as he spoke, his green eyes releasing a savage glow. "We'll be killing our way right into the heart of the capital, pillaging their treasures, eating their women and children, pulling out their intestines and stuffing them back in before pulling them out again to choke the lights out of their eyes with them. Long live the insectoids! Long live Woody! The entire universe shall belong to us!" A thunderous applause rang out in that dark and murky space as the insectoids set off with a desire for bloodletting. Chapter 364, War. Venal Galaxy was 3.9 million light-years away from the capital. A single Colidarian Scorpion-class electronic warfare battleship was on its usual patrol route, searching for any abnormal signals nearby, monitoring each warship passing by. Electronic warfare battleships were not equipped with too much firepower as their primary role was to disrupt and search for enemies. Their high-tech electronics system made it so that they were able to detect suspicious ships in the surrounding 100,000 light-year radius easily or detect any strange energy signatures in the universe. All of a sudden, flashing dots rapidly appeared across the Colidarian Scorpion's radar, increasing in number like a sudden heavy snowfall, across the display. In a matter of minutes, the entire top left corner of the radar display was stained white. The preemptive warning system let out a piercing clack-con, the indicator lights flashing wildly, bathing the entire command deck red and black glows. "Captain, a large number of unknown warships have appeared somewhere 714 light-years away from us," cried the radar operator in disbelief as he stared at the display screen. "What are their numbers? Ship models? What fleets are they from?" The large bearded captain, who had been drowsily leaning back on the command chair, leaped to his feet, rushing to the radar system and staring at the screen with puzzlement as he issued a series of commands. The radar system indicated that they are of unknown signatures. "We have no way of knowing the warship signals of the other party or whom they belong to. Their numbers are currently at 1,139 and counting. Oh, my god, this is a super fleet. It even has capital ships. Many capital ships." The bearded captain abruptly became dazed. The war in the Death Tri region had not yet settled, while the wretched insectoids had been gathering plenty of warships right by their borders. The defense of the Pan-Human Alliance was at an unprecedented level of shakiness. Perhaps this was an emergency combat exercise that the military attempted, for only the military had permissions to hide their warship signatures, making it so that electronic systems would be unable to scan their ship model and ID. After a pause, the bearded captain gave another order. Communications officer, immediately contact the defense headquarters. I want to know if the military is doing a drill. Everyone, don't panic yet. Remember, the capital is near, so if they're really enemies, there's no way our allies won't have known that these entities managed to encroach deep into the core of the alliance. The young preemptive warning system operator nodded as he kept his eyes glued to the screen. Captain, the defense headquarters has confirmed that there are no authorized fleets near our vicinity. That is to say, these fleets we have spotted do not belong to the alliance. The communications officer hurriedly reported the response from the headquarters loudly. Despite his standard defense force uniform, he could still clearly make out his heart pumping intensely, seemingly about to burst right out of his chest. Can you say that again? The bearded captain was bewildered. He could not believe the message from the defense headquarters. These aren't our fleets. At that moment, the bearded man could only feel his blood roll inside him, dizziness overcoming him. He uneasily staggered 2 steps backward as the color on his face turned whiter than snow. Captain, the number of enemy warships has already broken 5,000, what do we do? What can we do? Captain, let's just warn the headquarters in advance first. The bearded captain held out his thick palms and gave himself a slap, forcibly sobering himself up. Everyone shut up. He was nearly bellowing. Report to the defense headquarters, Admiralty, Ministry of Military Affairs, Alliance Defense, send them all a warning. ASSS level warning. The soldiers were all rooted to the spot. Under normal circumstances, the highest level of warning was code red, yet the captain had just ordered them to give a SSS level warning, a level of warning not within the usual range but instead the ultimate wartime alert across the entire alliance, codenamed destruction. Anyone knew that hearing the code signified the coming of Armageddon, as it was the most severe warning level. Connect me to the headquarters. The bearded captain wiped his forehead off sweat as he said this. It had merely been a minute and he was already drenched in sweat. Headquarters, I am Captain Ritters of Guardian 17, an electronic warfare battleship. I am requesting a jump to a point of anomaly to engage in close contact confirmation, the bearded Ritter said in a somber voice. The soldiers on the command deck were all nervous hearing that. A close contact confirmation meant that their warship would directly warp into the center of that massive fleet. If they were truly a fleet belonging to the enemies, this one jump would mean their deaths. Guardian 17, the headquarters has authorized your request to engage in close contact observation. Godspeed. The military's command was cold and emotionless, and that final send-off was something the communications officer on the other end could not help but offer. Everyone knew that such an order to a battleship was like sending 1,000 warriors off to hell. Dead silence permeated the command deck. It was as if the air had instantly frozen. Everyone, you'd better sober up. The bearded Ritters bellowed his rebuke. Activate the warp drive, I want to see just who were so bold to appear so close to the Alliance capital, unannounced. This was when the radar operator, who had only recently joined the army, reported in a hoarse voice, cracking as he was nearly on the verge of tears. The number of the unknown warships has already broken 20,000. The review of their signatures through the distributed radar has just indicated that these are insectoid warships. They're insectoids. I don't care what race they are. We've already been given our orders, which I am relaying to all of you, we're going to get a closer look. Ritter's reply was almost hysterical. A bright channel appeared in front of the warship, and the bright glowing reflected off the hull of this Scorpion-class battleship, which had served the Alliance for decades. This warship was well maintained, and it looked brand new. Captain Ritters walked back to his captain's seat somewhat unsteadily. There was no living human, even heroes, who would not feel fear with death looming before them. There would always be all sorts of heroes shown in films, able to ignore their fate as they were facing the Grim Reaper, sans the slightest hint of timidity, but that was only something that existed in films. In reality, even heroes were just men, and they too would feel fear. The only difference was that heroes would be able to show greater fortitude than the average human beings in such situations. Those with family, send off an email while you can, tell them to escape as soon as possible, Ritter said in a low voice. They very quickly got through the wormhole. Guardian 17 steadily exited, and every single one aboard the battleship stared out a porthole, praying to their non-existent gods, but they were soon disappointed. No. It was more of despair. Seeing the tens and thousands of insectoid warships before them, this was the first time Captain Ritters felt how minuscule his Scorpion-class battleship was in comparison, just like a drop of water to a vast ocean. It was simply an indescribable juxtaposition. Send this live feed to the headquarters, Ritters ordered. Send it across all channels along with a warning to the enemy ships. Lock onto the nearest insectoid warship. Prepare to fire the guided missiles. The skinny soldier in charge of operating the weapons system initiated the warm-up even as tears rolled down his cheeks. He responded with a cracked voice, "Captain, this is futile." Captain Ritters glared at him even as he let out a growl, "This isn't about futility. We are soldiers, so our mission is our duty." The Alliance Honorary Defense Force, Patrol Code Article 13, when a patrolling warship locates an enemy, a warning must be issued and a counterattack must be executed on the spot. The soldiers were all shocked. What Ritters had said was the truth. Their mission was indeed to eliminate any enemy that dared to invade the Alliance. There was no difference if it was a single enemy or 10,000 of them. The 4 Fury cruise missiles blazed into fiery trails as they flew toward an insectoid battleship. It was weak and ineffectual, like a child using their tender fists to beat a giant. Just as these missiles were fired, countless gloriously radiant lasers were unleashed, instantly disintegrating that battleship, Guardian 17, into dust. It was 6:08 a.m., Venal time. The second war between humans and insectoids had officially begun. On the Impaler's command deck, Xia Fei was sipping tea as he leisurely gazed at the tens of thousands of insectoid ships outside. Suddenly, Xia Fei's right arm vibrated, and the teacup in his hand spilled all over his pants. "What are you doing?" Phantom ridiculed Xia Fei. "To think you could spill tea all over your pants just trying to drink it. To think you proudly called yourself a high-ranking speed ability user." Xia Fei set the teacup down and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe himself, mumbling, "I suddenly had this very bad premonition today, as if something is about to happen." Phantom laughed. "It's your amazing intuition acting up again. You're only a special ability user who has a fully opened 7th brain region, not some precog." Xia Fei shrugged and did not comment. However, the heavy sensation he had felt in his heart was getting heavier. It was a very strange feeling, as if he had accidentally lost something that he would miss greatly. He looked up and glanced at the multi-time zone clock hanging on the wall of the command deck. It was around 6 a.m. in Venal, which was most likely a time when Avril should be asleep. He had no idea if she was having a restful sleep, wondering whether she would occasionally toss her bed covers over or maybe drool slightly as she slept. Xia Fei was somewhat amused by this thought, his lips curling into the slightest of smiles as he thought to himself, "A drooling Avril must be a very lovely sight, right?" Suddenly, the display system automatically switched on. It was an emergency transmission from the military, using their supreme authority to establish a connection with everyone unceremoniously. Xia Fei was surprised by this as he took several steps closer to the holographic screen. All he saw was General Williams bearing a very grim expression, a look of seriousness that Xia Fei felt the man had never shown before. 3 minutes ago, an insectoid fleet had suddenly appeared in the Venal galaxy, some 4.9 million light-years away from the Alliance capital, and destroyed a reconnaissance ship of ours. 15 minutes later, the President gave a speech, officially declaring war on insectoids. Everyone's mouth hung agape, flabbergasted. The situation had developed well beyond their expectations. Who would have thought that the insectoid fleets would actually abruptly appear in the heart of the Alliance without any preamble? Just how did they succeed in doing this? A distance of 4.9 million light-years might sound far, but to a warship equipped with warp engines, it would merely take 4 days to descend upon the capital ring. Given how the main fleets of the Alliance were all garrisoned defending the borders of Enduro Star region, the capital defense force would hardly be able to put up any effective defense for long. This was an extremely diabolical move, a singular assault that would strike right at the weak underbelly of the Alliance. There was but a brief pause. Williams did not even bother waiting for anyone to ask any question when he anxiously continued. "We've fallen for the insectoids' trap. The Alliance's main fleets are now here by the borders, while their main fleets have already gone for a surprise attack. The military is immediately holding an emergency meeting, so there's no way anyone can take care of you. Best I can do is inform you all about this through the Black Bat radar. The enemy is yet unaware that we have learned of their maneuver. Escape while you still can right now. May you rest in peace if you fail," said Williams in a solemn voice, offering his parting words with a measure of guilt. Chapter 365, Ambush. Escape while you still can now. May you rest in peace if you fail. Williams' words were actually declaring the fate of this task force. Escape? How and where could they possibly escape to while right under the very scrutiny of these insectoid warships which numbered in the tens of thousands? Xia Fei had designed and researched the Black Bat radar, and it was only recently fitted into the military. The three fleets at present were all fitted with this transcendental piece of technology, and the transmission that Williams had just sent to Xia Fei via the Black Bat radar. The insectoids were yet uninformed or even aware that their fleets had successfully invaded the Alliance's core, which was why Xia Fei and the others still had a bit of time on their hands to devise a potential escape plan. Unfortunately, humans were a greedy and fearful bunch. Williams' parting words meant that the military would not be sending reinforcements to extract the three fleets, so the panicked atmosphere very quickly spread among the crew. Quarrels, cries, and fights erupted all at once, and the entire task force was in a state of disarray. Fortunately, Xia Fei was alone on his impaler, so there was no way that anyone could disrupt his thoughts. Because he was holding too many secrets in him, that was why he had rejected Song Qian's suggestion to be on the same ship. Xia Fei did not first think of how to escape but rather Avril. It was practically an innate reaction as if the life of this beloved lady was already a part of the life that he could not tear asunder. The two were billions of light years away from each other, but their hearts were as one. If 4 days was all the time the insectoid fleets would need to invade the capital, then Avril was in an exceptionally perilous predicament, a prospect that Xia Fei was deeply concerned about. How massive are the insectoid fleets? Can the capital ring hold them at bay? Xia Fei anxiously asked. His two hands were balled up into fists in front of his chest, the nervousness he was feeling easily seen without needing any words. Williams was first shocked before slowly shaking his head. He was one of the military triumvirate, so he should not inflate the enemy's ambition and underestimate his side's strength. Anyone else might say some insignificant words of consolation, but Xia Fei's earnest expression made it hard for Williams to toss such platitudes his way. He was already feeling quite guilty over the fate of this task force, so how could he bear to lie to Xia Fei? "Help me take care of Avril!" Xia Fei yelled, but before he could finish his sentence, a change to the current status quo occurred. It turned out that plenty of warships immediately became a mess in the ensuing confusion after receiving the news. They did not even listen to the command and started their warp engines in preparation for leaving the place, but none of them had considered the fact that tens of thousands of insectoid warships were around them. Why would they let them leave? The moment the first warship opened up their wormhole to jump through, the insectoid commander gave the order to fire, and the emotionless female voice of the warship's radar system could be heard. "Attention, the enemy is attempting to lock on. Enemy weapon systems are charging up and are ready to fire at any moment." Xia Fei could no longer care to contact Williams. He quickly commanded his master computer. "Activate the cloaking device and immediately break away from the fleets. I repeat, break away from the fleet." Zing! A protective layer, which shared the same color as space, suddenly enveloped Xia Fei's impaler. It only took the ship 2 seconds to disappear into the starry backdrop, just in time before the insectoid ships locked on. However, the other warships were not as lucky. The radar system kept announcing new enemy lock-ons because there were simply too many enemy warships. In fact, the announcement could not even keep up with the number of ships that had been locked on. Fortunately, Xia Fei had not spared in his expense to purchase the STML cloaking device, or else there was no way for him to escape. However, just hiding away was not enough, for there was still an uncountable number of enemy warships everywhere around him. The insectoid war fleets were slowly pressing forward, while the trade delegation fleets were frantically attempting to escape in every direction. If any of them accidentally bump into Xia Fei's impaler, or if the intensity of the insectoid's barrage created too powerful a shockwave, it could cause the stealth to fail and knock his ship out of stealth. "Random warp! Random warp!" Xia Fei kept yelling his order. At present, Xia Fei could no longer let the ship's computer calculate his positioning. Instead, he opted for a random warp, leaving it all to chance. His first priority was to evade the massive insectoid fleets before he tried to find his way back into the Alliance territory. As for the other members in this task force and those death guards he had planted, Xia Fei no longer cared about any of them. A stealth wormhole would not create any of its standard glow, but the fact that it was opening without any rigorous calculations meant that it was an extremely risky maneuver. According to historical records, in order for STML to research and develop this stealth wormhole technology, they had to utilize some technology which had not undergone practical experimentations. The stability of this wormhole was worse than the usual warp wormholes, not to mention the fact that Xia Fei was attempting a random warp at the moment. This maneuver Xia Fei was attempting right now might very well be the first time in human history that anyone had really used the stealth wormhole technology, and it was impossible to predict what would be the ensuing result. The insectoid fleets finally opened fire. Tens and thousands of warships unleashed their weapon systems at the same time, forming a dense cluster of lights which shone as bright as a burning star, distorting the entire space. Fear. Desolation. It was hard to describe with words the scene that unfolded, the ensuing glow of this immeasurably brighter than even the most dazzling fireworks display. Boom! A warship which had managed to get half of its body into a wormhole exploded, and the closing wormhole stopped, creating a powerful spatial disturbance, which appeared to be the twisting and contorting of space to anyone looking. In the course of a few seconds, 36 cruisers, 2 battleships and 12 cargo ships were instantly ravaged by enemy fire. The wreckage that remained of these warships whizzed off like bullets and drifted aimlessly into the endless expanse. Xia Fei's impaler had just managed to open a wormhole, and the forceful explosion, abnormal spatial distortion, and ship debris everywhere harassed the impaler as it tried to leave. Ping ping ping. The muted sounds of several chunks struck the impaler, causing it to break out of stealth. The insectoids, who had discovered that an Alliance warship had avoided their initial attack, were not about to let it escape, so all their fire control systems began targeting and locking onto the impaler. Overclock and bear ahead at full speed immediately close the wormhole. Xia Fei screamed. Don't close the wormhole too early, or you'll be sent into a multidimensional space. Phantom shouted with his 2 eyes bulging in bewilderment. I'll need to take the risk, or else I'll be dooming us to death. Xia Fei was not about to be bugged by this multidimensional space that Phantom mentioned. Plunging right into the wormhole was his only wish right now. When backed into a corner, humans would always take a roll of the dice. Whether he succeeded or otherwise would all depend on this one move. Whoosh! The impaler's thrusters blazed a trailer as it went diving into the wormhole. The hull rocked severely, the overclocking potentially going way past 100% of its limit. The wormhole went from large to small, rapidly shrinking just as the attack from the insectoids arrived. Though the powerful cannon fire did not strike Xia Fei, it did cause even greater disruption to the already not very stable wormhole. In the command deck, Xia Fei was gripping his seat tightly, his eyes peeled to the front even as the weak wormhole behind the impaler rapidly collapsed. This time, Xia Fei's life was really hanging by a thread. Venal Galaxy, the capital of the Pan-Human Alliance. It was just past 6, and the warning lights across every street and alleyway began flashing, the ear-piercing clacon getting every citizen out of their beds. Everyone rubbed their eyes, not at all understanding what was happening. This is the Alliance emergency alert. President Wood Johnson will be giving a televised speech in 12 minutes. Everyone, please turn on your TV and tune in. Note, this isn't a drill. Not a drill. Humans had had too long a peace that several had already forgotten that such an alert system existed. They turned on their TVs with puzzlement and were so shocked that they could not utter another word after. According to the latest news, the insectoid fleets have already broken into a region some 4.9 million light-years away in the Venal Galaxy and are presently heading right into the heart of the capital ring for an invasion at their top speed. We have yet to receive a detailed report from the Ministry of Military Affairs, so we are unable to determine just how many insectoid fleets have managed to sneak into the Alliance, and what their intentions may be. Everyone, please don't go away. In 11 minutes, President Wood Johnson will be giving an important speech to everyone, the entire Pan-Human Alliance. The TV, interplanetary internet, and every form of broadcast were all tuning into the situation as it unfolded. Meanwhile, Xia Fei, as well as the small delegation fleets, had already been tossed at the back of everyone's mind. No one even remembered them, nor did they care whether Xia Fei was still alive or not. 10 minutes later, at the Presidential Press Conference Center, the Alliance President Wood Johnson stood alone on the podium as busy staff rushed around him. Information was constantly being sent, but Johnson did not pay any attention to this. He did his best to sort out his emotions, hoping to make himself appear as calmly as possible. It was no easy task for any president to announce an enemy invasion. When his secretary woke him up from his sleep after hearing about the news of the insectoids movement, he instantly understood that whether they wished to or otherwise, the war between the two races had already begun. What he must now do was announce this one news that he had no wish of ever announcing in his whole life: war. President Johnson was also a man with a full head of silver hair. While many people thought that he had some sort of blood relation with the silver-haired General Tai of the Ministry of Military Affairs, it was actually not the case. Johnson came from a poor family, devoting his life to politics after witnessing his parents killed by gangsters. He was determined to make the Pan-Human Alliance an even safer place for all, and the citizens were used to calling him the most peace-loving president in the history of the alliance, a man of the people. Ironically, it was this peace-loving President Johnson who would be making a decision which his predecessor's predecessor or even the predecessor's predecessor never had to do. He needed to declare war against the insectoids. "Mr. President, 10 seconds till your live broadcast," the director kindly reminded him. President Johnson puffed out his chest and gazed right at the several dozen ultra-sync broadcasting cameras in front of him. He ran a hand across his head of silver hair, hoping that the citizens could see him composed. However, there was no way for him to control his heart palpitation. With a hostile force knocking right at his front door, there was no way any hot-blooded male would not be angry, not to mention the fact that he was the leader of the entire alliance. 20 minutes ago, at 6:08 am. Venal time, the insectoid fleet suddenly invaded a space 4.9 million light-years away from the Alliance capital and destroyed a reconnaissance ship of ours, causing the death of over 1,755 soldiers. 19 minutes ago, the 48 ships making up the trade delegation from the insectoids self-destructed right by the borders of the Enduro Star region, causing immense casualties within the Alliance Defense Force. 74 warships of varying size were destroyed, and close to 200 warships suffered severe damage to varying degrees. The death toll of this act is temporarily unavailable. Johnson paused for a moment at this point, his two eyes red as his voice sounded somewhat choked. Chapter 366, Tragic Withdrawal from the Capital Ring. At 7:49 Venal time, an hour and 40 minutes after the descent of the insectoid invasion army, the Ministry of Military Affairs, the Joint Conference of Supreme Defense Commanders. Tai intentionally coughed twice. The President announced roughly more than an hour ago that the entire alliance is now under martial law. The military now has complete control of its defenses. The reserves and civil defense forces will soon come under our control. Currently, we require a workable strategy to drive these contemptible bugs out of the alliance territory. The generals were all silent. Williams took out a box of maple syrup candy and lightly placed one in his mouth before speaking. "Our enemy's goal is very clear: occupy the capital. After which, they'll use the resources of the capital ring to move on to the next phase of their plan. We must stop them from achieving their goal." An old, dark-skinned general to the side heavily sighed. "General Williams, the enemy army will take no more than 4 days to arrive, and our main forces are stationed at the borders. You should know more than anyone else how much strength the capital defense forces have available. It's not realistic to stop them with the forces we have in the capital, and there's not enough time to bring in men from outside. This isn't even considering the other enemy army threatening the Enduro Star region. We can't afford to move the border armies. In these circumstances, do you really think that it's possible to defend the capital?" The conference room was filled with sighs. The Alliance's army was scattered across the border regions, but there were still 100 combined fleets stationed in the capital. Still, these 100 fleets were not enough at all compared to the more than 600 fleets of their enemy. Moreover, the insectoids still had 600 fleets at the edge of the Enduro Star region, ready to rush in at any time. The situation was extremely perilous. On the planar star map, the Enduro Star region was located south of the capital ring. Once the insectoids occupied the capital, the fleets could join with the existing army on the borders to surround from this region to the south of the capital, and there was no doubt that the alliance would be unable to hold out against the assault of 1,200 fleets. A quarter of the alliance's southern territories would instantly be occupied by the insectoids. These were not the only consequences to the capital being taken. It had to be understood that this was the political, economic, and culture heart of the alliance. Once the capital was lost, the economic impact to the alliance would be immense, and panic would rapidly spread through the people. After all, the capital ring was the heart and face of the alliance. Without the heart, how could a human survive? Williams lightly rapped his finger on the table. In brief, the capital can't be lost. This is the result of meticulous analysis performed by the staff of the General Headquarters. Once the capital is lost, the alliance's economy will fall back by 1,000 years, and both the army and common people will be thrown into disarray. The dark-skinned general slapped the table and furiously said, "General Williams, your staff officers can really talk. The capital ring's defense army consists of 106 fleets in total, and 30% of them aren't combined fleets. Within 3 days, we can only amass another 70 or so fleets from the surrounding areas, not even hitting 200 fleets in all. If we were to exclude the security defensive fleets, which lacked any fighting power, our true fighting force is essentially 100 combined fleets, so using 100 fleets against the over 600 insectoid fleets heading toward the capital, each supplemented with 2 capital ships. If you could fight this war and win, this old man would cut off his head and give it to you. The size of exasperation in the conference room got even heavier. This was a hopeless war. All the generals present understood this. I'm not saying that we should directly fight with the enemy, but have any of you ever thought of this? The capital possesses the best resources and manpower in the alliance. If we can't hold the capital, we can just move the capital away and set the entire venal galaxy aflame, not leaving the enemies even a shred of resources. Everyone was stunned. Setting the venal galaxy aflame? This was where humanity had originated, God's gift to them. Every citizen of the Pan-Human Alliance regarded this place as holy land. Moving the capital? Destroying the venal galaxy? Forget even pulling it off in the limited time available, such an option was something that they could not emotionally accept. This was like giving someone a knife and telling them to stab themselves in the heart. It required enormous courage. Williams clenched his teeth. I know that none of you are willing to give up on the capital, give up on this first home that humanity first inhabited, but I must remind you all that only a place where humans live can be called our home. Once the venal galaxy falls into the hands of the insectoids, the result will be 100 times more tragic than now. They all fell silent. This was a difficult decision. No one was willing to give up on venal, but all of them understood that the military did not have the ability to protect it. I object, shouted a general with large ears. They all glanced at him and saw that this was the deputy head of the Admiralty, Admiral Leighton's aide Statham. Leighton had already gone off to the Enduro Star region to lead the defense, leaving Statham and the rest of his aides in the Admiralty to oversee affairs. The venal galaxy was already lost once, during the robot rebellion, we can't allow her to be lost again at the hands of the insectoids. The Admiralty headquarters has a fleet consisting entirely of capital ships, 80 dreadnoughts, 80 carriers, and 10 supercarriers. Now is the time to deploy the supercapital fleet on the battlefield and defend venal galaxy to the death. Even if we die, we must die here. Before the man could finish, William softly said, the Freedom Cavalry is the foundation of the military. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we can't mobilize this supercapital fleet. Plus, even if we send in the Freedom Cavalry, can we really win? What if this force is completely wiped out? The Alliance will lose its final hope. The Freedom Cavalry they spoke of was a super fleet formed entirely of capital ships, and its base was only 20 jumps away from the capital ring. The military had invested enormous efforts into the super fleet. All of the members of it were the elites of the elites and could go 1 versus 100. Alas, the Freedom Cavalry was the only force of its kind in the Alliance, the last resort of the military. If the Freedom Cavalry was sent in, the military would lose its means of contending against the insectoids. After all, the capital ships in this fleet formed 1/3 of the total number of capital ships in the Alliance. You coward! You traitor! You're giving up on venal galaxy? The people will curse your name, you contemptible scoundrel! Don't you fear being drowned to death by the spittle of the people cursing your name? Statham furiously bellowed, his body shivering in agitation. Williams turned the candy in his mouth over with his tongue before lightly answering, I'm not afraid. The only thing I fear is humanity being wiped off the star map. The capital can be rebuilt, but can humanity? Statham was unconvinced, but before he could continue cursing Pine Williams, he heard a great boom. Silver-haired General Tai finally had enough. He slammed the table and sent the teacups on it flying in the air, his face ashen. Even the temperamental Statham did not dare to say any more. The legends said that Tai's bellow of fury was an ultimate weapon akin to the roar of the goddess of freedom. Nobody dared to challenge General Tai's authority in the military. Enough! Silence, all of you! Tai roared. The conference room became deathly still, the generals not even daring to breathe too loudly. Williams, how long will it take to move the capital? Tai sternly asked, his tone brooking no objection. Though he said that he would hear the opinions of others, once he made up his mind, he would execute his decisions without hesitation and not care one bit about what other people felt. Williams opened his micro-supercomputer and took out a detailed form. 180 hours, provided that the military, police, and the various fighter organizations and corporations work together. Tai nodded. Williams truly deserved his position as chief of the military's general staff and member of the military triumvirate, and the subordinate that he was the most proud of. The incident had only taken place around 1 hour ago, but Williams had already developed a detailed solution for withdrawing from the capital. This was firm proof of his decision-making and thinking abilities. General Williams. Tai sternly said. Present. Williams immediately stood up and saluted. The military appoints you as chief commander of the capital withdrawal plan. You have full authority to execute this plan. Within 150 hours, you are to withdraw the capital to the Alliance's northern region. Anyone who disobeys you can be executed first and reported after this is all over. Understood. Williams replied. General Sunis of the Civil Defense Force, General Mi Jian of the Safety Bureau, and Chief N.A. Chuan of the Alliance Police Force. Present. The 3 senior officers in charge of the civil defense and safety of the capital quickly stood up. Starting now, all your men are under the direct command of the military. I give you 24 hours to gather all the available warships, transport ships, and even the shuttles around the capital. As for exactly how, seek orders from General Williams. Yes. Fleets 1574, 2356, 8426. 70 fleets in total are to head to the Peace Mountain base in the Placid Star region south of the capital immediately and prepare to head off the insectoid fleets. If any fleet does not arrive within 48 hours, their fleet commander is to be summarily executed. The generals were flabbergasted. None of the 70 fleets Tai had mentioned were combat capable, and all were old or crippled fleets, instead. In doing this, he was essentially ordering the 70 inferior fleets to commit suicide. Let alone the 70 inferior fleets, even 70 of the best fleets of the Alliance would be unable to slow the insectoids' advance. The result was obvious even before the battle had taken place. These were 70 fleets. The total number of crew neared 100 million people. One order from the general meant the loss of 100 million lives. This was the cruelty of war. The generals swallowed. If they had been in Tai's position, they would have never had the courage to make this kind of decision. Williams did not show any reaction. It was an ancient principle that the kind should not command soldiers. Anyone who aspired to be a great general must be willing to achieve victory at any costs. Tai had no other options but to make this decision. While sending 100 million souls to their death seemed very cruel, if the enemies were allowed to attack the capital, even more lives would be lost. That would be the true cruelty. Having the entire army retreat to the north to re-establish the capital, sacrificing human lives to buy time and gather together a stronger force for a battle at another time was the only possible choice. After some thought, Williams asked, "Who do you plan to have command these 70 fleets?" Silver-haired Tai's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he harshly replied, "It has to be that man. It's about time that we put him to use." Chapter 367, Predicament. 15 a.m. Venal time, 3 hours after the insectoids arrived in the Alliance's core region. Black Abyss, at the central command of its coalition army. The Alliance military's sudden intervention caused the Black Abyss coalition to gain back all the territories it had lost, and the front line was pushed all the way into the heartland of Terminus. The opposing army scattered like fleeing rats, and the capture of Terminus and the evil Gulf Stream was only a matter of time. The warlords of Black Abyss were naturally ecstatic. As allies of the Alliance, they stood to benefit greatly from the seizure of the 2 other star regions. After being suppressed in the early stages of the war, the warlords of Black Abyss finally saw some hope. Territory, men, and wealth were close at hand. At this crucial moment, the attack of the insectoids ruined their war plans. A few minutes ago, Yai and the others learned that the fleets dispatched by the Alliance were already packing up and preparing to withdraw from the Death Tri region. Without the military's support, the balance of war would once more tip in favor of the other star regions. This was not what they wanted to see at all. Yai held his head and deeply pondered on what to do, and the other warlord representatives of Black Abyss similarly had their brows knitted in worry. At this moment, the video screen turned on. The military's special signal. Yai looked at the display on the screen. The hearts of the others tightened. They had no idea what the military was coming to them for at a time like this. Yai hastily opened the communication device and stood respectfully. Tai. When all of them saw that tough face on the screen, they could not help but be shocked. This big boss of the military was giving them a personal call. On the screen, Tai did nothing, seemingly waiting for something. It was several minutes until Tai began speaking. "All right. It seems that basically all the bosses of the Death Tri region are here. This is a temporary open channel call. I have a few matters to announce. First, the military's fleets will be returning to Alliance territory in 24 hours. As for the reason, I am sure all of you know. Second, I will give all of you two choices: you may continue to fight there or immediately return to the Alliance with your fleets. If you choose the latter, I will take this into account in the future and spare your lives. If you choose the former, then my apologies, but once I'm done with those insects, you will be the first to die, and I'll see to it that none of you survives. Tai's words were like nails that hammered the hearts of these local tyrants, who normally loved abusing their power. It seemed that he was entirely seriously and was not trying to crack some joke. In truth, Tai could not be blamed for such extreme words. With such a major foe threatening the Pan-Human Alliance, it was extremely inappropriate for the Death Tri-region to be part of the alliance, yet still be caught up in internal strife. It was often said that, to deal with external threats, one must pacify internal threats. Just because Tai did not have the time to handle these troublemaking warlords did not mean that he would let them be. All of you had best believe me, I've never been known as one to lie. Not waiting for any sort of explanation from the Black Abyss warlords, Tai turned the screen off. The warlords were speechless, but Yaoyi, after laughing a little, began to walk off. General Yaoyi, what are you doing? We should discuss some countermeasures first. Countermeasures? Yaoyi turned to them. Discuss what countermeasures? Countermeasures against the military? Regardless of what you plan to do, I'm going to pack up and get back to the alliance. Don't forget that I, Yaoyi, have always been a soldier, first and foremost. No additional actions were needed. With one phone call, Tai had all the warlords of the Death Tri-region scared silly. Although Tai had not promised that he would not execute the rebelling warlords, he had clearly stated that if they did not return to the alliance to take part in the war, he would exterminate the lot of them. Thus, though the warlords of the Death Tri-region were not happy, they still put down their arms and headed back to the alliance to answer the call of the military. Xia Fei was unaware that the Terminus Star region, which he had dreamed of taking, was about to become his as long as he could survive. That was 12 hours after the insectoids had invaded the alliance territory. In a distant and unknown region of space, Xia Fei slowly clambered up from the floor. His head was dizzy, like someone who was suffering from a hangover. Where are we? Xia Fei rubbed his eyes and looked out the window questioningly. I don't know, replied Phantom helplessly. How long have I been unconscious? What happened in that period? Why don't I remember anything? Xia Fei asked a series of questions, but Phantom could only shake his head. You should be counting your blessings. The wormhole showed signs of collapsing, and your seventh brain region is completely opened, so it's extremely sensitive to external stimuli. Normally, it's a good thing, for this will make your senses sharper and allow you to react quickly to subtle shifts in your surroundings. Unfortunately, when the surrounding environment is too complex, the flaws of having a completely open seventh brain region come out. The wormhole was collapsing while sending out inexplicably disruptive electric waves. Your brain received too many of these waves, causing you to fall unconscious. You only just woke up. Xia Fei went to the restroom and washed his face. He felt like his stomach was on fire, so he drank a large amount of icy cold tap water. How long was I unconscious? Around 12 hours. What? Xia Fei was flabbergasted. That long? How long did it take to get through the wormhole? Also almost 12 hours. Xia Fei was utterly dumbfounded. Normally, due to the restrictions of a ship's power system, a wormhole erected for an impromptu jump would not last particularly long, so it would only take a few minutes to traverse. However, this time, he had taken almost 12 hours to traverse a wormhole. This was just too absurd and completely unheard of. You're sure that it was 12 hours? Very sure. Xia Fei hastily went to the command deck and opened up the ship's self-assessment and radar systems in hopes of finding his current location and inspecting the damage to the ship. Begin self-assessment. Radar system, attempt to connect with the nearest signal. I need to know where we are. Xia Fei frowned as he sternly issued these orders. Half an hour later, Xia Fei dejectedly sat in the captain's chair and lit himself a cigarette. The situation was even worse than he had imagined. The other systems of the ship were fine, but damage to the radar system was fatal. For some reason, the interference created by the wormhole seemed to have a particular fondness for the Black Bat radar, only destroying this most advanced radar system. Is it serious? Phantom asked. Very. The communications system's receiving circuit has been completely burned, leaving only the sending circuit usable. The scanning system has also been completely destroyed, as is the positioning system. It can be said that the radar system has been completely ruined. Xia Fei continued in a disappointed tone. The Black Bat radar's design was modified too much compared to the original. Perhaps this is what made it so much less durable and caused its destruction. Phantom tried to comfort Xia Fei. At least, you're still alive. How many people in this universe can escape alive when surrounded by tens of thousands of ships, and how many people can say that they're able to emerge from a collapsing wormhole? Besides that, the Black Bat radar isn't completely unusable. At the very least, you can send information to the Alliance. In this way, Avril can know that you're still alive. Xia Fei bitterly laughed. The ability to send data is only theoretical, and I can't guarantee anything. Besides, I don't even know where I am. What can Avril even do with the information that I'm alive? Should I make her wait for the rest of her life? Phantom fell silent. This was just how Xia Fei was. He did not care one bit about people he was not concerned with, but for those people that he was concerned about, he could give up everything. Phantom had spent many years with him, but he still could not understand how he had managed to develop such an extreme personality. Suddenly, Xia Fei stood up and firmly said, "All of this is the fault of the insectoids. If possible, I'll kill all of those contemptible bugs. I need to get back as soon as possible. The capital is in danger, and I have no idea how Avril is doing. But we don't even know where we are. How are we going to get back?" This was truly a very serious problem. The stars outside the window were bright and strange. Xia Fei had been stranded out in what seemed like the middle of nowhere. It had to be understood that there was no concept of east, west, south, and north in the universe. Unless Xia Fei knew the coordinates of the Pan-Human Alliance, no matter what direction he went, it would be the wrong direction. Xia Fei also had no means of alleviating his concerns over Avril. He wanted nothing more than to fly back right now. Activate the backup radar and prepare for a random jump. Xia Fei sternly ordered. Xia Fei randomly jumped around the universe, hoping to find a way back. This method was undoubtedly madness, no different from seeking a needle in a haystack. While Xia Fei was immersed in this predicament, in the capital ring, the greatest migration in human history was unfolding. It was not just the capital, all the people within the surrounding 10 million light-years were all fleeing. Large numbers of ships were flooding into the capital, picking up the people and moving out goods. Be it the military, the Ministry of Interior, or the Adjudicator Union, any ship capable of flight and jumping was being recruited for the effort. Time was life, and the number of permanent residents in the capital exceeded 100 billion. Only an immense transportation effort could complete this uncompletable mission in a short time. An Amar Abadan-class battleship slowly parked outside the Half Moon Hill mansion. Originally, private warships were not allowed to approach the capital, but without enemies approaching, such rules had been tossed aside. Pang Xing calmly presided over the Jian family's move. Standing next to him was a handsome young man wearing a captain's uniform. In fact, Xia Fei was somewhat familiar with this person. He had once escorted Xia Fei back from the Wild Star region and was the Starlink Corporation's #1 fleet commander, Jensen. The old master is very magnanimous, even taking these employees and bodyguards with the family, Jensen said with a smile. Pang Xing replied, "These people have all worked in the Jian family for many years. Even if they didn't achieve much merit, they still put in the hard work. And besides, such a large ship has so much space that adding in a few people isn't a big deal." Jensen smiled and asked, "Butler Pang, why haven't I seen the young lady?" Pang Xing replied, "The young lady went to Xia Fei's house to pack a few things. She will be back soon." "Oh," Jensen nodded, hesitantly asking, "But didn't I hear that Xia Fei died?" Pang Xing coldly smiled and patted Jensen on the shoulder. "I will warn you again that, though it's not that you can't say such things in front of the young lady, you must prepare yourself to be sacked if you do. Don't think I don't understand what you're thinking. The youngest fleet commander of Starlink Corporation, a genius mind, but you're still very lacking compared to Xia Fei. Let alone the fact that Xia Fei's death hasn't been confirmed yet, even if he is dead, the young lady won't favor you." Jensen felt Pang Xing's hand on his shoulder getting heavier and heavier, his shoulder bones beginning to groan. "Butler Pang, don't take it seriously. I was just joking." Jensen hastily begged for mercy. 32 hours later. The Impaler slowly emerged from the wormhole. Xia Fei nervously used the radar to seek any worthwhile landmarks or life signals. "There's a signal. Look." Though it's clearly not human, at least we're not in some uninhabited region of space. Phantom excitedly said. Xia Fei pursed his lips. Not human? This doesn't seem to be a good sign. Chapter 368, Green Sapient Life Form. The Impaler had two radar systems, one was the standard radar in the Alliance and the other was the advanced Black Bat radar which Xia Fei had developed. The Black Bat radar currently only had the ability to send out signals. Its other functions, including scanning and probing, had been crippled. Xia Fei could only rely on the standard radar to navigate the sea of stars, hoping to find a way back. The standard radar was weaker all around, and it also had a fatal flaw. It was incapable of sending or receiving signals over extremely long distances. Once it left the range of the interplanetary internet and the military's encrypted network, Xia Fei essentially had no means to establish a connection with the distant Alliance. In normal circumstances, if the army wanted to leave the Alliance, it would have to take signal relays with them. Every jump, they would have to leave a signal relay in space to establish a temporary communication network with the Alliance. This would leave a fatal flaw, for if any point in the relay was destroyed, the fleet would lose contact with headquarters. Alas, Xia Fei did not even have access to this most primitive communication network. Until he brought the Impaler back into Alliance territory, he would remain cut off. In truth, even without a communication network, as long as he had a star map, he would be able to use it to find his way back to the Alliance, but this region of stars was so strange that the Impaler's star map was incapable of identifying his position. Thus, Xia Fei's final hope of returning to the Alliance was lost. For the 32nd time, the Impaler emerged from a wormhole. Performing such completely aimless random jumps was an action of Xia Fei relying purely on luck, and he had no control over what he might encounter. Begin scanning all surrounding planets, Xia Fei grimly ordered. This was the 32nd time he had given such an order, but each result had been disappointing. There were just no planets with life, landmark towers, or passing ships close to him. This desolate region of the stars was tinged with a dim red, and this color that should have excited the mind felt bleak and cold. Landmark 35,698. A planet with life signs has been discovered. The atmosphere is suitable for human habitation. Scanning the surface for sources of liquid water. Xia Fei jumped from the command chair and sternly ordered, "A planet with life signs. Quickly approach it. Prepare the execute a multi-layer composite scan. Activate the ship's cloaking system. Don't reveal us." Phantom excitedly said, "Wonderful. If the life forms on the planet are humans or some other sentient races, we can get a star map from them and then use it to find our way back to the Alliance." Xia Fei remained extremely cool and collected, not losing himself from this exciting discovery. He was well aware that finding a planet with life signs was one thing, but whether or not it had life forms was an entirely different matter. If only low-level life forms lived on the planet, Xia Fei could not possibly get a star map capable of getting him back to the Alliance from them. It can at least be a temporary base. If we're fated to spend the rest of our lives like this, we can at least replenish our food stores on the planet, Xia Fei bitterly thought to himself. Human-type sapient life forms have been discovered, but no high-power activities can be found on the planet's surface. Analysis has determined that basic life forms live on this planet with very primitive technology. Threat level is extremely low. Normally, areas inhabited by highly sapient life forms would have large-scale energy pulses. After all, a population of sapient life forms required power plants, factories, and other high-tech locations. Since no large-scale energy activities could be detected after scanning the planet, it meant that the planet was home to basic life forms that did not have the ability to reach space. Xia Fei felt some disappointment. Basic life forms could not offer him much help. What he needed was a star map, a route back to the Alliance. "Do you want to go down and take a look?" Xia Fei nodded. "It's fine to take a look. We might make a surprising discovery. Don't forget that we found the remains of a titan in a deserted part of the Death Tri region. We can't let even the smallest chance pass us by." Xia Fei had the Impaler land in a mountainous region. The locals had probably never seen something so huge before, so Xia Fei did not want to frighten them. The radar indicated that the local sapient life form's biggest habitat was in the southern plains. After getting himself ready, Xia Fei set off to the south. A cool and fresh wind blew across the open plains. The blades of grass were beginning to yellow, and it appeared that this planet was in autumn season. The long and bitter winter would soon be there. The plain was not completely flat. There were many small hills undulating across the landscape like waves. After traveling around 300 kilometers, Xia Fei did not see a single sapient life form, but he did spot many aardwolf-like creatures. These wolves had very tough hides, and their teeth came in from all sides and came together at the center, like a terrifying man-eating flower. Their tails were short and stiff, and their paws had sharp claws that could tear away at the flesh of anything they latched onto. These aardwolves were extremely wary. The moment they saw Xia Fei, they ran off into the brush, peering from the grass at Xia Fei with their crimson eyes. Xia Fei was an advanced rank special ability warrior, so he naturally did not take these aardwolves seriously. Let alone the Beast Spirit Codex, even Celestial Moon was enough to take care of these small creatures. On a somewhat more elevated slope, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and looked around, hoping to find traces of the sapient life forms. Suddenly, dust rose from the distance and the chirping of birds and howls of beasts came from the surroundings, as if a large pack of creatures was coming his way. Shading his eyes with a hand, Xia Fei looked over and saw a horse-like creature carrying a person. Behind this horse creature were several hundred aardwolves that seemed to want to eat this person and horse for lunch. The person on the horse was incredibly short, like a 5 or 6-year-old child. Their skin was entirely green, and a few strands of black hair hung on their head. Xia Fei thought it over and decided to save this sapient life form and question it. Thus, he swung Celestial Moon and charged out. His body moved as swiftly as lightning, his blade like a shadow. Xia Fei's speed had long ago begun approaching the major threshold of nearly 10,000 meters per second. A normal person would find it extremely difficult to see him. As for the 18 disc blades of Celestial Moon, it was like a comet circling around him, and from a distance, it appeared like a bright ball of light. The person on the horse and the aardwolves behind were dumbfounded. The aardwolves could instinctively smell that they were in terrible danger. A large yellow aardwolf served as the leader of this pack. It raised its head and howled, seemingly telling its subordinates to flee at once. Alas, the piercing howl had only just gone out when that circular knife split into two, blades inserting themselves through both the scalp and the tail of the wolf. Dark red blood gushed out, and without feeling the slightest pain, this wolf went to its eternal rest. Celestial Moon continued to fly around, and in just a few seconds, it had taken down more than half of the pack, leaving the ground strewn with dismembered corpses. The blood dyed the yellowing grass a gruesome red. The small, green man on the horse turned their head and looked at Xia Fei, fear evident in their eyes. After exterminating the wolf pack, Xia Fei went back and snatched that person off the horse with one hand, dragging him from his horse and onto the grass. That man hastily crawled backward, not daring to meet Xia Fei's eyes. Placing a foot on the man's chest, Xia Fei sternly asked, "What place is this? Do you know where the insectoids are?" This place was extremely far away from the Pan-Human Alliance, but as long as he could find out where insectoid territory was, he could still find his way back to the Alliance. Xia Fei examined the face closely. It was clear that this little man was not very old. His small eyes were brimming with fear as he looked at Xia Fei, but when Xia Fei mentioned the insectoids, his eyes flashed with a tinge of indescribable fear. It was as if he had heard of the insectoids before and lived in mortal fear of their existence. "You've heard of the insectoids before? Hurry and tell me where their territory is, or else I'll have your life," Xia Fei savagely said. This young green person wildly gesticulated. It turned out that he was a mute and was incapable of answering Xia Fei's question. Xia Fei lifted him. "Take me to your people." The green man was unwilling at first, but he was compliant after Xia Fei slapped him several times. He used his finger to point in the direction he had come from, and Xia Fei quickly went to the south while carrying him. The horse-like creature followed. It was rather intelligent and knew that once Xia Fei left, it would never be able to survive on this plane. This child's 7th brain region is already somewhat opened, around 30%. He should have some sort of special ability, I guess. Phantom said. Xia Fei ignored this comment. He was not worried about whether this little green man had a special ability or not, but rather on how to get back quickly to the Pan-Human Alliance. It was not long before Xia Fei ran into a group of green men who had been chasing the pack of wolves. They appeared very agitated upon seeing the boy in Xia Fei's hands. Xia Fei looked at their weapons, but they were all cold weapons like spears or bows. The spears were made of some gold-colored metal and were covered in many mysterious carvings. A golden beam of light suddenly shot out from an angle, targeting Xia Fei. Startled, Xia Fei slightly leaned back, and the golden beam of light brushed past his chest. Xia Fei had never imagined that these spears held by the green men could fire lasers. It appeared that this planet was more complicated than it seemed. Xia Fei stopped and released Celestial Moon, killing intent in his heart. Any life form that attacked him was an enemy, and Xia Fei would show no pity to enemies. The green youth in his hand wildly gesticulated, seemingly trying to tell these people something. A green life form that appeared to be the eldest jumped off from his horse and dragged that fellow who had suddenly attacked off their horse. As he was very short, he had to pull on that other man's leg to get them off the horse. That eldest green man took a golden knife from his waist and swiftly cut off the offender's ear. He presented the ear with both hands to Xia Fei as if trying to apologize. The green life form who had had his ear cut off said nothing. He simply held the wound as he glared at Xia Fei, apparently unwilling to concede. Xia Fei discovered that his teeth were very similar to those of a beast, embedded in the upper and lower jaws like nails. These sapient life forms might be more complex than we thought. They have laser weapons, but their appearances are very primitive, Phantom said. Xia Fei sensed a stubborn resistance from these people, so with cold eyes, he walked over to that little green man, who had had his ear cut off, and sliced off his head. I hate resentful gazes like this the most, Xia Fei coldly said. Chapter 369, The Talons. Xia Fei killed that green sapient life form that had fired at him without a word. His cold eyes scanned the more than 100 remaining comrades without the slightest fear. Why did you kill him? Phantom questioned. Their leader offered you his ear and conceded, right? Is there any need to be so ruthless? Look at their eyes. What's wrong with their eyes? Phantom curiously looked around. There's nothing special about their eyes. Xia Fei smiled. Their gazes are cunning and vicious, tinged with a stubborn streak that doesn't yield. A race like this won't easily lower their heads. If I let him go, he might stab me in the back one day. At times, showing pity to others is being cruel to yourself. Phantom sighed. Xia Fei was right. These green life forms clearly were not the kind sort. If one encountered a good-natured race, one might be able to use words and actions to reform them, but when encountering a wicked race like this, only greater wickedness could intimidate them. You attacked me once, so I'll take the lives of 100 of you as compensation. Xia Fei coldly said. Celestial Moon suddenly rose in the air and spun into the horizon. Xia Fei held nothing back, unleashing his strongest fighting power. A moment ago, 100 life forms had still been breathing, still raging, but in the blink of an eye, they had all been butchered by Xia Fei's blade. All of them had been beheaded without exception. Celestial Moon flew back into the sheath on Xia Fei's right arm, and with a heavy metallic thump, headless corpses dropped to the ground. Once one took action, one could not show the slightest mercy. Xia Fei had chosen the strongest warriors with the most vicious gazes among this group. There had been more than 200 warriors in this group, but in 1 second, half of them had been cut down. The rest of them stared in horror at Xia Fei, the resentment gone from their eyes, leaving only fear. Xia Fei was very satisfied with their attitude, and he calmly said, the first time, I killed 100. The second time, I will kill 1000. If there's still a third time, then I'll exterminate your entire race. That somewhat older green-skinned life form was taken back, but he silently nodded. He glanced at the youth under Xia Fei's arm, apparently very concerned about his life. If so, Xia Fei had even less reason to let him go. Let's go. I want to see your leader. As they moved farther south, the number of Aardwolves rapidly dwindled. It appeared that they were getting close to the main camp of these green life forms, so the wilderness was much quieter. Someone would occasionally leave the group to go back and report. Xia Fei did not care and let them freely go back and forth. Occasionally, scantily clad women would appear near the group. They were short, but the lumps on their chests were of significant size. Alas, Xia Fei had no interest in alien women and only very briefly glanced at them. These women searched the grass and dug out some kind of white and red weeds. Xia Fei noticed that they were very careful when digging out the weeds, only taking the stalk and leaves, leaving behind the roots. They would also leave behind weeds that appeared too weak, seemingly intentionally protecting these plants so that they could grow. Upon seeing this outsider, the women were astonished, but the men in the group yelled for the women to head back quickly. It was not long before the group reached the center of the plains. Many tents had been erected along the sides of a mountain. There was not anything special about these tents, woven from animal hides and some coarse fabric. If there was anything remarkable, it was that they were rather short, but the mountain was very strange. The massive mountain was like a cigar thrust into the plains, with very distinct protrusions, and the top of it resembled several giant bowls. Not a blade of grass grew around the mountain, and even its surroundings were nothing but yellow sand. Those tents were erected on the sand. Everyone stared at Xia Fei as if he were some kind of monster, and some even gripped their weapons as they angrily glared at him. Xia Fei smiled. Their angry and fearful eyes meant they already knew that Xia Fei was not someone to be lightly provoked, and the leader of this camp had probably ordered them not to act recklessly. Many women were weeping, and their gazes aimed at Xia Fei were far more resentful. After all, Xia Fei had killed their husbands. In a primitive tribe like this, a family without its man would suffer miserably. Xia Fei threw the green-skinned youth to the ground and stomped a foot on his chest. The youth grimaced and barely managed to stop himself from crying, but the watching warriors could no longer stand it. One of them rolled up his sleeves and prepared to rush at Xia Fei, but he was stopped by his comrade. Death was truly powerful. Xia Fei ruthlessly killed 100 of these intelligent green life forms in exchange for a fear that came from the depths of their hearts. In this tribe of more than 30,000 people, not one had the courage to resist. "I want to see your leader," Xia Fei coldly said, raising an eyebrow. The alien life forms made a path leading to the largest of the tents. Other than size, there was something else different about this tent. A colored triangle flag was displayed above the tent, flapping in the wind. A wicked smile appeared on Xia Fei's lips, and he yelled, "Tell your leader to come out and see me." That elder, who had come back with Xia Fei, hastily ran inside the tent, and it was not long before he came out with a silver-haired, green-skinned elder. This elder had much longer ears, with a golden earring on the left one. Xia Fei glanced down at the youth under his foot and saw that he had a similar earring. It was clear that they were different from the other members of the tribe. So he's the tribe chief's son. It's no wonder they care so much about him, Xia Fei said to himself. The silver-haired elder's eyes were white and lightless. He was probably blind. The father was blind while the son was a mute. They truly were somewhat a family in a way. "Venerable One, Tulan Chief Damu pays his respects." The elder kneeled on the ground and kowtowed to Xia Fei, the others bowing with him. Xia Fei held his head high, took a Hung Tashan cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a drag of it. The name Xia Fei, not some venerable one. Phantom suddenly realized that Xia Fei was clearly a conqueror today. Grain, some crude and strong alcohol, and a goat-like creature being roasted on a bonfire, this was everything the Tulans had to offer Xia Fei. Of course, there was also tea brewed from the red and white weeds. The Tulans were not as good at brewing tea as humans. They placed a giant metal pot on the lit fire, then they threw the red and white colored flowers into the boiling water to simmer until the water became a faint red. A Tulan woman brought a metal teacup to Xia Fei, placed it in front of him, and then hastily left, apparently very afraid of him. Xia Fei did not care about how other people viewed him, and fear was the effect Xia Fei had wanted to achieve. In the tent with Xia Fei were the blind Tulan chief Damu and the old man who had brought Xia Fei back to the camp. "I know that you have some connection to the insectoids, and I'm not used to asking a question too many times. If you're not willing to talk, I'll start killing members of your tribe until you tell me what I want." Xia Fei sniffed the tea but did not drink. Damu waved his hand, ordering the old man to leave, then he picked up his cup, and drained its content. "Every winter, red snow will fall on this planet. The snow contains a substance that is poisonous to the body. In our tribe, a child will consume this tea brewed from the red and white grass as soon as they are born, or else they will not be able to survive the vile winter." Xia Fei saw that there was nothing fishy about the tea and took a light sip. It was as sweet as honey and not difficult at all to drink. "Venerable One, don't worry. My tribe has already submitted to you, so we will answer all of your questions." Damu rose from his chair. All Xia Fei did was nod. "Venerable One, you mentioned the insectoids. We know of them because of an ancient Tulan legend. In the legend, we used to coexist with the insectoids peacefully under the same starry sky, but later on, for some reason, the insectoids betrayed us and began eating us, destroying our cities. In the end, the greatest Tulan, the royal high priest Sik, led us away from home, after which we wandered in the universe." Xia Fei was taken aback. These small green dwarves had once coexisted with the insectoids? How was that possible? It must be understood that the insectoids were a rather primitive and backward race, their natures cruel. They had no reason to coexist, long-term, with another race. In truth, it was not just the insectoids. Any race in the universe was xenophobic. Even a docile race like the humans was unwilling to mix with other races. Was this elder speaking the truth? I have no interest in your history. I only want to know where the insectoid territory is. How can I get there? Xia Fei asked. Daimo shook his head. Venerable One, my apologies, these things are only legends of our race. As for how to reach insectoid territory, I truly don't know. Then humans. What are humans? Can you eat them? Xia Fei glared at him. He could tell from the tone that the elder was telling the truth, but this was not the answer Xia Fei wanted to hear. I can eat you. I will give you 3 minutes. If you can't give me an explanation, I'll throw all the members of your tribe into a pot. I'm sure that will feed me for quite some time. Daimo quickly reached out and fumbled for Xia Fei, trying to stop him. Alas, he was blind, so after fumbling around for some time, he only managed to burn a finger on the fire. Venerable One, please don't do that. I will tell you everything. Xia Fei remained silent. To the west of the plains is a temple built by the Tulan ancestors, recording the entire migration of our race. If you wish to understand it, you may go to the ancestral temple. Daimo said many things in one breath out of fear that Xia Fei would start killing again, confessing all the secrets of his race, but Xia Fei said nothing. Daimo panicked and hastily said, "Please follow me, I will show you something so that you may understand." Chapter 370, A Living Insectoid Cerebrum. Daimo led Xia Fei out of the tent and in the direction of the mountain. While this Tulan elder was blind, his steps were steady and nimble. The loose stones covering the mountain path were no hindrance to his journey. From this, one could conclude that he walked this path frequently. At the foot of the mountain, Daimo stopped. Venerable One, this mountain is actually a flying ship that our ancestors used to leave insectoid territory and come here. It's just that, with the passage of time, it's no longer possible to see the ship's original form. Xia Fei was taken aback, and he stroked the black stone walls. The walls were coarse and did not have the heavy and cold sensation of metal, feeling more like stone. The entrance is here. Venerable One, follow me. The two of them traveled around 1 kilometer along the base of the mountain, arriving in front of a smooth stone wall. From a distance, this stone wall really did seem like a large door, but there was no crevice in the middle. Carvings covered it, but time had worn them away into nothing but blurry images. Daimo removed a black transparent crystal from his bosom. It was a rather strange crystal, in the shape of a triangle and appearing to have some sort of computer chip embedded in it. There was a groove in the wall, which Daimo slotted the crystal into. The two were a perfect fit, seemingly made for each other. He took a deep breath, and a dark red light gathered in his hand. He placed his hand on the black crystal and then pushed, upon which, the light was inserted into the crystal. The heavy mountain walls slowly moved to the side, but they only opened a crack before stopping, large enough to allow a single person through. I'm old and can't use much mind power. Venerable One, please forgive me. Daimo bowed. Xia Fei smiled. The mind power you speak of should be a special ability, right? Also, don't call me Venerable One, the name's Xia Fei. Daimo replied, an excellent opinion, Venerable One. Calling this a special ability won't be excessive. Those with mind power will often become much stronger than other members of the race and possess extremely unique abilities. As for the title of Venerable One, it is a form of address reserved for the greatest of Tulan warriors. If you don't like it, I will call you Venerable Xia. Xia Fei pursed his lips. Venerable Xia had little difference to Venerable One, so his objections were seemingly pointless. How many people in your tribe have special abilities? Xia Fei asked. Daimo bitterly smiled. 3. 3? So few. Xia Fei sternly said, your tribe has more than 20,000 people, but only 3 have special abilities. Daimo replied, to be more accurate, only 1. Because my son and I both have the special energy ability needed to activate our ancestors' flying ship, only we are capable of opening it. No one else can do this. This ability has been passed down through the bloodline. My father and my father's father both had this ability. Inheriting an ability comes with a price. As you have seen, I was born blind while my son is deaf. That's the price we must pay. He isn't lying. Daimo's 7th brain region is half open, different from the other members of his tribe, Phantom explained. Xia Fei suddenly recalled Constantine. The prince of the Blood Candle Kingdom had once told Xia Fei that his empire had an extremely high number of special ability users, but almost all of their bodies had innate flaws of varying degrees. Was there really a method of exchanging a part of one's body to open the seventh brain region? He lit a cigarette out of habit. Every time Xia Fei needed to think, he would subconsciously do this. Whether it was opening the seventh brain region through cultivation or opening it by using the body, since ancient times, many different races had been researching the mysterious seventh brain region. They had not all chosen the same paths, but the endpoint was always the seventh brain region. As one of the rare warriors in the universe who had completely opened the seventh brain region, Xia Fei was extremely interested in legends with regard to the seventh brain region. Why did this mysterious region exist? It was a riddle that had plagued humanity for eons. It now seemed that not just humanity was plagued by this riddle, other sapient life forms in the universe also had been concerned with it. Xia Fei grabbed Demu. He was so thin and small that Xia Fei could carry him like one would carry a small green monkey. Let's go and see what's so special about this flying ship of your ancestors. Demu smiled and did not dare to speak. It was clear that Xia Fei was not some kind-hearted soul. Someone who could pitilessly kill 100 of the tribe's strongest warriors could naturally kill him as well. Turn left up ahead, then go straight. At the end of a corridor is a door. Go through the door and continue walking straight, then take the stairs to the floor above. Xia Fei's heart was madly thumping. This ancient warship gave him a very strange feeling. As he walked, he surveyed the structure of this ship and found many suspicious areas that left him feeling baffled. A few moments later, Xia Fei arrived at the warship's command center. This place was arranged very similarly to that of a human ship's command deck. There was a chair for the captain at the very back and at the highest position, and in front was a row of seats for crew members to work. There was a radar, a firing system, and all the other systems one might expect to find. The only difference was that life preservation tank in the center of the command deck. This tank was made of transparent glass, and there should have been a lot of organic solution within the tank, which some organisms could be immersed in, but there was no liquid in the tank. Now only a black and shriveled object that looked like a carbonized ball cactus was sitting in the center of the tank, with many thin and transparent wires connected to it. Xia Fei suddenly recalled a certain science fiction movie where a human brain was removed and soaked in formaldehyde, and those wires were connected to the nerves in the brain, allowing it to continue to work. This tank appeared very similar to that sort of apparatus. If that ball cactus-like object in the tank was really a brain, it definitely did not belong to a human, for it was simply too large, enough to contain several hundreds of human brains. Xia Fei's hand turned into a small knife. He carefully cut off a piece of that ball cactus-like object and placed it under the magnification program of his microcomputer to observe. This object had carbonized long ago, but through the high magnification system, it was still possible to see its cellular makeup. Demu, this ship probably wasn't made by the Talons, was it? If my guess is correct, it should be an insectoid ship. Demu was taken aback at first, and then he sighed. Venerable Xia, your guess is correct. According to the records left by our ancestors, this ship was stolen from the insectoids because we, Talons, don't have the ability to produce warships. Xia Fei coldly chuckled. This ship wasn't simply produced. Its main body was modified from a giant insect. On our way here, it felt that we're traveling through the body of a giant insect. While its various organs have shriveled up, you can still see what it is from the shape. Demu replied, you are correct. According to the records of our ancestors, to build an insectoid warship, an insect of enormous size is bred. This insect serves as a base, and the various bodily functions are removed, leaving behind only the brain. The brain is linked to various parts of the warship, allowing for two ways to control the warship. One method is to use machines and electronic links, and the other is to directly command the insect brain. The former requires numerous highly intelligent insectoids while the latter only requires the priest to communicate with the brain, telling it what it needs to do. The ship will automatically execute without any help. Xia Fei was stunned. This giant insect was shocking enough, and the level of biological science required was simply absurd. To fuse together an insect and a warship required such formidable scientific ability that not even present-day humans could achieve it. Were the insects really more technologically advanced than humans? Even more confusing was that the insectoid warships had seemingly given up on using giant insects as the basis for their ships, instead using ships of metallic alloy which were not much different from human ships. Biological warships like this had far greater advantages than any other kind of warship. If one had a fleet consisting entirely of these giant insects, one would require only a single commander to have complete control over the situation, all the ships moving in unison. After all, each ship had its mind that could think and could perfectly execute the fleet commander's orders. For the insectoids, who had a shortage of highly intelligent people, this was clearly much more effective than having many insectoids carrying out complex operations. Why had they given up on this ancient biological technology and fallen back to the level of human technology? Damu, why is it that you seem much more intelligent than the other members of your tribe? Xia Fei folded his arms and asked. With a hint of fear on his face, Damu replied in a small voice, once the chief of each tribe reaches adulthood, they can go to study in the ancestral ruins. There are many books there. 2 lines of sweat appeared on his face, and his expression grew even more frantic. You should understand the consequence of lying, Xia Fei coldly said. You're blind in both eyes, so how can you read books? Plus, I've carefully observed your tribe, and the Toulons don't even have a written language. This lie is a bit too blatant. Damu broke out in a sweat, and he was so nervous that he could hardly speak. The ancients said that those who spoke too much were bound to have a slip of the tongue. Damu would often feel very excited when it came to his ancestors, so he wanted nothing more than to divulge everything he knew about them, so he had left many flaws which could be exploited. Xia Fei sternly said, wait for me here. I'm going down for a bit. Xia Fei pretended to walk out, and the sound of footsteps made Damu tense up. He had already begun treating Xia Fei as the god of death, and he knew that Xia Fei was going to kill off all the members of his tribe. Venerable One. Damu got to his knees, his body shivering. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Xia Fei smiled and seated himself on the captain's chair. It was a very spacious chair that had clearly not been meant for humans. I'm listening, you can start. Damu wiped the sweat off his forehead before beginning to speak. Just as you said, the Toulons don't have a written language. All of our knowledge is passed down by the prime cerebrum. The prime cerebrum. There were 9 insectoid warships that accompanied the Toulons to this place. The brain of the largest ship is still alive. It told us our history and taught us the skills to live, but only the chief of each tribe has the right to enter the prime cerebrum's room and listen to its teachings. Xia Fei jumped up from the chair and said in shock, what did you say? A still living insectoid cerebrum. Chapter 371, Conqueror Xia Fei. Damu kept groveling on the ground, begging for Xia Fei not to hurt his people. He had lost his sight, so the tribal chief had no idea where Xia Fei was, and he was merely randomly kneeling on the ground. After several steps, Damu was on the left side of the command center, over a very plain-looking metal flooring. Oh, Venerable One, what I said is the truth. Entering the ancestral spaceship requires the 8 chiefs of the Toulon tribes to each hold a black crystal token, using their special abilities in unison to power up the spaceship. I'm willing to gather the 7 other chiefs and open this ancestral spaceship so that you can see the living cerebrum of the insectoids. His words sounded extremely humble, and his attitude was unquestionably subservient. After all, he was already well advanced in years, so anyone could not help but find it utterly pitiful to see him lower his head and plead in this fashion. However, no one noticed that the corners of Damu's mouth had quietly curved into a smirk. He fingered a circular protruding metal button on the flooring with his right hand and sprawled down flat on the ground. Unfortunately, while most people might have not noticed this small action, he was unable to get past Xia Fei's 2 eyes which had cultivated the beast spirit codex. Xia Fei flashed a slight smile as he exercised breath control, quietly arriving beside Damu as he waited for something to happen. All he saw was Damu tearfully begging in remorse even as his nose sniffed randomly in the air. Unfortunately, Xia Fei's breath control would also hide his scent, or else just the smell of tobacco lingering around him would have given away his position. Damu steeled his resolve and pushed the button. A floor piece roughly 2 square meters suddenly sank down, and Damu fell along with it. At the same time, a firm steel plate fell down on that only door leading to the command center. It seemed that this had been a ploy to trap Xia Fei. Splat! Damu landed heavily on the ground below, a painful fall that he gritted his teeth to bear. Meanwhile, a metal plate immediately sealed off the trapdoor he had just used. Such metal plates used in warships were very sturdy, and even Xia Fei would have trouble trying to open one if he actually got trapped behind it. Damu had miscalculated, however. Just as he crashed to the ground, Xia Fei landed lightly on his feet some 3 meters away without making a sound. Damu sniffed the air with his sensitive nose before finally relaxing, coldly harumphing. Humph! Oh, dear Venerable Xia, has no one told you that the Toulon species is untrustworthy? Xia Fei saw him with a smug look across his face, looking as if he had just been victorious. Xia Fei shook his head as he sighed. I really wouldn't know if you didn't say a word, but I can see it clearly now. The smile on Damo's face instantly melted away, his originally green face turned even greener after getting shocked by Xia Fei. 2,000 lives. 2,000 of the most elite warriors of the Tulan species. That was the result of Damo making a move against Xia Fei. The withered landscape was now drenched in blood, bringing color to the lifeless land as the air permeated with the smell of death made people vomit in disgust. Venerable One, didn't you say that you'd only kill 1,000 of my tribesmen? Why did you end up taking 2,000 of their lives, instead? Damo could not help but tremble as he asked this between tears. The tribal leader made a mistake, so the punishment is doubled. Xia Fei coldly grunted. Phantom shrugged. This time, he no longer begged for mercy for these little green lives. The reality had shown that the Tulan species was evil, repaying kindness with cunning, not at all the least bit trustworthy. Against such a group of sapient lives, Phantom had no better solution aside from delivering death. It was just Xia Fei's frequency and magnitude of slaughtering that Phantom somewhat criticized. He did not know why, but ever since Xia Fei returned from the Death Tri region the second time, he had become more bloodthirsty, something that Xia Fei might not have even realized himself. Xia Fei was never merciful to his foes, but this time was different. Perhaps it was Avril's situation that was making him irritable, leaving so many corpses in his wake the moment he made a move. You've got another chance here. If you fail, I'll definitely eradicate your entire species, Xia Fei said softly. Damo was in a daze, and in the next moment, his entire body deflated, like a balloon that had lost its air. In front of Xia Fei's deranged slaughter, he had already lost the last shred of bravery in him. I'm going to go find the other tribe leaders and open your ancestral spaceship. Damo nodded, not saying a word. Xia Fei captured another tribesman by the name of Muraimu, whom he took on his impaler with Damo, flying toward the western plains. The little robot pod had no idea what the role these two aliens with green skin were on board, enthusiastically bringing them snacks and drinks. Muraimu was speechless when he saw the AI robot pod. A machine capable of intelligent thought? This was an extremely magical sight to behold in front of the Tulan species. There's a settlement of Tulans past this snowy mountain. Their leader's called Yaimu, Muraimu said. Xia Fei pursed his lips, thinking to himself that the name of the Tulans were all strange, having the suffix imu. He saw a big cluster of tents by the foot of the mountain from afar as well as several stone huts. The size of this tribe appeared to be bigger than Damo's, with far more tents around. The impaler came swooping down from the sky, emitting an ear-piercing sonic boom. Though it was not winter here, the mountains were still snow-capped, and the impaler triggered a small avalanche with its stunt, instantly burying a third of the settlement. The Tulans stared up to the sky in fear. Warship, avalanche. The superstitious Tulans took all this as heavenly punishment, except the result was a little too severe. Muraimu opened his mouth but was tongue-tied. It was clear that Xia Fei had intentionally caused the avalanche, effectively killing a third of the tribesmen in that settlement. Muraimu began to congratulate himself that his tribe did not suffer a similar fate, far more fortunate than having lost 2,100 fellow tribesmen or the tens of thousands that got buried under snow. The impaler slowly made landing, and Xia Fei disembarked with an emotionless expression on his face. Get your tribal leader, Yaimu, out! Xia Fei shouted. Several reckless Tulan warriors tried to sneak up on Xia Fei, holding that long spear that could shoot lasers, seemingly attempting to ambush Xia Fei. A smirk skittered across Xia Fei's lips as he appeared beside one of these warriors with a light tap of his toes, grabbing him by the throat with his left hand and exerting a bit of strength. Crack! The warrior's neck was instantly broken, snapped like a duck, and his green tongue lolled out. 3 or 4 warriors saw what Xia Fei did and charged to fight the intruder in their anger as they screamed their war cry. Xia Fei's figure suddenly disappeared and then reappeared. This time, there were more corpses on the ground, all killed the same way. No one could make sense of just how Xia Fei had struck. Any attacks made in front of a speed ability warrior who possessed speed that crossed 10,000 km per hour would appear weak. Crack! Crack! In order to shock these Tulan's psyche completely, Xia Fei did not use any weapon, leaving behind a trail of corpses with broken necks wherever he went. The Tulan tribesmen surrendered. Anyone would not have struggled plenty facing such a powerful display of strength and bloodshed. Xia Fei was like a god of death, calling this settlement with every step he took. The first to fall down on their knees were some warriors. All of them dropped down and began saying words expressing servitude, but Xia Fei was unmoved. He knew that Talons were not trustworthy, so he continued killing anyone who made even the slightest odd movement. When the number of corpses had crossed the 1,000th threshold, their tribal leader Yaimu's weak psyche could no longer handle it. He stepped out of his tent with his tribesmen and knelt before Xia Fei. Venerable One, Yaimu, one of the 8 tribe leaders of the Tulan species, bow to you. I plead for you to show mercy and let my poor tribesmen off, Yaimu said, his voice shaky even as tears streamed down the corners of his eyes. Xia Fei approached him and growled, You're Yaimu? Yes, Venerable One. You're coming with me. Bring along your black crystal. Many years after this incident, the Tulans living on the planet still spread legends of the great conqueror Xia Fei. It was said that this vicious and cruel god descended from the heavens in a metal warship, killing close to 100,000 Tulan in a single day. This person single-handedly subdued the 8 great tribes and became the overlord of the entire planet. Everyone had to supplicate before him, or else a great disaster would befall upon them. The conqueror Xia Fei used a simple method to achieve this end, and that was through massacre. Only a distressingly madman could subdue this evil species. Even the most foolhardy and resilient warrior could not help but cry when the corpses pile up the entire Lattice Valley. Whenever a child refused to sleep, their parents would scare them with tales of the conqueror Xia Fei returning, terrifying these younglings so that they would go hide under the bed covers, praying that the murderous god Xia Fei would not descend upon them. Of course, these were all in the future. However, 8 Tulan tribal leaders hesitantly standing in a row before Xia Fei, awaiting his orders, was absolutely true in the present. It was not hard to tell from the look in their eyes just how much fear they were feeling. If not, just a look at their soiled pants would be a very obvious indicator of what they felt about their current predicament. Pointing to that towering and steep mountain with one hand, Xia Fei asked coldly, Is that the 9th warship your ancestors rode on, where a living insectoid cerebrum resides? The 8 tribal leaders nodded their heads repeatedly. Xia Fei carefully looked at the site before him a few times. From the shape of the mountain, it did not seem that this Tulan ship was anything smaller than a capital ship. It must have been a long time ago, given how the warship had already fossilized and was no longer recognizable beyond its size, yet the ship was still giving off that vague majesty it had so many years prior. Come, you're opening the entrance for me. I want to look at this living insectoid cerebrum, Xia Fei ordered in a grave voice. 8 grooves on the rocky wall could still be vaguely made out, neatly arranged in a shape of a circle. The tribal leaders each slotted in their black crystal into the grooves, and everyone used their ability to transfer energy within. A rumbling sound could be heard as the mountain wall parted in the middle, revealing a deep and dark passageway which led inside. Xia Fei was in no hurry to get in. Instead, he waited several minutes for the turbid air within to flow out before sorting out his celestial moon on his right arm and striding right in. Chapter 372, The God Race. Xia Fei strode into that dark corridor. There was no need for any light, for he was able to see his surroundings very clearly even in the dark, given that his eyes had been enhanced by the Beast Spirit Codex. Pushing open the cold metal door which led to the command deck, it was evident that the command central for this warship was bigger than that insectoid ship that he had seen before. After all, this could very well be a ship that was at a capital ship level, meaning that the command central needed to be all the more spacious, possessing even more functions. Right at the center of the command deck was a biological fluid pool, which was at least 10 meters wide. An insectoid cerebrum was suspended behind the transparent walls of the pool, where dark red fluid was slowly circulating, flowing from the upper liquid inlet to the liquid outlet below. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and stepped forward, examining it in proximity. The insectoid cerebrum structure was different from that of a human. It did not have a left and right hemisphere like a human brain but rather was whole, while intricate and thin red blood vessels ran across its surface. He could even see this huge cerebrum still working when he got a closer look. There was a very slight movement, undetectable if he had not been closely inspecting it. The uncountable interconnected transmission wires were connected to the cerebral landscape through metal fixtures. These transparent wires would glow from time to time, indicating that the insectoid cerebrum was transmitting signals and messages. Unfortunately, the warship itself was damaged, so it could not move despite the cerebrum trying to transmit orders to it. The biological fluid, which the insectoid cerebrum was soaked in, gave off an acrid smell. Xia Fei wrinkled his nose even as he took the 2 neural transmission wires dangling outside and placed them on his temples, in accordance with what Damo had told him. Who are you? Why is your 7th brain region completely open? The moment the neural transmission wires touched Xia Fei's temples, a shocked voice could be heard in Xia Fei's consciousness, sounding very old. Xia Fei could not help but marvel at how powerful that pricey translation chip he had embedded in his brain was. Not only was it able to translate the Tulan language successfully, it was even able to understand the neural signals being sent by the insectoid cerebrum rapidly. As for that neutral voice he was hearing, it might very well be a voice that the translation chip itself had. As it was a smart biological chip, it would definitely have this function. Xia Fei flicked his cigarette to the ground and stomped it out. He then sat down in that comfortable captain's chair and shut both his eyes. Composing himself, he got into a state to converse with the insectoid cerebrum. He began. My name's Xia Fei, bug. Why are you so shocked that my seventh brain region is completely open? The cerebrum gingerly answered, of course, I should be shocked. There shouldn't be any sentient creature out there that could do so. Are you perhaps a god? Xia Fei smiled. There's no god in this universe. I'm just a human who has coincidentally opened up my brain region. The insectoid cerebrum was puzzled. Human? I only know that there are only insectoids, Talons, and the god race. What is this human? Xia Fei mulled on this a little. Humans are just a normal sapient race in space, living next to the insectoid territory. The insectoid cerebrum asked again, are you really not a life form of the god race? Xia Fei found it hilarious. The so-called gods were nothing but legends, so how could they exist? He had no idea why this insectoid would actually make the connection between himself and the god race. No, I'm human. The insectoid cerebrum sighed. Perhaps you're speaking the truth. I've just finished examining your seventh brain region and realized that it's forcibly opened through unnatural means, so I doubt you're someone from the god race. Xia Fei rubbed his chin as he asked, you seem to be very afraid of that god race. Are there really life forms out there that have their seventh brain region completely open? The insectoid cerebrum harumphed. You're not of my race, so why should I tell you? Still, since your seventh brain region is already completely open, you'd better take care of yourself. Xia Fei laughed mirthlessly. I don't know what kind of insectoid you are, but now that you're just a brain, all it will take is a simple jab from my thumb to kill you. The insectoid cerebrum replied with much solemnity, it's very easy for you to stop my brain from working, but I won't bow to you even if you kill me, for my life belongs to the great god race. Xia Fei opened his eyes, and at that moment, his gaze instantly gained extreme clarity. He then unleashed the Beast Spirit Codex, flooding the insectoid brain with an overwhelming amount of information through his two eyes. Xia Fei had once tried to do this a very long time ago, and though the Beast Spirit Codex was not enough to dominate an insectoid completely, the technique would still produce an insurmountable level of pain to the creature. Since this insectoid cerebrum did not wish to cooperate with Xia Fei, he decided to use force, see if it could survive this wave after wave of mental assault. The insectoid cerebrum immediately started to shudder, seemingly currently being electrocuted. Ripples could be seen in that dark red liquid as if the insectoid cerebrum was undergoing an intense workout. Oh, God! This is simply too frightening. Just what are you trying to do to me? Stop it! I'd rather you kill me than suffer through this agonizing torture. Xia Fei laughed coldly. Kill you? No, that will be far too simple. I hope that you can enjoy what you're feeling now, for I'm trapped on this planet with no means of escape, so I have all the time in the world to toy with you. The insectoid cerebrum could no longer respond to Xia Fei's taunts. It forcibly tried to withstand that immense effect Xia Fei was exerting on its brain. Xia Fei chuckled softly as he increased the intensity of his assault. Everything must be done very carefully since the two insectoids ended up exploding the last time he experimented with this method, and that was all because they could not endure the powerful mental pressure he had exerted on them. Xia Fei did not wish for the same outcome to occur here. The secret of the insectoids, Talons, and the god race as well as the way to return to the alliance. He needed this insectoid cerebrum to help solve all the conundrums he was facing. This situation continued. Using the Beast Spirit Codex would drain Xia Fei's mental energy immensely, but he had no choice but to endure this just to get to the bottom of everything. The insectoid cerebrum demonstrated exceptional resilience, resisting Xia Fei the entire time. Occasionally, it would even attempt to counterattack Xia Fei on the sly, hoping to trigger a mental backlash to destroy Xia Fei's brain in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful a counterattack it attempted to trigger, it was useless against the Beast Spirit Codex. There was not only a technical gap between the two, the fact that Xia Fei possessed a second special ability in the form of psychokinesis made him all the more powerful than that insectoid cerebrum. The only thing worth pressing was the insectoid cerebrum's willpower. It continued to persist despite slowly facing a mental collapse, though the speed of this collapse was far slower than what Xia Fei had first imagined. The most cruel method to use against a foe was not destruction but rather torture. This principle was the same no matter what race it was being applied on. That insectoid cerebrum was very unlucky, for the opponent it was facing, Xia Fei, just happened to be an expert at torturing his foes. The insectoid cerebrum originally wanted to compete with Xia Fei's willpower, but what it did not know was that Xia Fei had always been a madman whose determination and willpower was as strong as steel. After 12 hours passed in such a fashion, a sigh could be heard from the insectoid cerebrum, then a crazed roar echoed in Xia Fei's consciousness, like a hysterical mental patient having a fit. Xia Fei was secretly worried. Could the powerful pressure I had exerted on this insectoid brain tortured it to insanity? Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei waited as he sat on that captain's seat. At the same time, he tried to compose himself, slowly recovering the mental energy he had greatly expended. After a good while, a heavy sigh sounded in Xia Fei's consciousness. I confess, you're very strong. I admit defeat. Xia Fei emotionlessly remarked, tell me everything that you know. The insectoid cerebrum started. A very long time ago, the insectoids and the Talons were slaves of the god race. Together, we served our masters up until the god race left, giving back the insectoids and the Talons freedom. At first, the two races were able to coexist in relative peace, but the insectoids and Talons were both too selfish, they kept fighting for their own interests, until finally this escalated into a full-blown war. The weak Talons were of course no match for the insectoids, and since they had neither the strength nor the ability to multiply as quickly as the insectoids, one side slowly started to gain the upper hand in the war. Back then, before the god race left, they told us to get along with each other peacefully, for a scene where the two races ended up killing each other was not to our master's liking. As a result, we, my 8 brothers and I, sought the Talon's high priest sick, ferrying the last of their people after great hardship to arrive here in this foreign space. Xia Fei asked, who are you people? Why do the insectoids of today no longer create semi-biological warships like what you once did? The insectoid cerebrum answered, we are the creations of our masters, the god race. Once our masters left, the insectoids naturally lost such capabilities. Xia Fei came to a sudden realization. It was not that the insectoids did not wish to create biological warships, it was that they were no longer technologically capable of such feat. The powerful god race had piqued his interest immensely, which was why Xia Fei asked, in your words, it sounds as if there's some sort of link between the 7th brain region and the god race. The insectoid cerebrum was silent for a good while. Normal intelligent life forms are unable to open their 7th brain regions completely. That's a rule that the god race set, so the mere fact that you managed to do so is going against the precepts of the god race. If they end up discovering you, you'll disappear from this universe forever. Xia Fei smiled. Rule? Why must I observe the rules set by others? The insectoid cerebrum answered, you'll understand one day. The god race is very powerful. Only 2 of them were needed to subjugate both the entire insectoids and Talons, and their super abilities alone are enough to turn countless other intelligent life forms into their lifelong slaves. You're nothing compared to them at all. Xia Fei lit a cigarette. I understood 3 things from your words. 1. Other intelligent life forms are also capable of completely opening their 7th brain region, except that it is rare and that there aren't many. Plus, once they achieve this, they'll end up getting themselves hunted down by the so-called god race. That's right. 2. This god race is really just another intelligent life form, and aside from the fact that they have their 7th brain regions completely open, they're no different from other races, or in other words, they're not the so-called gods that you proclaimed them to be. Also correct, replied the insectoid cerebrum. Xia Fei was deep in thought. He could not help but link everything he had just learned with the mysterious ancient civilization that had once possessed a titan. A powerful race that had their 7th brain region completely open. Because of their unwillingness to see the rise of other species, they massacred them. Meanwhile, other races who wanted to prevent the extermination of their race kept trying to construct Titan super warships. Humanity's near extinction from before appeared to be the same, too. They collected information of the Titan from all across the universe, all in order to construct that Armageddon-level killer weapon. However, what ended up wiping out humanity was not the god race but the robots that had rebelled against mankind, instead. This last point was just Xia Fei's conjecture, however. Let me ask you another question, does the god race have a gigantic warship called Titan? Xia Fei asked, his eyebrows knitted together. Chapter 373, Furbal's Scheme. The Tranquil Star region was just as its name suggested, quiet and peaceful. Due to its proximity to the capital ring, Tranquil was the most populous and prosperous region, right after the capital. However, this wondrous state had finally come to an end. After the recent big battle, Tranquil Star region was anything but quiet. In truth, calling the engagement a fight was inaccurate. The Pan-Human Alliance's 70-strong guerrilla fleet was barely a threat to the insectoid fleets. The disparity in strength meant the eventual confrontation was bound to be a one-sided massacre. The wreckage floating around the battlefield indicated the tragic defeat that the alliance had suffered, but the expression on the victorious General Tananai was not good at all. This was because these seemingly vulnerable skirmishers had managed to delay them for a full 72 hours. Every time the fleets were ready to forge ahead deeper into the alliance capital ring, the opposing force would suddenly warp in and seek to hamper them from advancing. Tananai of course gave the order to attack, looking to decimate the enemy fleets completely, but the enemies would simply run away after fighting for a while, drawing the insectoid fleets down the opposite direction that they were supposed to be headed. They could have had hero's death, yet chose to flee instead. To think these soldiers of the Pan-Human Alliance dared to call themselves as the military, they're practically a shame to all warriors. Tananai's Vice Admiral Yahan yelled loudly. In his eyes, the human military's guerrilla warfare tactics were completely a waste of time. Soldiers were supposed to charge into the enemy ranks and fight to the death. Bend, Tananai said in a low voice. Due to his short stature, he would often have to look up to other people. Vice Admiral Yahan nodded. As a warrior of the longhorn beetle species, his body was big and thickly built, so he was still taller than Tananai even after he squatted. Bstrd. Tananai jumped high and gave Yahan's head a slap, who was completely flabbergasted at his reaction. You may now stand, Tananai said. Yahan clutched his head dumbly, absolutely puzzled. Tananai showed him an electronic report. See for yourself. Yahan took the report in his hand and read every word. The humans have managed to move their capital in this time. All that's left behind for us is a raised venal star region. Our plan to occupy the most prosperous human territory has failed, all because of those few weak, little fleets that kept hampering us, coldly spat Tananai as he seethed in fury. Yahan could hardly believe his eyes. This investigation report that their vanguard squad had sent via encrypted channels left him feeling despondent. They actually set their capital, which took them tens of thousands of years to build, ablaze. When were humans so gutsy? Tananai sighed. Brother Uti did tell me that the current supreme military officer of the Pan-Human Alliance, General Tai, isn't someone to be underestimated. He's decisive and excels in strategic planning. Looks like we've still misjudged him a lot. What do we do now? Yahan was disappointed. I'm afraid Uti will have us executed if the Golden Tent learns of this. Tananai laughed mirthlessly. Brother Uti is the smartest leader the insectoid race has ever had. We won't be able to hide this from him, so best if we come clean. The Golden Tent. Uti finished reading the report Tananai had sent and angrily sent everything on his desk crashing to the ground. He then tore the electronic document into pieces and threw them all into a lit fireplace. Actually, the insectoids also had high-tech gadgets that could be used to adjust the room temperature, but Uti chose to live in a tent like his ancestors did, living a primitive lifestyle. Uti had a white face, his body small like a baby's, completely incompatible with that large head he had. If he were to be put into human society, he would most definitely be viewed as a deformed child. High-class insectoids would often look quite similar to humans after they completed their evolution, and no one still had any idea why that was the case. In any case, Uti looked no different from a human baby born with a huge head, but it was this big-headed baby, who wielded the highest authority among the insectoids, that was almost going insane from the intense rage he felt. My king, who are you getting so angry over? A melodious voice rang out. The tone of this voice sounded as if it had come from a foxy vixen and would make people feel an unbearable ache from the very tip of their hair right down to their very bones when heard. The Queen Kinjian slowly came sashaying into the tent. She was a breathtaking beauty of the butterfly species with her prominent and high nose bridge and a face that could charm any male insectoids. Every sound and movement she made easily overwhelmed anyone of the opposite sex. Even if she were to be viewed by the most discerning eyes of humans, Qinjian would still be considered as an absolute knockout. Unfortunately, the pair of feelers on top of her head, as well as the two little wings that had not fully degenerated away on her back, very easily exposed that she was anything but human. Uti glanced at Qinjian and instantly felt a lot better. Some women would make anyone feel happier just by looking at them, and Qinjian was one such an existence. Nothing much. I was just slightly annoyed after reading the military report I received from the front lines, Uti casually said. Qinjian hugged Uti in her arms as she softly said, "My king, it's already dark outside. I've been so anxiously awaiting you in the tent. I truly yearn for your company tonight." Qinjian's words beheld a delicate softness that would make anyone mesmerized. Even the brawniest male would not have been able to withstand her. She kept whispering into Uti's ear seductively, and her wanting expression only left Uti feeling completely flustered inside. "Did we not just been together?" Uti lightly pinched Qinjian's voluptuous bottom as he asked this. "That wasn't enough?" Qinjian coyly teased. Uti, who had gotten aroused by Qinjian, could only acquiesce and promise to return to their bedroom as soon as possible. Summoning a herald to his side, Uti gruffly ordered, "Announce my decree, my insectoid great army has already invaded the Pan-Human Alliance." Due to the strength of General Tananai's command, not a single civilian or soldier in the capital ring escaped falling and being exterminated in the hands of the insectoid great army. In celebration of this victory, the salary of everyone across the army will triple. As the smartest insectoid of their race, Uti very clearly knew that there were times when lying called for it, which was why he had falsified this military report to encourage his insectoid army's morale. After sending out his decree, Uti strode to his bedroom. Upon thinking of the beautiful lady awaiting him in bed, Uti could feel his male organs engorging. The herald looked at the back of Uti leaving as he muttered to himself, "Our king is good at everything, but he simply loves the Queen Qinjian too much." Uti had only done what a king ought to do, but he never did consider that announcing the annihilation of the entire Pan-Human Alliance's capital ring would actually cause quite a stir among certain people. Xia Fei, for example. "I'll ask you another question, does the god race have a type of gigantic warship called Titan?" Xia Fei asked, his eyebrows knitted together. "Titan? What's that?" The insectoid cerebrum was nonplussed. Xia Fei was quite disappointed. It seemed that the insectoid cerebrum had not heard of any Titan super warship, which added a layer of uncertainty to Xia Fei's hypothesis, unable to ascertain if the god race was the powerful civilization that had constructed Titans. "What does the god race look?" Xia Fei asked. "No one has seen them before." "Then, how did they establish a master-servant relationship with your race?" "The master would communicate with us telepathically. They possess powerful perception abilities which allow them to communicate with us via their consciousness even across millions of light years." Xia Fei kept asking questions, but the information he got became less and less valuable. After all, it had been almost millions of years since the insectoid cerebrum got isolated here, its consciousness had survived over the many years, different from the insectoids of today. Furthermore, the insectoid cerebrum would be somewhat flashy with its words when asked certain critical questions, which caused Xia Fei to begin suspecting the truthfulness of what the cerebrum was saying. "Tell me how to reach the insectoid territory," Xia Fei somewhat impatiently ordered. A series of images appeared in his consciousness, following the insectoid cerebrum imprinting its race's star map into his mind, for him to be able to access it with a single thought. Xia Fei lit a cigarette. There was only so much this insectoid cerebrum could tell him, and now, there were only two ways for him to dig deeper. First was to invade the brain forcibly and extract a portion of the memories. There was a certain level of risk to this, not to mention the difficulty of the telepathic control necessary. It would also be quite of a loss if he caused the insectoid cerebrum's death. Second was to bring it on board the Impaler, interrogating the brain in his journey back to the Pan-Human Alliance. He could slowly torture it until the cerebrum willingly gave up everything it knew. Given the Impaler was a cruiser warship, it had plenty of space to keep the biological life support system on board, while Xia Fei could rely on his knowledge of machinery and maintenance to have it installed into his ship. The first had plenty of risk, but it was immediately effective. The second was much slower but was more likely to guarantee a successful extraction of useful information. Xia Fei gave the matter some thought and decided to go with the second option, transporting the insectoid cerebrum to the Impaler for him to interrogate slowly. The Beast Spirit Codex was very effective at invading the thoughts of the insectoid cerebrum, so he was not worried that it would not eventually reveal everything it knew. Besides, now that he had the star map in his mind, it was best for him to leave as soon as possible. That was when Furball lazily crawled out from Xia Fei's bosom. It looked very lively despite having just woken up and was acting extremely fawningly towards Xia Fei, most likely wanting to eat more hearts of spirit. Recently, Furball's appetite had become greater and greater, yet its body remained as small as always. Xia Fei would often chide it for its greed, complaining how it kept eating but was not showing any signs of growth at all. Furball's eyes were squinting as it looked all around, and the large insectoid cerebrum amid the nutrient solution caused it to become very excited. 2 trickles of saliva flowed from its mouth as a green glows vaguely shone in its eyes. Xia Fei was bemoaning his fate deep down. Furball, this pet of his, was truly a peculiar exotic beast. It had only just feasted on an energy ore not too long ago, and now it had its sights set on that big brain. You can't possibly be thinking of eating this too, right? Let me tell you, if you dare eat it, I'll cook you like oatmeal and treat you as breakfast. Xia Fei viciously threatened Furball. That was when Xia Fei suddenly realized that the insectoid cerebrum was acting strangely after Furball's appearance. Fear. Xia Fei, this insectoid cerebrum is experiencing abject fear. Phantom yelled loudly. Could it recognize Furball? Furball's identity had always been a mystery, and all Xia Fei knew was that it was an exotic beast, but he had no idea what kind of exotic beast it was, nor did he know what grade it was. Phantom's words had alerted Xia Fei to this, so he turned to glare at the insectoid cerebrum and poured a powerful mental assault to penetrate through layers after layers of the brain. Tell me, do you recognize this exotic beast I have with me? Xia Fei demanded. At that very moment, Furball's gaze had also turned toward the insectoid cerebrum, and it had even sent forth an even more piercing gaze than Xia Fei. Bang! A burst of white light appeared, and that insectoid cerebrum within the nutrient solution suddenly exploded. It had turned into countless motes of energy that was dancing in the air like falling snow. Xia Fei stared at Furball in shock. There was no doubt that it had done this. Xia Fei, this is a rarely seen psi-splosion. Absorbing these energy fragments can be of great help to you in raising your special abilities rank. Phantom excitedly shouted. You can talk about everything else later. Best to use this rare opportunity and raise your rank. Chapter 374, Xia Fei's promotion and Furball growing up. The psi-splosion referred to when an entity possessing a large amount of mental energy experienced a sudden collapse as too much of the collected mental energy could not find release, turning into a mental energy dispersal that could be seen with the naked eye. The command deck was filled with the energy fragments from this psi-splosion, and everything originated from the insectoid cerebrum that had survived for an unknown number of years. To be able to command a capital ship with just its mental energy, there was no doubt the insectoid cerebrum contained plenty of energy, and given the fact that it was made by the mysterious god race, the technological level should be extremely advanced, allowing it to stay alive all these years, absorbing plenty of mental energy. These were all the necessary conditions to cause this unexpected psi-splosion. There would have been no explosion if it did not have the mental energy, not to mention causing it to disperse and float in the air like falling snow, able to be absorbed. What Xia Fei could not understand was how Furball, the culprit, had caused this raging psi-splosion. Furball was just an exotic beast about the size of an egg, yet from how a single burp from it had frightened the gilded green-face beast, the fact that a single glare from it could cause this insectoid cerebrum, which was thousands of years old, to explode, and its ability to absorb purple hearts of spirit so ravenously, Xia Fei could not help but associate plenty of things, both good and bad, to Furball. Right now, he did not have the time to study Furball's peculiarities. The psi-splosion would not persist for long, so what Xia Fei needed to do at this time was absorb as many of the energy fragments as he could to assist him in ranking up his abilities. Completely opening up his mental domain, the countless fragments in the air slowly gathered to where Xia Fei was standing. When they were just a meter or less away from him, the fragments automatically dissipated, becoming atoms invisible to the naked eye as they swiftly flew into Xia Fei's brain. Xia Fei could feel a very odd sensation from every cell in his body. It was as if he was taking a warm sauna. He felt an indescribable pleasantness. Every single brain cell was insatiably gobbling up all the mental energy, as if enjoying delicacies raining from the heavens, especially since Xia Fei's 7th brain region, despite only taking a very small portion of his brain, which was no bigger than a needle tip, was devouring the mental energy in the air like a whale eating planktons. There seemed to be no end to its appetite, unable to be satisfied even if there were 10 or even 100 times more of the energy fragments. Likewise, the small exotic beast Furball was greedily absorbing all the energy fragments. It was in fact lying on the ground like a drunkard, with its eyes closed and its mouth wide as the energy fragments flew into it. Xia Fei was furious. This was not the first time his pet had disrupted him. He could not believe that it would actually compete with him over these energy fragments at such a crucial period. It was truly hateful, having fed it with purple hearts of spirit, worth millions of star coins, every day. Xia Fei never would have thought that it would still be so ungrateful. Xia Fei increased the speed of his absorption of the energy fragments, and they all moved even faster to him. Soon, a whirlpool formed, with Xia Fei right at the eye of it. Furball was not about to relent. It quickened its absorption as well, causing the man and the ball to begin this wordless competition right there in the command deck, vying with each other for the limited mental energy fragments. The energy from the insectoid cerebrum psi explosion did not actually get all cleared but was, instead, steadily increasing. Xia Fei knew that this was the delayed reaction from the psi explosion. Turning the pure mental energy into absorbable energy fragments would take some time, especially since there was abundant energy in the air that also needed time to be converted successfully. Xia Fei, you're absorbing them too quickly. Don't forget that, though your seventh brain region is completely open, your mental domain itself has been severely injured. Absorbing all these energy fragments too fast will only be a heavy burden on your mental domain. Phantom reminded Xia Fei of this. Actually, Xia Fei had already detected something off with his brain even before Phantom alerted him to it. Though he was still feeling that warm and pleasant sensation all over his body, his brain was slowly becoming fuzzy, his consciousness getting hazier, as if he was in a drowsy state when he had just woken up in the morning. The energy fragments in the air were beginning to show no signs of stagnation, slowly increasing in quantity as they gathered. All these energy fragments that could immensely improve his abilities were slowly drifting down, tempting Xia Fei to absorb every bit. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. Great achievements came with a heavy price that ordinary men could not bear, this was a creed that Xia Fei lived his life by. There was only a thin line between danger and opportunity, with one side being heaven and the other hell. Xia Fei, who had constantly been threading the line between, was already used to living life dangerously. He smiled a smile that held a touch of intrigue. He completely opened his seventh brain region. Xia Fei had decided to absorb all these energy fragments in the craziest manner possible. Price. If this is the price to be paid for walking on this road toward success, then I'll gladly bear it all, Xia Fei decided in his heart. Poor Furball could only helplessly watch as a large quantity of energy fragments got absorbed into Xia Fei's seventh brain region. It had only managed to acquire 1% of the energy fragments here, while Xia Fei had single-handedly swallowed 99% of them. Crash! Once Xia Fei finished absorbing all the energy fragments in the air, he ended up collapsing on the metal floor due to utter fatigue. Actually, everyone would encounter several rare opportunities in their life, but not many would be so firm in grasping the chances given like Xia Fei, and even less would dare bear such an enormous risk as he did. Phantom sighed heavily as he shook his head. Madman, do you know how much energy you've just absorbed? Furball had also fainted on the floor, its body still the same as when it was just an infant. Absorbing 1% of the energy from the psi explosion had already been a huge boon for it, though that was still nothing compared to what Xia Fei had gained. When Xia Fei regained consciousness, he felt dampness on his head. He touched his hair and discovered that it was wet with some transparent liquid, similar to sweat but lacking in smell. It was as if he had just washed his hair. His mind was clear, and he felt a lot more relaxed. He tried to move his shoulder as he casually ran his fingers through his hair. Did it rain? Xia Fei asked. Phantom rolled his eyes. How could you get rained while indoors? Did you become stupid or something? Xia Fei pointed to the pool of liquid on the ground. Then, where did all this water come from? It flowed out from your head. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. You're the one with water in your head. Phantom laughed. It's up to you whether to believe me or not, that liquid did indeed flow out from your head, though I don't think it's water. It should be some form of waste, as if your brain has just been given a thorough cleansing, even the area that your seventh brain region occupies has increased by a third. Xia Fei was abruptly shocked. The volume of the seventh brain region directly correlated with a warrior's ultimate achievement. It was akin to a person's innate potential, the greater the mental domain, the greater the limit of success. He quickly sent a burst of mental energy into his brain and soon excitedly confirmed it. You're right, it's as if every single brain cell of mine has been reborn, and my mental domain has truly widened. Phantom was somber. This means that your potential has increased yet again. Sometimes, I really don't understand how you always bump into so many serendipitous encounters. Having your 7th brain region completely opened already makes you unique throughout the entire Pan-Human Alliance, and now the width of your mental domain has increased by a third, too. If anyone were to learn of this, they would be jealous to death. Xia Fei merely answered, if neither you and I will say a word about this, no one should know. Phantom acquiesced. Okay, you just absorbed a large amount of energy fragments, making this the perfect opportunity to refine your mental energy and rank up. Try and begin your cultivation. Xia Fei nodded. At present, he had grasped the Beast Spirit Codex, psychokinesis, as well as the delusion cloning technique. These 3 were all considered mental type abilities. Essentially, Xia Fei's foundation was built upon his speed ability, while the 3 mental type combat techniques helped increase his combat capabilities. Of course, Xia Fei also had the crafty approach technique, which was considered a physical martial art. A super speed and agile physical martial art, plus his powerful mental abilities, these 2 working in tandem made up Xia Fei's amazing combat strength. Having obtained a large amount of mental energy, he naturally intended to use it in ranking up his mental type abilities. He first began cultivating his psychokinesis, an ability not innately gifted to him but rather an auxiliary ability. Xia Fei could not cultivate his speed ability after damaging his 7th brain region, but his second ability was not affected by such a restriction. At present, his psychokinesis was only at the primary star domain rank, enabling him to use both Demon Axe and Thunder Fury. He could also use his Tier 3 combat technique, 1000 Venerables, except it would take a toll on his body, so it was best if he refrained from using it a lot. As for the even more powerful Tier 4 combat skill, Fearless, he would first have to reach Star River rank before he could use it. The large amount of mental energy stored in Xia Fei's mental domain was like an ocean. Xia Fei only needed to guide the energies within and he could naturally improve his abilities cultivation. He just needed to be very careful with directing the energy, as Xia Fei had a lot of mental energy stored, he would most likely suffer quite a heavy backlash if he accidentally caused it to overflow and flood out. After several minutes, Xia Fei slowly stopped controlling the energy within, then opened his eyes, and lit a cigarette. It's strange. I have plenty of energy, yet I'm unable to break past the threshold. Could I not have enough mental energy stored? Xia Fei was skeptical. Phantom burst out laughing. Have you not heard of the saying biting off more than one can chew? You've already improved by 3 whole ranks, from primary star domain to primary star river. Are you still dissatisfied with how quickly you've improved? Surely, you know that you're already able to use the powerful 1000 Venerables combat technique to perfection, and you're even able to use the Fearless combat technique. That's pretty much a miraculous speed of improvement. Xia Fei nodded. He was preparing to invest all the energy toward the delusion technique when, all of a sudden, Xia Fei noticed that a white circular ball was beside him. It was about the size of a basketball, sprawled to the side all soft and round. What is this? Xia Fei haphazardly kicked this ball, causing it to fly several dozen meters away, slamming hard against the metal wall before it rebounded. A cry could be heard, and it sounded like Furbal's. Xia Fei stared at the 2 eyes that had appeared on that circular ball, looking at him with tears welling up. Furbal? You've grown so much! Xia Fei yelped in his surprise. Chapter 375, Advancing the Beast Spirit Codex. Xia Fei had not seen how Furbal grew, but it had grown from something as large as an egg to something the size of a basketball. Such a growth rate surprised Xia Fei so much that he was at a loss for words. Furbal was not the least bit angry. In fact, it was fighting back its tears as it went running to hug Xia Fei's left calf, looking all pitiful as it continuously rubbed its head against Xia Fei. Xia Fei picked up Furbal, feeling incredulous, and let it lick his face with its tongue however it liked. After some time, Xia Fei finally asked, "Is this really Furbal? Why did it suddenly grow so big?" Phantom shrugged. "What's so surprising about that? While you were asleep, Furbal was like a balloon, swelling into that size in less than 3 minutes." Xia Fei grabbed hold of Furbal's small face and tugged at it randomly. Furbal painfully grinned through it, not at all daring to resist. Xia Fei had a thought and he shared it with Phantom. "In the past, I didn't use my beast spirit eyes to examine Furbal because it's just too small, but now that it's grown more than 10 times its size before, I ought to give that a try now, right?" Phantom nodded. Xia Fei's beast spirit eyes could observe the color of an exotic beast's beast spirit fire. Different beasts would have different colored fires. Normally, exotic beasts that were warmer and more docile would have a fairly calm flame color. Most had green, blue, or other cool colors. More aggressive exotic beasts would have gold, red, or other more radical colors. Meanwhile, the flame's brightness and size could also determine the exotic beast's grade. Phantom and Xia Fei were both extremely curious about Furbal's nature, and it had only been because of how weak and small Furbal was before that they avoided using the beast spirit eyes to examine it. Now that Furbal was all grown up, it should be time for them to gain a better understanding of it. Xia Fei always had this feeling that Furbal was actually a very crafty exotic beast, and only because it was still feeble and small that it chose to bow down to him. Once it grew up and had greater strength, there was no telling if it would still be as obedient towards Xia Fei as right now. Reality had already proven how strange and extraordinary Furbal was as an exotic beast. Xia Fei would rather have 1,000 enemies than for this mysterious exotic beast that he had raised with his 2 hands to turn out to be a foe. After all, he had spent plenty of blood and sweat on Furbal, treating it as one of his own. With this thought, Xia Fei could no longer hold back his impulse to find out what Furbal was. Putting Furbal down on the floor, he began exercising his beast spirit codex as he slowly shifted his consciousness toward Furbal. At first, Furbal was shaking its head as usual, looking gleeful and cheeky, and the smile it showed was fawning and ingratiating. However, the moment Xia Fei's consciousness began to near it, Furbal's expression changed. Even though it looked as it usually did, Xia Fei could keenly sense that something was starting to get off through its eyes. The moment Xia Fei's consciousness entered Furbal's body, he met up with a big problem. It was as if Furbal's body was hiding a strong whirlpool within, sucking Xia Fei's mental energy deeper in itself. Xia Fei's heart seized. He never would have thought that Furbal's mental defenses would be this tough, and its mental strength was no weaker than his own. This was simply too unimaginable. It had barely been a handful of months since Furbal first hatched to now, yet it had a mental strength that was no weaker than Xia Fei's own. Could it actually be a legendary god beast? There was no way an ordinary exotic beast could put up such a powerful resistance. Everyone knew that using a mental ability to probe a living organism even stronger than oneself was a very dangerous move, and too powerful a resistance could easily result in a mental backlash, directly swallowing the invader's mental domain. A light retaliation would result in injury, and a heavy retaliation might result in death or catatonia. At that moment, Xia Fei was sweating profusely. Swoosh! Without leaving a moment to hesitate, Xia Fei immediately pulled out his consciousness from Furbal's body. The moment Xia Fei's mental energies left Furbal's body, the creature quickly returned to its previous state, running over to Xia Fei's side as it hugged his thigh. It was as if that had just been its innate defenses Xia Fei had come up against and not it intentionally wanting to harm Xia Fei. What happened? Phantom turned to regard Xia Fei, puzzled. Furbal has a very strong mental strength, so I'm unable to probe it, Xia Fei said gravely. What? Phantom was bewildered. Furbal is just a newborn exotic beast, to think it possesses a mental strength capable of resisting yours. You've cultivated the beast spirit codex up to the 4th stage, so it should be enough to deal with a substantial majority of exotic beasts. Xia Fei shrugged. Looks like Furbal isn't considered among the majority. The two of them were silent for a good while. It was clear that, while Furbal was treating Xia Fei well for now, they had no way of knowing what their future relationship might be. Furbal had plenty of potential, but the more powerful an exotic beast was, the harder it would be to restrain it, and that was a serious concern for Xia Fei. Given how things have turned out, there's only one solution left, Xia Fei muttered to himself. What could that be? Advance my cultivation of the beast spirit codex past the 5th stage, making a breakthrough to the 6th stage and then establishing a life and death contract with Furbal. Once the beast spirit codex was cultivated to the 6th stage, the user would be able to set blood contracts with exotic beasts. Since Xia Fei was only at the 4th stage, he was still quite a good way off from being able to create such contracts. Furbal was still young, yet Xia Fei had been unable to subdue it with just his stage 4 beast spirit codex cultivation. However, it would be different if he got it to the 6th stage. Currently, the only plan was to force Furbal into a contract with him while it was still young. Otherwise, even Xia Fei at the stage 6 stage of the beast spirit codex might be unable to subjugate it completely if it was given a few more years to grow because of how terrifying Furbal's potential was. Are you insane? Phantom exclaimed in his astonishment. Breaking 2 whole stages in one go considering how many years you spent before you got your beast spirit codex to stage 4, just how do you plan on crossing 2 major thresholds in one go? Xia Fei very calmly answered, there's nothing impossible in this universe. Back in the day when I was a courier, I never even imagined that I would have my achievements of today. One will never know the outcome if they don't give it a shot. I should still have a chance while I have this huge bank of mental energy reserve in my mental domain. With that, Xia Fei glanced at Furball with ill intentions. Furball seemed to have sensed that Xia Fei had thought of an idea on how to deal with it, so it began fighting a cold war by making itself look pitiful in front of Xia Fei. The more Furball acted this way, the more determined Xia Fei was in his decision to subjugate Furball. If it were to become Xia Fei's exclusive exotic beast, then no matter how crafty or sinister Furball was, it would still have to listen to Xia Fei's orders. Being kind to an enemy was essentially being cruel to oneself. Xia Fei did not care what methods Furball used against its enemy, provided that its target was not himself. If he did not do this, Xia Fei was completely uncertain on how long he would have a hold over Furball. After all, this was a super top-grade exotic beast, so the moment it no longer needed Xia Fei's protection, would it end up turning heel and attempting to deal with him? Then, it is decided. I'll be secluding myself here for this, Xia Fei said decisively. Shutting the doors to the command deck, Xia Fei was not at all concerned with the 8 Tolan tribal leaders who were waiting outside for him. His massacre of their people had already culled them all, so none of them would have the guts to come snooping around Xia Fei even if someone were to goad them. The region of space that this planet was located was particularly desolate and perfect for seclusion. It was no easy task to make 2 stages of breakthroughs in the Beast Spirit Codex, so Xia Fei had no idea how long this would take, which made this sheltered corner perfect for what he was planning to do. Xia Fei exhaled as he sat down cross-legged. Furball rolled in circles on the ground a few times before settling itself right next to him. It looked like it wanted Xia Fei to give it a hug and probably to give it some purple hearts of spirit as food. Xia Fei rubbed its head as he softly said, "Go hungry for a bit first. Once you become my exclusive beast, I'll let you eat all the hearts of spirit you want, but not now." It was ironic, Xia Fei had always been reprimanding Furball for not growing up, but right now, he was deathly afraid of Furball suddenly growing up. Time passed by very slowly. The difficulty of leveling the Beast Spirit Codex increased several-fold each stage, which was why he needed to spend even more time as he moved up the stages. Xia Fei's copy of the Beast Spirit Codex only had the first 6 stages, and the final 3 stages of the technique had been lost for some reason. From what was written in the tome, cultivating to the 9th stage would allow its user to command beasts all across the universe, establishing a powerful exotic beast army where any and all exotic beasts would bow in service to the user. It would indeed be a pity that there was no way for Xia Fei to attain such a powerful ability, but right now, the most important goal for him was to make Furball sign a contract with him, since Xia Fei was more and more certain that Furball would at least be a Beast King grade existence when it grew up. There was that Black Star Phantom Bat in the Wild Star region, also at the Beast King grade, which could eliminate an entire fleet by itself, and Furball might just be around the same strength as that Black Star Phantom Bat when it matured. Xia Fei was already very satisfied if he had such a powerful helper beside him, believing that Furball would become like his left arm, aiding Xia Fei as he braved the dangers of the universe. With that thought in mind, Xia Fei could not help but feel his blood boil for having an exclusive Beast King grade exotic beast. Not many would be able to say the same in this universe. After breaking through the 5th stage of the Beast Spirit Codex, Xia Fei immediately proceeded to assault the 6th stage without a break, pressing onward without missing a beat. The energy reserves in his mental domain helped Xia Fei immensely. In fact, he did not even need to take a rest, solely relying on what he had stored in to maintain his mental energy. It was as if any thorns or obstacles on this road to the 6th stage could get in the way of Xia Fei's progress. Beside him, Phantom was also very excited. Seeing him progress in this manner was akin to watching a racing car barrel past any obstacles as if it were a tank, trampling on anything that dared block its way. However, Xia Fei had no choice but to slow down when he reached the threshold of the 6th stage. It was as if he had suddenly encountered a mountain reaching far beyond the clouds that its peak was invisible and densely covered in thorns. Xia Fei was stumped. Such a high mountain should not exist. Getting past it was basically a completely impossible task. Xia Fei spent 5 whole days and nights trying to make any advancement before this mountain, yet he could not even catch a glimpse of the shadow of the peak. He even suspected that the mountain he was attempting to climb might not have an end. The 3rd stage of the Beast Spirit Codex was like a threshold that Xia Fei had spent plenty of time on before finally getting past. The 4th and 5th stages, which came after, were more simple, and now Xia Fei had met yet another threshold just at the cusp of reaching the 6th stage, and the difficulty was several times that of the 3rd stage. Xia Fei was not one to give up, and only by surmounting this peak could he finally grasp the ability to sign contracts with exotic beasts. Only then could he get the powerful Furball to become his exclusive beast, so no matter how powerful Furball became in the future, it would still have to listen to his orders. That was why, no matter how difficult getting past this stage was, Xia Fei would most definitely not admit defeat. Another 5 days passed, and Xia Fei slowly got more and more tired. The mental energy reserves that he had obtained from the insectoid cerebrum was steadily being exhausted, and he was feeling more and more tired, as well as colder and colder, while still stuck here by the mountainside.